The Battle of Chancellorsville was the zenith of Confederate military success. However, the war remained far from won, and Robert E. Lee was feeling the pressure. Despite his glorious victories, the Confederacy was losing the war. It didn't matter how frequently he humiliated the Army of the Potomac, it just kept coming back. The Western theater was collapsing, as U.S. Grant inexorably marched to Vicksburg. The only hope for Southern victory lay in European recognition and intervention, an increasingly remote possibility. To Lee, the only hope of saving the Confederacy lay in gambling everything on another Northern invasion. Its failure doomed the Southern cause. Welcome to part 2 of our long video on the American Civil War, covering the Battle of Gettysburg to the end of the war. Please consider liking, commenting and sharing if you think our educational videos deserve to be viewed by others. This video is sponsored by you. Unfortunately, the YouTube environment is not great right now, with the algorithm being friendlier to drama and react channels and YouTube being permissive of AI slop. We don't do drama and we don't do AI, but thanks to our members and patrons, our channel continues to make 3 public videos per week, with the team intact and going strong. In recognition of their generosity and contributions, members and patrons receive 2 additional exclusive videos each week, and access many other perks. Join them to watch more than 250 exclusive videos covering every era of history by pressing the join button under the video or the links in the description and pinned comment. As war raged on the American continent, the continent of Europe looked on. Britain and France hoped to use the war to their strategic advantage. Both nations needed Southern cotton too much to cut ties with the South post-secession. The Confederacy knew this and was actively seeking their recognition. However, neither Britain nor France wanted to go to war with the United States, which Lincoln threatened if they recognized the Confederacy, and officially stayed neutral. France instead used America's inability to enforce the Monroe Doctrine to attempt to conquer Mexico, ceasing to be Lincoln's problem. Similarly, Spain reconquered the Dominican Republic. However, Britain remained a diplomatic threat. The French wanted Britain to take the lead on recognizing the Confederacy, and London was willing to do so. Many cabinet ministers and aristocrats sympathized with and advocated for the Southern planters. Prime Minister Lord Palmerston wanted to weaken the United States for power politics purposes. He hoped to play Lincoln off Jefferson Davis as he did with European rivals for Britain's advantage, which is why he also quietly supported France's Mexican adventure. Defanging Palmerston required making the war about slavery. British workers were now so anti-slavery that they refused to process Southern cotton on principle, and cheered when this led to a recession in the textile industry. So long as the war was just to preserve the Union, Palmerston could continuously float support for the South for diplomatic leverage without suffering internal backlash. However, if the war was about ending slavery, Palmerston would face riots for even suggesting helping slaveholders, and he knew it. Furthermore, hundreds of slaves were fleeing to federal lines, forcing individual commanders to decide their fate. Most followed Benjamin Butler's Fort Monroe Doctrine, which declared that since Southerners were rebels and claimed to be a foreign country, the Fugitive Slave Act was void. Instead, escaped slaves were classified as contrabands of war and enrolled as military laborers, frequently with pay. Lincoln disliked that the doctrine tacitly agreed that secession was possible, as he strenuously maintained it was impossible, but he approved of freeing the slaves morally and pragmatically. Without slaves, the Southern economy would crumble and end the war. Lincoln also wanted to formally permit emancipation via federal arms, but doing so required an Eastern Theater victory, lest it seem like a desperate ploy. Antietam wasn't the kind of victory Lincoln wanted, but it would do. On September 22nd, Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, declaring that all slaves held in actively rebelling US territory would be free on January 1, 1863. The South correctly read it as an ultimatum to surrender or lose its slaves, which it rejected. Palmerston also got the message, and his government stopped openly favoring the South. Meanwhile, McClellan had to go. As Commander-in-Chief, Lincoln had the authority to replace him, but doing so was politically dangerous. Both the soldiers and the press loved Little Mac, and he had acquired many political allies to support his political ambitions. Simply firing him was out of the question, despite demands from Lincoln's cabinet. McClellan made clear that he wouldn't accept a transfer away from his army, and that he wanted to be general-in-chief again. Thus, moving him to a new army or desk job was out. Lincoln had intended to fold the Army of the Potomac into the Army of Virginia to sidestep this problem, but John Pope's disaster at Second Bull Run killed the plan. Worse, the Union Army's pool of senior generals with experience victoriously leading independent commands was quite shallow. McClellan's tenure had made clear that the general-in-chief shouldn't also command an army, disqualifying Henry Halleck. There were several successful generals out west, but Pope's tenure had made bringing another east unpalatable. Sacrificing the successful west for the struggling east was equally unattractive. The only option was Ambrose Burnside. During the Peninsular Campaign, Burnside commanded a joint Army-Navy expedition that won a number of battles and successfully captured Pamlico's Sound. Lincoln first asked him to replace McClellan in mid-July, but Burnside refused, believing himself utterly unqualified. His entire Carolina command was currently being reorganized as the Army of the Potomac's 9th Corps. Moreover, he'd just been promoted to Major General and relied heavily on more experienced naval officers during his campaign. This forced Lincoln to call Pope east. Following Pope's defeat, Lincoln again asked Burnside to take command, and again he refused. Antietam partially confirmed Burnside's self-evaluation. Lincoln attempted to fix McClellan. When orders from Washington failed to stir him to action, Lincoln dismissed Don Carlos Buell from the Army of Ohio on October 24th for failing to pursue Braxton Bragg, to send McClellan a message. When the stubborn general didn't react, Lincoln relieved him on November 5th. Lincoln ordered Burnside to take command of the army before McClellan's official dismissal. Refusing again would not save McClellan, but it would mean the next option was Joseph Hooker, whom Burnside considered more unfit than himself. Burnside reluctantly accepted and met with Halleck on November 7th, learning that he was to plan a new offensive at once. The Republicans had taken a beating in the midterms, and Union morale was low. They needed more action to restore flagging faith and recruitment numbers. This dismayed Burnside, who wanted time to settle into command and finish planning his spring offensive. However, he couldn't be given that long, so he presented the plan to Halleck on November 9th. Lee's army was separated with Stonewall Jackson in the Shenandoah Valley, James Longstreet near Culpeper, and J.E.B. Stuart patrolling between the Rappahannock and Potomac rivers, so that the Army of Northern Virginia could rapidly repel any incursion down the usual invasion route with multiple flanking attacks. Therefore, Burnside would flank Lee by crossing the Rappahannock at Fredericksburg via pontoon bridges, and use the Richmond, Fredericksburg and Potomac Railroad as his supply line to swiftly capture Richmond. The army would first concentrate at Warrenton to draw Lee's attention and prevent him from fortifying crossing points. Cavalry would probe towards Gordonsville and Culpeper to distract Lee before the whole army turned and forced march to Fredericksburg, using feints and demonstrations to disguise their movement. Burnside would be across the river and in Lee's rear before he knew what was happening. Lincoln doubted that Lee could be deceived, but approved the otherwise sound plan on November 14th, reminding Burnside that the operation depended on speed. While awaiting for approval, Burnside reorganized his command. Finding commanding 8 corps and 120,000 men too difficult, he grouped the corps into the right, center, left and reserve grand divisions. These groups were commanded by Edwin Sumner, Hooker, William Franklin, and Franz Sigel respectively. However, many officers resented Burnside replacing McClellan. He was an outsider to their army who lacked command experience, and it showed. Nevertheless, shortly after Lincoln approved the plan, Burnside was told the pontoons were ready, and he initiated the forced march on November 15th. Sumner arrived at Falmouth on November 17th and found barely 500 soldiers guarding Fredericksburg. Consequently, he asked permission to immediately ford the Rappahannock. However, the river was rising due to heavy fall rains. Rather than let Sumner risk stranding himself and face Lee alone, Burnside ordered him to wait for the bridges, which were supposed to arrive that evening. In truth, the pontoon bridges were still in their assembly yard, upriver from Washington. The November 14th message actually said that the pontoons were built, but there were no horses to transport them. Burnside hadn't been told the critical last part. Neither the Quartermaster General nor Halleck prioritized moving the pontoons until Burnside's chief engineer inquired about them on the 17th, despite Burnside requisitioning them on November 6th, and repeatedly meeting with Halleck concerning them. The first pontoons didn't start moving until the 19th. The predicted heavy rains ground the overland march to a halt, forcing them to laboriously switch to river transport. Despite Lincoln's skepticism, Burnside's distractions had utterly bamboozled Lee. He was preparing to intercept Burnside's impending attack between Brandy Station and Sperryville when the Army of the Potomac simply disappeared. Stuart couldn't find it south or north of Warrenton, leaving headquarters frantically guessing where it was headed. Lee began spreading units across the Rappahannock and down to the James River to find Burnside. On November 19th, word arrived of the Federal appearance near Fredericksburg. Assuming that Burnside had already crossed the Rappahannock, Lee moved to prepare defenses along the North Anna River. However, Davis asked him to fight further away from Richmond to keep up civilian morale. Additionally, Longstreet arrived at Fredericksburg on November 23rd to find the Federal Army still on the northern bank. Burnside had refused more requests from his generals to ford up and down river from Fredericksburg, as the river continued to rise and fall unpredictably. Instead, he feinted crossings at numerous points and sent gunboats to probe known defenses to keep Lee guessing while waiting for the engineers. The first pontoons arrived on November 25th, but Burnside wouldn't cross on only one bridge. From Stafford Heights, he could clearly see Confederates on Mary's Heights across the river valley. He didn't know that he only faced Longstreet's command, and that Lee, Jackson, and Stuart were still days away. He did know Fredericksburg was full of rebel sharpshooters, with artillery support that could just range the crossing point. He feared that forcing his entire army across a single choke point would lead to a slaughter. Thus, he waited until December 1st for all 6 bridges to arrive. By this point, Burnside's generals were all advising against continuing the campaign. Lee's reinforced army of 72,000 were now well entrenched along the heights outside of Fredericksburg. Scouting had shown that all alternative crossing points were now well covered and fortified. Federal artillery on Stafford Heights could clear the river valley of rebels, but couldn't hit Mary's Heights. Any attack would be suicidal. However, political pressure meant Burnside had to attack. Furthermore, he knew that Lee had deployed 2 divisions east at Skinner's Neck, and believed the forces in Fredericksburg were now too thinly spread to effectively resist 120,000 soldiers. Thus, on December 9th, he issued his attack orders. After engineers built the bridges by night, Sumner's Grand Division would cross and seize Fredericksburg. Franklin would cross downstream, seize Prospect Hill, and turn the rebel flank. Sumner would then assault the disintegrating Confederate front, driving them to Richmond. Hooker would remain in reserve to be deployed as needed. While no general supported the plan, they reluctantly moved into position on December 10th. That night, the engineers got to work. The 3 downstream bridges were complete by 1100, but Franklin didn't actually start crossing until 1600, and wasn't finished until 1300 December 12th. Meanwhile, Confederate sharpshooters stopped construction of the upstream bridges. After a 150-gun artillery barrage destroyed but failed to clear the town, Norman Hall's brigade rode across and cleared the town in a vicious street fight while the engineers completed the bridges. Sumner finally started crossing at 1630 as soldiers fanned out in the ruined town to root out surviving sharpshooters and loot. The Union and Confederate armies moved into position December 12th. Lee recalled all his dispatched units and deployed along the heights west of Fredericksburg behind cover, trenches, and a stone wall behind a sunken road on Mary's Heights. Burnside surveyed the battlefield but deferred actually giving any attack orders until the next day. Franklin had expected to attack at first light with his entire Grand Division. However, he didn't receive orders until 0730. For reasons unknown, rather than the bold attack described on December 9th, he was to hold his forces in position and only send 1 or more divisions to seize Prospect Hill and be ready to commit his whole force as necessary. The vague and weakly worded order caused Franklin to proceed cautiously, sending only George Meade's division to attack once the morning fog lifted, supported by John Gibbon's division. Stuart's horse artillery delayed Meade until the Iron Brigade drove them off at 1100. Jackson's artillery then opened up and halted Meade's advance until counter-battery fire cleared them out at 1300. Meade had only 4,500 soldiers to attack 36,000. But the terrain created a gap in Jackson's line. Meade found the gap and charged through it, routing 2 brigades and splitting Jackson's front line. Gibbon's attack ran into the prepared Confederate defences, but he still managed to summit the ridgeline with heavy casualties. However, Franklin never sent reinforcements, and Meade was repelled by Jabal Early, whose counterattack was subsequently driven back by Federal artillery. The upstream fight went disastrously. Sumner was also ordered to probe Mary's Heights through the open fields with 1 division, but when it was devastated by pre-sighted artillery and Longstreet's protected infantry, he ordered an all-out attack at 1300. Wave after wave of blue-clad soldiers were slaughtered valiantly charging the stone wall. None came within 40 yards. Burnside ordered Hooker forward at 1530, despite him strenuously arguing against attacking to meet the same fate. Darkness ended the fighting. The Confederates suffered 5,377 casualties, almost entirely from Jackson's command. The Union lost 12,653 men in a futile attack described to Lincoln as not a battle, but butchery. Lincoln lamented that Burnside had snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. On December 14th, Burnside asked for and received a truce to recover the wounded. Some subordinates argued to hold Fredericksburg as an operations base, but the town was strategically worthless while Lee held the heights. Burnside retreated across the Rappahannock the next day. The Army of the Potomac's morale was shattered and desertion rose, which Burnside's subordinates openly blamed on him. To restore morale, Burnside attempted to flank Lee by crossing the Rappahannock at US Ford on January 20th. However, heavy rain turned the roads into construction mortar, trapping the artillery. The Mud March was Burnside's last straw. He'd complained to Lincoln before about insubordinate officers, and now many were openly defiant. 2 brigadiers left their posts to go to Washington and complain directly to Lincoln. Burnside demanded the authority to dismiss his generals. Halleck recommended the complainers be court-martialed for insubordination, but he did confirm their story. Neither the soldiers nor officers had any faith in Burnside. Lincoln had to either purge the entire officer corps or Burnside. Lincoln met with Burnside on January 26th, who complained bitterly about being undermined and set up to fail before offering his resignation. Lincoln heard him out, accepted, and reassigned him west. Burnside had served at his level of incompetence for 2 months. After Burnside was swept out of the way, command fell to Joseph Hooker. As an old Potomac hand, he was well respected by the soldiers, and morale immediately improved. However, many generals disliked pugnacious and womanizing Fighting Joe. Those senior to him resigned, enabling Hooker to disband the Grant divisions and elevate new corps commanders. Significantly, all the cavalry was organized as a single corps, commanded by George Stoneman, and a Bureau of Military Information was established. Additionally, he launched a massive corruption investigation into the quartermaster and medical departments, improved the soldiers' living conditions and food, and rebuilt their confidence with better drills and officer training. Burnside had shown that Lee could be deceived and would detach units to respond to feints. Hooker intended to use this for his spring campaign. Lincoln had concluded that Lee's army was the real target, and Hooker agreed. The BMI told him that Lee was closely guarding the Rappahannock, but only Stuart was watching the northern end. Thus Hooker planned to distract Stuart, then pin and swing around Lee via Kelly's Ford. First, the 9th Corps was deployed to Fort Monroe in early February, prompting Lee to send Longstreet with 2 divisions to contain it. Union cavalry would launch a deep penetration raid in April to cut Lee's supply lines and draw off Stuart. John Sedgwick would take the 3 corps and cross the Rappahannock south of Fredericksburg to distract Lee, while the rest of the army swung down on Lee's left across the Rapidan. Cut off and squeezed between 2 forces, Lee would either retreat towards Richmond or be intercepted and forced to fight on Hooker's terms. Key to the plan was swiftly clearing the wilderness, a dense secondary growth forest of briars, thorns, and hardwood trees. Any army marching through found communication difficult and deployments almost impossible. Hooker planned to fight Lee on the open ground to the east, where he could effectively use his numerical advantage. Stoneman was ordered to begin the raid on April 13th, but nature intervened. Torrential rains again made the roads impassable and the Rappahannock unfordable. He tried to relaunch the raid on April 30th, only to literally bog down once over the Rappahannock. The only unit to reach its target was John Buford's Reserve Brigade, composed of pre-war regulars like Buford himself, which reached out and cut the Orange and Alexandria Railway near Gordonsville May 2nd. Buford's troopers destroyed supply trains, tore up railway tracks, and skirmished with Stuart's cavalry until rejoining Stoneman on May 6th. The damage Buford caused was too late to affect the main campaign, while Stoneman failed to do any meaningful damage. The raid's failure ensured that Lee and Stuart's attention was never away from Hooker. The first of Hooker's columns advanced on April 27th, and on April 30th, Hooker made headquarters in the Chancellorsville hamlet within the Wilderness. Sedgwick's force made its crossing on the 28th and advanced towards Fredericksburg. By May 1st, Hooker had 70,000 men around Chancellorsville, and Sedgwick had about 27,000 across the river and another 15,000 remaining near Falmouth. Stuart was initially cut off by Stoneman's advance, but quickly ducked the plodding raiders and discovered Hooker's movements, reporting to Lee on April 30th. Deciding that Sedgwick would only demonstrate and could be mostly ignored, Lee divided his army. Jubal Early's 11,000 men were left to hold the Fredericksburg fortifications, while Lee took the remaining 40,000 to confront Hooker. Longstreet and half his divisions were too far south to join the battle. Lee's closest division to Hooker was dug in between the Zone and Tabernacle churches. Jackson arrived at 1100 May 1st and ordered them to join him advancing on Hooker. At the same time, Hooker began advancing out of the Wilderness. The two forces ran into each other at the forest edge around 1120. A confused fight ensued, with many gaps in both lines. As the Union forces straightened their line, Meade's 5th Corps advanced down River Road, threatening Jackson's flank. However, Hooker halted the advance and pulled back. He'd always planned to fight defensively rather than risk another Fredericksburg, and his advanced columns were outnumbered. Jackson and Lee would make him pay for that decision. That night, Stuart reported that while the Union left was solidly anchored on the river, the right was floating unsupported along the Orange Turnpike. Better, a recently constructed road provided a route around the flank, hidden from Union sight. Lee and Jackson couldn't resist such an opportunity. Meanwhile, Hooker realized that Sedgwick's demonstrations hadn't worked, and recalled the 1st Corps from Fredericksburg to bolster his left flank. However, the telegram didn't arrive until after dawn, and the Corps didn't arrive in time. Jackson began secretly moving 28,000 men at dawn, leaving Lee with 13,000 men to pin Hooker. Union pickets and observation balloons noted rebel movement, but couldn't determine what kind. Hooker decided that it could be a flanking maneuver, and warned the 11th Corps. Falsely assured that they were prepared, he ordered Sedgwick to attack, and Sickles' 3rd Corps forward to probe Lee's line. Sickles found and captured Jackson's rearguard, but missed the column, which marched past the 11th Corps' line, fully flanking it. Individual Union units realized that something was wrong, but no alert was raised. At 1730, Jackson's attack began. Most of the Union army was preparing dinner when the rebel yell rang out. A few regiments had taken the warnings seriously and attempted to resist, but were rolled over as the 11th Corps disintegrated. Seeing soldiers routing past his headquarters, Hooker sprang onto his horse and attempted to rally the panicked soldiers, while ordering his old division forward to halt the advance. Artillery was moved to Fairview Cemetery to form a new line. The Confederates advanced over a mile, before being halted by darkness and the Wilderness causing disorganization. During the night, Sickles pulled back to Hazel Grove. Hoping to continue the attack under the full moon, Jackson rode out to reconnoiter the Federal line. Disastrously, he failed to return the way he'd left and was fired upon by soldiers expecting Union cavalry, not their beloved general, hitting Jackson 3 times. A.P. Hill was wounded by artillery fire while evacuating Jackson. Jackson's arm had to be amputated and pneumonia set in. Stonewall Jackson died May 10th. Stuart took over Jackson's command, but was separated from Lee by Sickles' position in Hazel Grove and vulnerable to counterattack. Lee didn't know how to drive Sickles from the formidable position and reunite his army until Hooker helped him by ordering Sickles to tighten the line and withdraw to the Plank Road. Stuart seized this critical high ground and made it his chief artillery position. From here, he successfully drove Hooker from Chancellorsville into a horseshoe around US Ford by noon. Hooker was concussed by shrapnel and failed to effectively lead the army thereafter. Lee intended to finish off Hooker with a combined mass assault, but learned that Sedgwick was attacking and had successfully stormed Mary's Heights. After 2 failed probes, his men flanked the stone wall and devastated the defenders, getting some revenge for 1st Fredericksburg. With Sedgwick now advancing on his rear, Lee again divided his army and moved to defeat Sedgwick, believing Hooker defeated. Hooker was largely incapacitated that night and into the 4th, but he refused to cede command or give any orders. Consequently, Lee led 20,000 soldiers to link up with Early and successfully attack Sedgwick near Salem Church. Sedgwick retreated back to Falmouth on May 5th, having requested but received neither reinforcements nor orders from Hooker. Meanwhile, Hooker's War Council advocated staying and fighting, but a delirious Hooker overruled them and ordered a retreat, which was successfully completed May 6th. Stoneman rejoined the army the next day. In one sense, Chancellorsville was Lee's perfect battle. He'd repeatedly divided his army in the face of superior numbers and overcome his primary foe through audacity, exceptional scouting, and superior morale. He'd then defeated the secondary one through superior numbers, knowledge of the terrain, and tactical supremacy. Everything that made Robert E. Lee was on full display in glorious victory, and Lee now believed his army was invincible. However, Longstreet considered Chancellorsville a disaster and heavily criticized Lee's strategy once he rejoined the army. Losing Jackson was equivalent to losing half the army. Even had he survived, the casualties were unacceptable. Hooker had suffered about 17,200 casualties, including 4,000 captured. Lee had lost about 13,300 casualties, including 2,000 missing or captured. Discounting the captured and missing, casualties were effectively the same, but Hooker could replace his losses and Lee couldn't. Fredericksburg and Chancellorsville were impressive but empty victories at best. Strategically, nothing had changed from 1861, except the army's raggedness, and its victories were bleeding it dry. Lee must have felt some truth in Longstreet's assessment, and he began planning another offensive to either win the war or doom the South. Joseph Hooker's Army of the Potomac returned to its encampments near Fredericksburg by May 10th, and the Army of Northern Virginia reoccupied their fortifications almost as if Chancellorsville hadn't happened. Both armies required rest, reorganization, and replenishment, but only one would finish rebuilding before the next campaign began. Even before Chancellorsville, Secretary of War Edwin Stanton and General-in-Chief Henry Halleck had hated Hooker's haughty personality and wanted him replaced. However, Hooker's dispatches let him shift the blame for the defeat. Both John Sedgwick and George Stoneman had clearly failed to carry out their orders, for which Stoneman was dismissed from cavalry command, while the 11th Corps commander, O.O. Howard, hadn't heeded Hooker's warning about Jackson's flank attack. President Lincoln acknowledged that Hooker's subordinates had failed him and allowed him to retain command. In exchange, Lincoln demanded Hooker attack again, which he refused. The Army of the Potomac was normally 120,000 men strong, but only had 75,000 ready for duty. It suffered 20,000 casualties during the Chancellorsville Campaign, and 35,000 enlistments had expired, with the troops returning home. At the current replenishment rate, it would only be back to 90,000 by June. Recruiting was done by the states, and many were having trouble filling their quotas. Generous monetary bonuses kept the volunteers coming, with additional incentives offered to re-enlist veterans, but they weren't coming fast enough. Many states resorted to calling up militia regiments, but they only served for a few months before heading home. In response, Lincoln authorized the recruitment of African American soldiers, starting with the 54th Massachusetts, and Congress enabled states to begin drafting soldiers via the Enrollment Act. However, these were long-term solutions, and in the short term, Hooker's army would remain under strength. Meanwhile, Lee was conflicted. On the one hand, Chancellorsville had convinced him that his army was invincible. On the other, the Confederacy was in crisis. While both sides' draft laws allowed men to hire substitutes or pay to avoid serving, the Confederacy included numerous exemptions for the planter class. Consequently, the already limited food supply collapsed as poor farmers were hauled off to fight. Their wives were now leading bread riots across southern cities, and desertion was rising. The non-slaveholding majority were questioning fighting for the privileged few's interests when they wouldn't fight themselves. Worse, the Western theater was collapsing. Ulysses S. Grant had crossed the Mississippi and was bearing down on Vicksburg, while Nathaniel Banks marched on Port Hudson. If either fortress fell, the Red and Mississippi rivers would be lost, and with them, Texas's critical supplies of horses and beef. Joseph Johnston and Jefferson Davis thus asked Lee to send reinforcements west to save the situation. Lee refused as he didn't believe he could intervene in time. The Yankees only needed to take one fortress to close both rivers to the Confederacy. The limited Confederate rail network was already severely overtaxed, and the most direct route to Mississippi was exposed to Federal raids. Reinforcements had to travel a more circuitous route, followed by a long march to reach either city, almost certainly arriving too late. Instead, Lee would reinvade the North. An invasion might draw away Federal troops from Mississippi, and more pressingly, looting Northern supplies was the only option to feed his army. There was nothing left in the South. Additionally, moving the war out of Virginia for the summer would allow the farmers to get a crop sown and harvested, alleviating the food problem. It would also provide some time to fix damaged infrastructure. Moreover, Lee was convinced that an invasion of the North was a war-winning strategy. Lord Palmerston was still open to recognizing the Confederacy, but he needed a decisive victory to overcome British public opinion. Additionally, Lee believed that Northern morale was nearing collapse. Both sides read the other's newspapers, but for unknown reasons, Lee only received anti-war Copperhead papers, which wildly exaggerated Northern war weariness, material shortages, and desire for peace. Consequently, Lee incorrectly believed that the Union war effort was as close to collapse as the Confederacy's. Therefore, a victory on Northern soil would finally win international recognition and force the war to end. First, Lee had to reorganize his army. New conscripts brought his strength up to 75,000, but Stonewall Jackson was irreplaceable, and his command had to be split into two new corps. Jackson's subordinates, Richard Ewell and A.P. Hill, would command the 2nd and new 3rd Corps respectively, alongside James Longstreet's 1st Corps. Unfortunately, both men were used to Jackson's highly detailed and specific orders, and struggled to adjust to Lee's vague directives. Worse, Lee didn't actually speak English, but a dialect called Southern Gentleman, which replaced entire paragraphs of dialogue with meaningful pauses, glances, and aristocratic bearing. Longstreet and Jackson understood this dialect, and heard the details and intentions Lee left unsaid, but Hill and Ewell didn't. Consequently, they frequently misunderstood Lee's orders. Lee had to reach Pennsylvania this time, so he planned to move faster and in greater secrecy than during the Maryland campaign. The army would quietly slip away from Fredericksburg before clearing and then moving up the Shenandoah Valley to hide the march. From there, they would spread out into Pennsylvania, acquiring supplies. Once the Union Army engaged, his forces would rapidly reconcentrate to win the decisive battle. Ewell began slipping away on June 3rd. The next day, Federal sentries reported movement in the rebel camp. Hooker cancelled everyone's leave and ordered the army to prepare for action on June 5th. Sedgwick launched a reconnaissance in force that night, which found weakened but still formidable Confederate defenses, and withdrew with prisoners for the Bureau of Military Information. Their interrogation yielded little intelligence beyond confirming parts of the army were moving. On June 6th, John Buford reported Confederate cavalry in Culpeper County. The BMI confirmed that J.E.B. Stuart was concentrating his forces, while Lee appeared to be moving southwest toward Richmond. Fearing a major raid, Hooker dispatched the Cavalry Corps, now under Alfred Pleasonton, and riding in two wings with infantry support to confront Stuart. At 04:30 on June 9th, Buford crossed the Rappahannock at Beverly's Ford, surprising and scattering rebel vedettes in the dense fog. He'd stumbled onto Stuart's camp, which was alerted by the gunfire. The nearest brigade lurched out of bed onto unsaddled horses to engage, delaying Buford long enough for Stuart's horse artillery to position itself on knolls and open fire. As the Confederates began drawing up around the guns, the 6th Pennsylvania charged them near St. James Church, only to be driven off with heavy casualties. Buford's men dismounted and attempted to turn the Confederate flank with carbine fire, only for the rebels to unexpectedly withdraw. Gregg's division had arrived from Kelly's Ford, threatening the rebel flank on Fleetwood Hill. Stuart hurriedly redeployed, moved in reinforcements, and repelled Gregg's attack. A cycle of charges and countercharges, supported by artillery, ensued until the Federals withdrew near sunset. While tactically a Confederate victory, Brandy Station was the first time Federal cavalry had matched the Confederates in skill and determination. This disturbed Stuart, as his troopers' elan was their only advantage. Previously, the Federals had only won cavalry engagements through overwhelming numbers or surprise. Seeing them finally match the Confederates' skill destroyed his men's confidence, which Stuart would do anything to revive. With more reports coming in of Confederates moving west, Hooker proposed moving on Richmond's weakened defenses, but Lincoln refused. Instead, Hooker was ordered to find and destroy Lee's army. Lincoln was now convinced that Hooker taking Richmond was equivalent to Howe taking Philadelphia rather than Napoleon taking Vienna, and therefore strategically irrelevant. However, Hooker didn't know where Lee was, as Pleasanton couldn't get past Stuart. On June 14th, word reached Hooker that Ewell had attacked the Winchester garrison, who had ignored warnings from Halleck to withdraw at the first sign of Confederates. Lee was clearly moving into the Shenandoah Valley, but his objective was still unknown. Still, he had to respond, and Hooker ordered the army to march for Manassas Junction, which held the crossroads to wherever Lee was heading. Stuart's cavalry screen continued blocking Pleasanton's attempts to uncover Lee's movements, and Ewell began crossing the Potomac near Williamsport on June 15th, deliberately avoiding Harper's Ferry garrison. Ewell quickly moved on to Hagerstown, while Longstreet and Hill crossed near Sharpsburg on the 17th, with all generals sending out foraging parties as they advanced. Lee gave strict orders not to loot, but to pay for all supplies with Confederate money or Army promissory notes, which were worthless and less than worthless respectively. Many Northerners complained that it felt worse than being robbed. Lee entered Pennsylvania on June 22nd, and the alarm was raised. Meanwhile, Hooker was still near Manassas Junction, uninformed about Lee's movements. Stuart had thwarted Pleasanton's latest attempts to find Lee the previous day, before disappearing himself. Hooker ordered Pleasanton to scour the countryside for rebels, while gradually shifting the army north as a precaution. Stuart received verbal orders from Lee on June 22nd to defend the right flank. However, Lee's vagueness gave Stuart enough interpretation room to go adventuring. To that end, he would reassert Confederate cavalry dominance and ride around the Army of the Potomac again to rebuild his troopers' confidence. Taking his best brigades while the rest screened Lee, Stuart departed on June 25th, intending to circle the Federal Army, frighten Washington, D.C., and then rejoin Lee before he was missed. However, word of Lee in Pennsylvania finally reached Hooker the same day, and he ordered his men north in earnest to catch Lee. While Stuart successfully made it around Hooker, capturing supplies and damaging infrastructure, he found his route back to Lee blocked by Union soldiers. Worse, Judson Kilpatrick's cavalry division, particularly George Custer's Michigan Brigade, caught his scent and pursued. Stuart realized that he'd have to ride far harder and further north than planned to regroup with Lee. The Army of the Potomac marched rapidly, with Buford in the lead, followed by John Reynolds' First Corps, with Frederick as the rendezvous point. Halleck tried to tempt Lee back to Virginia with a raid on Richmond's outskirts, but it wasn't threatening enough. Meanwhile, Hooker was fighting with Halleck about reinforcements, and impetuously wired Lincoln that if the Harper's Ferry garrison wasn't assigned to him, he'd immediately resign. Lincoln accepted on June 27th. The first choice to replace Hooker was Reynolds, widely regarded as the best general in the army. He declined, and at the recommendation of other senior generals, command passed to George Meade on June 28th as the army reached Frederick. While his men fearfully called him Old Snapping Turtle behind his back, Meade's troops had always fought better than other units. Everyone hoped that Meade could similarly motivate the army to defend his home state. That night, Longstreet's personal spy, Henry Harrison, warned him that the Federals were quickly closing. Longstreet rushed to inform Lee, who was furious that Stuart hadn't warned him. His army was spread from Chambersburg to the outskirts of Harrisburg, skirmishing with militia, holding towns to ransom, purchasing supplies, and kidnapping hundreds of free African Americans into slavery. He immediately issued orders to concentrate at Cashtown. Henry Heath's division from Hill's Corps was first to arrive on June 29th, but he heard that there were supplies, including shoes, in the nearby town of Gettysburg, the crossroad of every road in southern Pennsylvania. Meanwhile, Meade settled into command. On June 30th, he made headquarters in Taneytown, before issuing orders to advance towards Gettysburg, the natural place to concentrate an army. He also began preparing positions along Big Pipe Creek as a fallback position. Heath ordered Pettigrew's brigade to Gettysburg to investigate the supply rumors. As Pettigrew arrived, Buford arrived on high ground south of town. Pettigrew reported the Federals to Heath after finding nothing of value in Gettysburg. Both generals thought it was just militia, but a reconnaissance in force would be launched to be certain. Buford knew that infantry moving in enemy territory without cavalry screens meant the main body was close, and the high ground south of Gettysburg was a perfect defensive position. Knowing the hills must be denied to the rebels, Buford prepared a delaying action north of Gettysburg, then alerted Reynolds, who alerted Meade, before preparing a quick march to support Buford. At 07:30 on July 1st, Heath made first contact with Buford's vedettes astride Chambersburg Pike. Pushing through, Heath's infantry encountered Gamble's dismounted brigade in cover along Hur's Ridge. Despite being outnumbered 2,750 to 7,600, the troopers' breech-loading Sharps carbines allowed them to repel the initial probe through weight of fire. However, the rebels reformed and made a more determined push. By 10:20, Heath had pushed Gamble back to McPherson's Ridge, where Devin's brigade joined the fight. Heath still would have pushed through if not for Reynolds' timely arrival. As his men replaced Buford's exhausted troopers, Reynolds was killed by a random bullet, and Abner Doubleday took command. The Union right was pushed back before it got into position, but the left and center held as the Iron Brigade's reserve regiment counterattacked along a railroad cut, routing a Confederate brigade. Fighting paused at 11:30. Lee'd given orders to avoid a general engagement before the army concentrated, but since Heath had accidentally caused one, the rest of Hill's corps moved to support him. Meanwhile, the 11th Corps arrived as Doubleday redeployed along McPherson's and Seminary Ridge. As the senior officer, Howard took command and requested all available reinforcements move swiftly to Gettysburg. He was about to face 2/3 of the Army of Northern Virginia alone. Ewell was obliviously approaching via the Carlisle and Harrisburg roads. He simply intended to use the crossroads to reach Cashtown, but he had no idea that the battle was joined until the Federal infantry blocked his way. With Lee's orders to avoid battle now moot, Ewell prepared to attack. Rhodes' division moved into position and attacked Oak Ridge at 1400. However, the lead brigade didn't do any reconnaissance before marching into the teeth of the defences, where they suffered devastating casualties. Lee arrived around 1430. Accepting that battle couldn't be avoided, he ordered all commands to attack. Hill's troops pushed the 1st Corps back to Seminary Ridge, with heavy casualties all around. Meanwhile, Early's division had arrived down the Harrisburg Road. The 11th Corps was overstretched, and its flank was exposed. Deploying his troops in a wider, deeper line than the entire Union position, Early first assaulted the salient on Barlow's Knoll, before shattering the 11th Corps' left flank, forcing it into a panicked retreat by 1600. Meanwhile, the 1st Corps artillery was devastating the continued Confederate attacks with concentrated double canister fire. However, as more Confederates arrived, the position became untenable, and the left was flanked by superior numbers. With the 11th Corps routing, the 1st Corps began retreating through Gettysburg at 1630. The defenders retreated to Cemetery and Culp's Hills, where the 2nd Corps commander Winfield Scott had assumed command, placing his troops on Cemetery Ridge and the 12th Corps' vanguard on Culp's Hill. The survivors were ordered to occupy Cemetery Hill and start digging in. The high ground was to be held at all costs. Lee also realized the value of high ground. Accordingly, he ordered Ewell to carry the hill occupied by the enemy if he found it practicable, but to avoid a general engagement until the arrival of the other divisions of the army. Ewell looked at the steep slopes and deploying Federals, looked at his exhausted soldiers, and concluded an attack wasn't practicable. Lee meant, "Take that hill immediately, you won't be blamed for failure," but this was lost in translation from Southern gentleman to English. This critical decision dictated the rest of the Battle of Gettysburg. After dark, Hill and Ewell's corps finished arriving in Gettysburg alongside Longstreet's vanguard. During the Council of War, Lee lamented that Stuart's absence had left him without reconnaissance on Union strength and positions. Stuart had just gotten around Custer's pursuit near Carlisle that afternoon and was looking for Lee. Longstreet argued that the Federal position was too strong to attack. Instead, they should disengage and force Meade to attack them on favorable ground. However, all the other generals refused. Leaving the battlefield meant admitting defeat, which could shatter morale. Worse, Meade could ambush them on the road. They'd stay and fight tomorrow. Across the field, the 12th, 3rd and 5th Corps had all arrived, but the 6th Corps was still in Maryland and wouldn't start arriving until late tomorrow. Meade arrived after midnight. Unable to survey the battlefield, he asked Hancock about the position, who declared it the best natural defensive position in the world. The Army's chief engineer, Gouverneur Warren, agreed. The Army of the Potomac would make its stand along a fishhook of hills and ridges stretching from Culp's Hill to Little Round Top. At dawn on July 2nd, Lee assumed that the Army of the Potomac only occupied Cemetery Ridge, Cemetery Hill, and Culp's Hill. Therefore, an echelon attack up Emmitsburg Road would roll up the unsupported Union flank. Lee ordered Longstreet to lead the attack, with Ewell redeploying from the left to right flank to support him. Hill was incapacitated by illness, and his corps depleted from the first day, so it would remain in reserve. Both generals objected. Ewell didn't want to abandon ground his men had died for, while Longstreet didn't want to attack at all. If he had to attack, then it had to wait. Only elements from 2 of his divisions had arrived, with the trailing brigades due early afternoon. So Lee compromised. Ewell would remain on the Union right, while Longstreet attacked the left once Hood and McLaws' divisions assembled. Across the field, Meade's dawn reconnaissance proved Hancock correct. The corps was deployed on high ground, with interlocking fields of fire, supported by interior lines hidden by the ridge. Wherever Lee attacked, he'd be met by at least 2 corps. If he started breaking through, Meade could rush reinforcements from anywhere to swiftly repel the attack. This deployment was ruined by Daniel Sickles. He resented Meade being promoted instead of himself. Moreover, he was deeply bitter about Hooker ordering him to abandon Hazel Grove during Chancellorsville, and that a peach orchard along the Emmitsburg Road sat on higher ground than he occupied. Determined to not only show up Meade, but prevent another Chancellorsville, he moved the 3rd Corps forward from Cemetery Ridge and Little Round Top without orders, to positions along the Emmitsburg Road around noon. Meade didn't discover this insubordination until Sickles failed to arrive at the afternoon staff meeting. Finding him shortly after 1500, a furious Meade tore into Sickles for having moved into a salient outside artillery support, and committing himself to holding a line too long for a single corps. Worse, it was too late to correct the mistake, as Confederates were spotted preparing to attack. Instead, Meade wheeled off to prepare a relief force. Longstreet was finally ready to attack at 1600 after a long march to hide his movements, but was surprised by Sickles' advanced position. Hood argued for flanking Sickles and taking Little Round Top, but Longstreet said there wasn't time to redeploy before Lee's patience expired. After a 30-minute artillery barrage, Hood's attack began. Hood ordered his men to take the heights. However, he didn't specify which heights before being wounded by artillery fire. Consequently, the attack was uncoordinated. Some regiments began marching for the 3rd Corps' left flank, while others marched for Round Top. The 2nd US Sharpshooters initiated contact from the base of Round Top and a boulder field called Devil's Den, while the Confederates assaulted the entire line. The defenders repelled 2 assaults against both Devil's Den and nearby Rose Wood. However, Confederate numbers let them flank the defenses via Plum Run Valley. The fighting was so fierce that the valley was renamed the Valley of Death, and the field was named Slaughter Pen. However, the pressure was too great for the defenders, who began fleeing north. Meanwhile, a disaster was averted at Little Round Top. Sickles' advance had left only a signal corps post on the hill, whose barren top oversaw the entire battlefield. Meade dispatched Warren to evaluate the situation, and after reaching the summit, he saw the glint of bayonets heading his way. He immediately sent out riders to find troops to hold the hill. Strong Vincent's brigade from the 5th Corps was the first to respond, arriving just as the Confederates gave up chasing the sharpshooters up Round Top and moved to take the more strategic hill. Though exhausted, the Confederates still launched a powerful assault on Vincent's right, which was repulsed. The attack began shifting left, as the Confederates looked for the flank held by the 20th Maine. Knowing there was nothing to his left but a few sharpshooters, Colonel Chamberlain first stretched his line, then bent it 90 degrees, holding off multiple attacks from 3 regiments who kept trying to flank him. Upon running out of ammunition, Chamberlain ordered a bayonet charge, his bent left swinging down like a door. The Confederates routed, and many were captured. However, the right flank nearly broke under heavy pressure, and Vincent was mortally wounded. Reinforcements ultimately drove off the rebels around 1800. Across the field, McLaws finally attacked at 1700. Moving in echelon formation, McLaws continued Hood's attack on Rose Wood, finally breaking through the defences and extending to the Peach Orchard. The hard-pressed 3rd Corps fought fanatically, but were overwhelmed and began breaking. Sickles' right leg was shattered by cannon fire and later amputated. However, as the Confederate right broke through Stony Ridge and entered the wheat field, Federal reinforcements arrived. Meade had redeployed to the 5th Corps, along with 1 division from the 2nd Corps and 2 from the 12th Corps, to rescue the 3rd. The counterattack pushed McLaws out of the wheat field. Once his left flank finished breaking the Peach Orchard line after sustaining heavy casualties, McLaws again attacked and retook the wheat field. A flanking assault from Little Round Top pushed him out again as casualties piled up in the Valley of Death. The wheat field would change hands twice more before the Confederates conceded the fight at 2000. Further up the line, Lee added Hill's freshest division to the assault. Anderson's division struck the remaining 3rd Corps division holding the Peach Orchard line, crushing it and ending the 3rd Corps as a fighting unit. Anderson and McLaws continued the assault towards Cemetery Ridge, where gaps had been left after defenders redeployed to the wheat field. Fortunately, the long march left the rebels disorganized and required them to pause at Plum Run, giving Hancock and Meade time to find reinforcements. The first counterattack came from Willard's brigade against McLaws's right, shattering Barksdale's brigade and mortally wounding the general. Wilcox's brigade would have pushed through a gap, but for the 1st Minnesota launching a suicidal bayonet charge, which succeeded in halting Wilcox at the cost of all but 47 of the regiment's men. Several units claimed to make the crest of the hill before being thrown off by counterattacks, and the rebels pulled back by 1900. There is confusion among modern historians about what Ewell was supposed to be doing during Longstreet's assault. Lee later claimed that Ewell was supposed to demonstrate and then attack once he heard Longstreet's cannon fire. Ewell responded that he was only supposed to attack if a suitable opportunity appeared, and never heard Longstreet's guns anyway. Regardless, he had been ineffectively probing and bombarding Union positions on Cemetery and Culp's Hill since 1600. Around 1800, his troops discovered the defences had been weakened to defend the left flank, and Ewell ordered a general attack at 1900. Despite being lightly held, the Federal breastworks were formidable and backed with artillery. The attack on Culp's Hill captured abandoned rifle pits on the slope, but halted as darkness arrived. Early pushed through a gap, making it to the Baltimore Pike on East Cemetery Hill before incoming Federal reinforcements and nightfall forced him to retreat. Fighting on Culp's Hill continued, as some returning units stumbled on the rebels in the dark, while others intentionally launched night attacks. The guns finally fell silent about 22:30. Stuart finally shook his pursuers and rejoined Lee that afternoon. After being thoroughly dressed down for leaving the army blind, he was ordered to support Ewell, who was to bring up more troops and renew the attack on the heights the next day. Longstreet continued arguing to disengage, but Lee wouldn't hear it. Pickett's division had finally arrived, so a full-strength Longstreet was to attack again at dawn, simultaneously with Ewell. Meanwhile, Meade's War Council advised staying put. Their defences had been held, and the 6th Corps' arrival closed any holes remaining after the day's battles. The 12th Corps returned to Culp's Hill to drive off the rebels, and Meade warned the 2nd Corps to dig in, particularly Gibbon's division. Lee had attacked both flanks today, and if he was following Napoleonic doctrine, Gibbon's position at the exact centre would be next. The BMI now had prisoners from every Confederate unit but Pickett's division. Whatever happened next would be led by him. Despite Lee's intentions, Pickett's division wasn't on the battlefield ready to attack when dawn broke. Worse, at dawn, the 12th Corps' artillery opened up in preparation for retaking the hill. The bombardment prompted the Confederates to attack first. Lee tried to cancel the attack to preserve his plan, but Ewell tersely responded, too late to recall. Ewell's attempts to further reinforce the hill were halted by artillery fire from Cemetery Hill, and 3 waves of attacks failed against Union breastworks. Ewell ordered a retreat around 1100. Therefore, Lee changed his plan. The Federals had to be close to breaking after 2 days of hammering from his invincible army. They were pouring reinforcements onto Culp's Hill to drive off Ewell. His subordinates had reported making it to the top of the ridge yesterday. He had George Pickett's fresh, all-Virginian division ready. If he sent a purposeful attack at the depleted center, it would surely shatter, especially if spearheaded by Virginians, led by Longstreet, his warhorse. Lee's plan was characteristically audacious. Longstreet's corps would assemble with Pickett in the lead behind Seminary Ridge, while Stuart moved around the Union right flank. Following a mass artillery barrage, both would charge the Union center, somewhere near where Cemetery Hill became Cemetery Ridge, splitting the army in half. Longstreet was stunned, horrified, and strongly objected. McLaws and Hood's divisions were spent and too far south to get into position to attack. Even if they could, he didn't believe that Lee's plan could be achieved by less than 30,000 troops, and begged Lee to reconsider. Lee was adamant about attacking with Longstreet's 15,000, but agreed not to make McLaws and Hood redeploy. Instead, 2 divisions from Hill's corps were added to the attack force, which Pickett would lead under Longstreet's reluctant command. Stuart was informed of his role in the attack around 1000 and began moving once he was certain Ewell was retreating. At 1100, he crossed Cress's Ridge and signaled Lee by firing 4 cannons. This was a mistake. Union cavalry had been watching for Stuart to attempt a flanking move, and upon hearing the cannons, they moved to investigate. Skirmishers from McIntosh's brigade made first contact, stalling Stuart. A Confederate charge at 1300 scattered the skirmishers after Union artillery knocked out Stuart's guns. As the Confederates rode forward, a cry rang out, "Come on, you Wolverines!" Custer personally led the 7th Michigan to charge Stuart's lead brigade, breaking it after a fierce melee. Stuart prepared another charge, but Custer again roared, "Come on, you Wolverines!" and led the 1st Michigan in a countercharge. Stuart realized that his mission had failed. Even if he could push through, he'd never make it to the Union rear in time. Therefore, he withdrew. Lee intended to supplement Pickett with Hill's least engaged divisions. However, poor communication meant that Heath and Pender's heavily depleted divisions were assigned to the charge, despite the fact that both generals were incapacitated by wounds. It took all morning to assemble the 13,000 men and position every battery in the army for the bombardment. At 1300, the largest artillery barrage of the war began. Between 150 and 170 Confederate guns opened fire on Cemetery Ridge. A similar number of Union guns responded. The bombardment was completely ineffective. Most Confederate guns overshot, damaging Meade's headquarters, supply wagons, and the extensive reserve Meade had prepared, but missing the actual defenders. Union gunners couldn't effectively counter battery due to thick gun smoke and dense trees, but they weren't trying to. It was obvious an attack was coming, and they were saving ammunition to repel it. The Union guns purposefully slowed and then stopped firing one by one, tricking the Confederates into thinking they were silenced. Longstreet tried to get anyone else to order the attack, finally giving in and doing it himself at 1400 as Confederate gunners ran out of ammunition. The Confederates marched deliberately and steadily forward, with Trimble and Pettigrew on the left and Pickett on the right. Anderson's brigades failed to advance for reasons unknown. Federal guns immediately opened up. The 3 columns were supposed to gradually merge together for a concentrated strike, but the fields concealed uneven ground interspersed with fences, ruining cohesion. Worse, Federal artillery fire tore huge gaps in their lines. Union pickets in the fields opened fire, and then were bewildered as the Confederates marched past them. Orders were to not stop before reaching the ridge, but many soldiers dissented. Thousands hid in depressions in the fields and along the sunken Emmitsburg Road. Union defenders entrenched behind a series of stone walls, as the rebels were at Fredericksburg, and opened fire at 400 yards. As the column advanced and its line narrowed, Federal units advanced off the ridge to fire enfilade volleys. Pettigrew and Trimble faltered and stopped just past Emmitsburg Road. Anderson's brigades finally advanced, but artillery quickly turned them back. However, Pickett's division continued on towards a turn in the stone wall, and Alonzo Cushing's battery. Hancock was wounded as he directed fire on the column, and 2 of Pickett's brigade commanders fell. However, Lewis Armistead placed his hat atop his sword and led his men to charge the defences along the angle. Several Union regiments withdrew, letting Armistead and 250 men take Cushing's guns. However, additional regiments arrived and poured fire from 3 sides. No soldier who followed Armistead over the wall returned to Confederate lines. Pickett's charge cost 8,000 Confederate casualties to 1,500 Union, and ended at 1,500 as survivors trickled back to Seminary Ridge. Thousands more would surrender once Union troops found their hiding places. Back on Seminary Ridge, Lee simply hung his head and said, "It's all my fault." He never explained his thinking beyond telling Jefferson Davis not to blame the soldiers for Lee asking too much of them. Pickett was distraught, openly blamed Lee for the disaster, and held the grudge for the rest of his life. His after-action report was so accusatory that Lee had it burned. However, morale remained high, and some units offered to reform and charge again, which Lee morosely refused. As Pickett's charge failed, Kilpatrick decided to diminish the victory. He'd been ordered to patrol the left flank and keep watch on Longstreet's corps. However, Kilpatrick wanted to fight and ordered reckless charges against the fortified infantry, which earned him the nickname Kill Cavalry. By 1700, all the guns fell silent. Battle of Gettysburg was the largest and deadliest battle ever fought in the Western Hemisphere, with over 150,000 men engaging during 3 days of battle. Meade reported 23,049 casualties, about 1/4 of his army. Lee's reports were increasingly terse and vague about casualties from this point onward. Historians agree he'd suffered between 23,000 to 28,000 casualties, over 1/3 of his army. The North celebrated Meade's heroic victory. News that Vicksburg had fallen added to the euphoria. Over in Europe, Lord Palmerston quietly took recognition off the table. The Confederacy had no chance at outright victory now. Halleck and Lincoln congratulated Meade before ordering him to attack and destroy Lee. However, Meade's army was in worse condition than the casualty reports indicated. It had rapidly marched for a week and then spent 3 days fighting in a sweltering summer heatwave. The water sources that weren't fouled by blood were being drunk dry by the influx of 150,000 soldiers and at least that many animals to a township of 2,500. While no statistics were kept, war diaries and officers' reports suggest that half of each army became heat casualties at some point during the battle. Additionally, it was foolish to move off the heights to attack a still dangerous enemy. All the terrain advantages that won the battle would be reversed, and Meade refused to risk another Fredericksburg. Additionally, a torrential rainstorm arrived. Both armies spent a soggy Independence Day rescuing their wounded and exchanging prisoners. Lee knew his invasion had failed and began preparing to retreat during his nightly war council on July 3rd. Longstreet and Ewell pulled back to Seminary Ridge and built breastworks, anticipating that Meade would attack. When he didn't, Lee began slipping away on the night of July 4th, starting with the thousands of supply wagons taken during the invasion. Meade couldn't move his infantry until he knew what Lee was doing. To that end, the cavalry was dispatched on July 4th to harass Lee and report on his retreat. Pleasanton had some of his divisions skirmish with Stuart, while dispatching others to watch the roads south. Kilpatrick partially redeemed himself by recapturing several hundred wagons in Monterey Pass the same day. Lee fully departed Gettysburg before dawn on July 5th, which Meade discovered mid-morning. However, he didn't know where Lee was heading and remained in place until July 7th, when the infantry moved south in 3 columns. Meanwhile, the cavalry continually clashed with Stuart and the Confederate rearguard, capturing thousands of prisoners. Lee was heading for the previously built pontoon bridges at Falling Waters between Hagerstown and Williamsport. However, the bridges were destroyed by high waters, worsened by heavy rains on July 7th, just as the army started arriving. Lee prepared fortifications to hold out until he could cross again. The defenses were finished just hours before Meade's infantry began arriving on July 12th. Seeing the extensive fortifications and still haunted by Fredericksburg, Meade refused to attack without proper artillery preparation. He positioned his army for a July 14th attack when the artillery was ready. Lee was counting on Meade recklessly attacking him, which Halleck and Lincoln were screaming at him to do. Realizing that he was instead preparing to bombard him into surrender, Lee ordered his engineers to get a bridge up now. This was done by nightfall July 13th, with water levels falling enough to ford as well. By morning, Lee was across the Potomac, though Meade continued pursuing him until the inconclusive Battle of Manassas Gap on July 23rd. Lincoln was deeply frustrated, but historians debate whether a more aggressive pursuit would have destroyed Lee or Meade's army. Both armies spent the rest of summer licking their wounds. Meade would advance again in September, but halted after he had to dispatch troops for the Chattanooga Campaign. Lee took the opportunity to launch a turning move on Meade's right flank, but Meade proved too cagey for Lee's trap. Instead, the two fought a war of maneuver, while failing to bring each other to battle at an advantage. While Meade successfully pushed Lee behind the Rapidan, he was forced to retreat to winter quarters in December, following a failed river crossing, to await the arrival of a new general-in-chief. This brings an end to the deadliest military engagement that ever took place on American soil. When the war began, the Confederacy swiftly fortified the Mississippi River. The fortifications at Island No. 10, Fort Pillow, and New Orleans were believed to be strong enough to repel any Federal incursion into the river system, so little thought was given to the river's interior, especially once Columbus was occupied. However, Vicksburg's position on 200-foot-tall bluffs overlooking a sharp and narrow horseshoe-shaped meander made it an easily defendable choke point, so batteries were constructed as an emergency fallback position. That emergency came unexpectedly quickly. Following the capture of New Orleans, Rear Admiral David Farragut continued up the Mississippi, forcing every settlement along the river to submit to the Union, before reaching Vicksburg on May 18th. When the batteries refused to surrender, Farragut retreated, as he didn't actually have the forces to fight. On June 26th, he returned with his full flotilla and additional Marines, to find Vicksburg was also reinforced. Farragut ineffectually bombarded Vicksburg before running past the guns to link up with the Western gunboat flotilla on the 28th, following its capture of Memphis. After the CSS Arkansas ran his blockade and several more failed bombardments, Farragut concluded that he lacked the resources to take Vicksburg. His attempt to bypass it with a canal across the DeSoto Peninsula seemed promising, but the Mississippi's waters refused to enter the canal. By July 24th, subtropical diseases were taking a heavy toll on his sailors, and with water levels falling, Farragut gave up and returned to New Orleans. Vicksburg was the army's problem now. Western Theater Commander Henry Halleck had dearly hoped Farragut would succeed, saving him a logistical nightmare. The only landward approach from Corinth, which avoided the morass of streams, bayous, and swamps called the Yazoo Delta, required moving directly south along exposed rail lines from Holly Springs towards Jackson, then west to Vicksburg. Approaching from the south required navigating the unmaintained roads and frequently flooding streams of backcountry Louisiana before crossing the Mississippi, then moving north across more streams. As Farragut was giving up, Halleck was made general-in-chief and called to Washington, leaving Grant to finish securing the supply routes to Corinth. He was finished by November, at which time Halleck formally gave Grant full control of all soldiers and resources in the Mississippi Theater. Grant had full discretion regarding how to use them, though Halleck and President Lincoln preferred operations against Vicksburg over all others. Grant was happy to oblige, but the task proved far harder than expected. Opposing Grant was General Joseph Johnston, who had finally recovered from his Seven Pines wounds and was now in command of the Department of the West, encompassing all Confederate forces between the Mississippi River and the Appalachian Mountains. However, what that actually meant was ambiguous. Johnston only had direct control of a few regiments, and Davis never explicitly gave him command of the other units. Johnston outranked all the previously independent department commanders in his new department. Still, Davis never explicitly contradicted a previous decree that department commanders were equal regardless of rank, nor explicitly told the other generals that they answered directly to Johnston. Worse, Johnston didn't have sufficient resources to defend everything, and he didn't know where all the resources he did have were. The department had around 100,000 soldiers total, with the 50,000-strong Army of Tennessee defending Tullahoma, the 30,000-strong Army of Mississippi garrisoning Vicksburg, and the remainder in isolated garrisons or independent cavalry commands, too spread out to support each other. Worse, Davis still habitually disregarded the chain of command by issuing orders directly to Johnston's sub-commanders and moving troops around seemingly arbitrarily without telling Johnston. Consequently, Johnston frequently didn't know where his units were or what they were doing. Davis ordered Johnston to prioritize defending Vicksburg, calling it the nailhead holding the Confederacy together. By June 1862, it was the only link between the Trans-Mississippi Department and the rest of the Confederacy. To expand and protect the critical Red River supply route and take some pressure off Vicksburg, a cotton trading jetty named Port Hudson was converted into another fortress at P.G.T. Beauregard's recommendation. At the same time, Vicksburg was further reinforced and fortified. Incorporating learnings from the past year, the riverside batteries were lengthened to provide a longer gauntlet of fire for ships to cross, and many guns were mounted on swivels to make aiming easier. The landward defences became a murderous series of redoubts, trenches, and lunettes with overlapping fields of fire. Johnston was impressed but had his reservations. No matter how strong the fortifications were, the Union had the resources to besiege them, and Grant had the stubbornness to see any siege through. Given his lack of men and material for a relief effort, Johnston's best hope was to keep Grant out of Mississippi. If that failed, Johnston wanted to pull out of the defences and fight Grant in open country, where at least he could retreat if defeated. A fortress could be retaken, but a trapped army was destroyed forever. Grant decided not to overcomplicate his November 1862 campaign against Vicksburg. He had about 70,000 soldiers ready, and fresh recruits were arriving in Memphis every day, while Johnston couldn't have more than 50,000 soldiers to resist him. Therefore, Grant would divide and conquer his enemy by the direct route. He'd take 40,000 men in 2 corps to Holly Springs, then straight down the Mississippi Central Railroad, expecting to fight Johnston in the open between Oxford and Grenada. His most trusted subordinate, William T. Sherman, would load 35,000 men in 4 divisions onto Rear Admiral David Porter's river fleet near Memphis, sail to the Yazoo River, disembark as close to Vicksburg as possible, then advance on the city to pin its garrison. Trapped between the 2 forces, the Confederates would either yield Vicksburg and be trapped by a pincer in open country, or retreat into the defences and fall to a siege. The 2 movements began in late November. However, Grant's plan was too obvious to succeed. Grant expected Nathan Forrest to raid his supply lines in Tennessee and planned accordingly, but he wasn't prepared for Earl Van Dorn. Following 2nd Corinth, Van Dorn was removed from the Mississippi Department Command and given a cavalry division instead. Davis ordered him to join the Army of Tennessee, but Johnston had him delay the move until it could be done as a strategic raid. Grant's advance provided that opportunity, and on December 20th, Van Dorn completely destroyed Grant's base at Holly Springs, including the rail lines and every bridge he could find, before continuing on to Tullahoma. With his lines of supply and communication cut, Grant retreated. His men were forced to live off the land as they marched, which Grant noted was much easier than expected. Meanwhile, Sherman had been successfully debarked at Johnston's plantation and attempted to advance on Vicksburg through Chickasaw Bayou. Opposing him were 14,000 men from the Army of Mississippi, now led by Lieutenant General John Pemberton. However, it was the terrain that actually defeated Sherman, as his men struggled through thick forests and chest-deep bayou before they could even reach the defences, which were protected by a high bluff and felled trees. Unaware that Grant had turned back and the operation was cancelled, Sherman attacked twice, reasoning that he'd have to lose men to take Vicksburg. One place was as good as any other, but they made no progress and retreated on December 30th. In the aftermath, Johnston inspected Pemberton's defences and warned him that if the Federals ever took Haines' Bluff, Vicksburg was indefensible and he was to evacuate immediately. This was when a lingering problem in Grant's department made itself known. John McClernand was a prominent Illinois War Democrat who'd served under Grant since Cairo, and whose battlefield competence was balanced by him being a ladder-climbing backstabber at headquarters. He constantly denigrated colleagues and superiors to the press, the War Department, and Lincoln in his quest to raise his own star and get an independent command, much to Halleck and Grant's disgust. In October, he'd taken a leave of absence to propose his own strategy to Secretary of War Edwin Stanton and Lincoln. Claiming that the problem with the army was a conservative cabal of West Point incompetents, McClernand proposed that he would raise a new army in Illinois, then take riverboats directly to Vicksburg. His fellow political general Nathaniel Banks would bring the Army of the Gulf northward, and the two forces would take the Mississippi River. Lincoln was under pressure from Midwestern war Democrats to reopen the Mississippi for commercial traffic, and approved McClernand to raise troops. Stanton, who shared McClernand's disdain for West Pointers, went further and authorized a new army, which led to Stanton and Halleck having strong words about undermining field commanders. A concerned Grant asked for and received confirmation from Halleck that he was in control of all operations in his department. He then went back to work, no longer concerned. Halleck was far more worried, and quietly undermined McClernand by forwarding most of the units he raised to Grant. Halleck then delayed McClernand's arrival in Memphis until after Sherman began the Chickasaw Bayou operation. Angered, McClernand complained to a chastened Stanton, who informed him that instead he'd command the Army of Tennessee's 13th Corps. McClernand caught up with Sherman after Chickasaw Bayou and declared himself in command as the senior officer, and said that the force was his promised Army of the Mississippi. However, he didn't make any further moves until Sherman suggested capturing the Confederate garrison at Arkansas Post to secure their supply line. This was accomplished by January 11th, but Sherman and Porter reported that McClernand had no idea how to command an army. Consequently, Halleck telegraphed McClernand that he couldn't just declare himself an army commander, and Grant arrived to reabsorb the force on January 17th, reducing McClernand to corps command. Secretly, Grant began looking for an excuse to dismiss the irritating intriguer. Dealing with McClernand forced Grant to switch bases from Corinth to Memphis, while leaving the problem of getting to Vicksburg unchanged. Lincoln liked the idea of a joint push up and down the Mississippi, and asked Grant to work with Banks. Dutifully, Grant did contact Banks, but the latter was busy securing southern Louisiana's bayous amid fierce resistance, and he wasn't sure when he could realistically attack Port Hudson. Thus, Grant continued to work against Vicksburg alone. The direct route was too vulnerable to cavalry raiding to try again, which meant that he'd have to find a way along the Mississippi River. Falling back on his West Point engineering training, Grant attempted 5 experiments to bypass Vicksburg. Grant would later claim in his memoirs that their only real purpose was to keep his men busy during the winter, but most historians and contemporary sources agree that Grant hoped they would work, even if he expected failure. The quickest way to bypass Vicksburg's guns remained Farragut's abandoned canal, so in late January, Sherman's 15th Corps got digging. Without the summer mosquitoes tormenting them, Sherman's men fared better than Farragut's, but they were still unsuccessful. The 6-foot-deep, 6-foot-wide dry ditch was insufficient for either naval traffic or for the river to actually enter, so Grant ordered it deepened and expanded to 7 feet deep and 60 feet wide. However, the river broke the dam at the canal's mouth, quickly flooding it and then silting it in. Steam dredgers were called in, but the additional activity attracted Confederate cannon fire, and the canal was abandoned. Meanwhile, McPherson's 17th Corps built another canal from the Mississippi to Lake Providence, then through connecting bayous to the Red River, enabling Grant to transport his army to Port Hudson instead. By March 18th, McPherson reported that the canal was sufficiently complete for riverboats, but fluctuating water levels along the route led Grant to abandon the project. It is likely that this project really was just a make-work effort, as Grant didn't want to get close enough to Banks for the latter to claim command of the expedition through his seniority. In February, Porter attempted to bypass Haynes Bluff to the east via a disused riverboat route called the Yazoo Pass. If successful, it would open a trade route to Yazoo City and the flat ground east of Vicksburg. To reach the pass, on February 3rd, a levee was blown near Helena to raise the water level and allow 10 gunboats and 13 transports into Moon Lake. Progress was achingly slow due to inconsistent water levels, thick swamp grasses, and tangled masses of trees. Worse, the trees were full of flood-stranded wildlife, which began raining onto the passing gunboats. The soldiers and sailors found themselves shooing away everything from raccoons and snakes to cougars and bears. Meanwhile, Pemberton fortified the riverbend just north of Greenwood, When the expedition reached Fort Pemberton on March 11th, they found formidable defenses above ground, too marshy for an infantry attack. After several days of ineffectual bombardment, the expedition turned around and rejoined Grant on April 14th. Once word of Fort Pemberton's existence reached Porter, a second naval expedition was launched through Steele's Bayou to outflank the position. The initial movement through the bayou was successful, but upon reaching Deer Creek, it rapidly bogged down. The creek was far narrower and more overgrown, slowing the squadron to a crawl. Confederates began felling trees to further block the ships from in front and behind, trapping them. Sherman dispatched troops to rescue Porter on March 22nd, safely returning to Milliken's Bend by March 27th. That day, Grant decided to try one final canal, this time connecting Duckport Landing to New Carthage via Walnut Bayou. Once again, the digging went well, and on April 13th, the protective levee was opened to fill the canal. However, Mississippi silt began to clog the route, and the region's water levels began falling, leaving less than 6 inches of water inside the canal. This was the final straw for Grant. Cleverness had failed to get him around Vicksburg. It was time for brute force. Having had ample time to survey Vicksburg's riverward defences, he'd concluded that the high bluff was actually a weakness, as the guns couldn't depress far enough to hit the nearest third of the river. Therefore, transports could steam right under the guns and survive. After convincing Porter to make the run, Grant planned a multi-pronged deception to disguise his intentions until the crossing was complete. McClernand's troops quietly built a military road from the supply base at Milliken's Bend to Hard Times Landing, where Grant intended to cross. Meanwhile, Sherman would leave one division to feint against Snyder's Bluff to pin Pemberton, while the rest of his corps made demonstrations to the north to divert attention from McClernand and McPherson's crossing, then follow behind. Finally, a cavalry raid through the central Mississippi would draw resources and Johnston's attention away from the river. The night of April 16th, Porter sent 7 gunboats shielding 3 transports floating downriver towards Vicksburg. With engines muffled and no lights allowed, Porter hoped to simply float past the guns unnoticed on a moonless night. However, Confederate sentries spotted them anyway and raised the alarm, interrupting a grand ball being held in town. As Grant predicted, the guns mostly overshot, and the squadron took minimal damage, beside many holes in smokestacks. By the time the Confederates realized the problem and began elevating their guns, Porter was through, and Grant had his transports. 6 days later, 6 supply ships attempted the run, with 5 making it through. With Porter clear, the second phase began. Colonel Benjamin Grierson was a music teacher who hated horses, but 2 years of war had turned him into a hardened cavalryman, ready to teach the Confederates a thing or two about strategic cavalry usage. Launching from LaGrange the morning of April 17th, Grierson led his 1,700 troopers 600 miles through central Mississippi to Baton Rouge, arriving May 2nd. Traveling in multiple columns, led by scouts dressed as Confederates, Grierson's raid destroyed thousands of arms caches, dozens to hundreds of warehouses, wrecked over 50 miles of railroad, liberated hundreds of slaves, and inflicted over 100 casualties for only 19 losses. Johnston and Pemberton diverted all available cavalry and an infantry division to ineffectively chase Grierson and protect supply lines, completely taking their attention off Grant. By April 29th, Grant's army was assembled for crossing, and he wired Sherman to start the distraction at Snyder's Bluff. However, his intended landing point at Grand Gulf was held by a Confederate division from Pemberton's army. Porter tried to reinforce the landing by bombarding the defenses, but failed to reduce their positions. Rather than waste more time, Grant ordered him to run the transports downriver, while the gunboats covered them with another bombardment, which succeeded with no losses. He'd cross at Disharoon's plantation instead. Acting on advice from a local slave, Porter began ferrying McClernand and McPherson's corps across to Bruinsburg on April 30th. By May 1st, 24,000 Union soldiers were across the Mississippi, the largest American amphibious landing until World War II. Fearing just such a flanking maneuver, Pemberton had sent reinforcements to defend Port Gibson, which held the road inland from Bruinsburg. The 8,000 Confederates deployed along a series of ridges and ravines straddling the road, which provided excellent defensive ground, but also prevented the units from communicating directly with each other. McClernand made contact with the Confederates at 0630, pushing back the brigade holding Rodney Road until being checked by Confederate reinforcements. Following an artillery barrage, McClernand ordered another attack, only for it to fail when the units didn't attack together. However, at 1000, McClernand finally got all his units to advance together, and the Confederate front line buckled and fell back. Grant sent reinforcements, and the attack continued until the Confederates withdrew at 1500. With a Federal beachhead established, the Confederates at Grand Gulf withdrew to rejoin Pemberton. Meanwhile, Grant established his communication lines and brought the rest of his 40,000-man field army across the Mississippi. Marching for Raymond, he ordered his troops to travel light and to forage for supplies, which the men did with gusto, stripping all the local plantations of food. Following Davis's orders, Pemberton ordered John Gregg's brigade to establish a defensive line at Raymond rather than Jackson. On May 12, McPherson made contact with Gregg, who aggressively attacked the unknown force. McPherson's vanguard was pushed back before superior numbers nearly enveloped Gregg, who just barely escaped. While barely a hiccup to his march, Grant decided to swing east to drive off Johnston before he could gather enough forces to be a threat. Johnston had been with the Army of Tennessee when Grant crossed the Mississippi. Learning of the situation on May 9th, he'd raced back to Jackson to find only 6,000 men ready to defend the city, though Davis assured him that reinforcements were coming. However, Sherman and McPherson arrived first on May 14th. Rather than fight a hopeless battle, Johnson ordered Gregg to delay the Federals while he evacuated everything he could. The Union attack began in a rainstorm at 1000, and by 1400, Johnston was clear. Gregg successfully disengaged and rejoined him on the Canton Road. There, Johnston was reinforced to 15,000 and ordered Pemberton to advance from Edwards Station and engage Grant near Clinton, where Johnston could join him. However, Pemberton ignored the order and instead tried to raid Grant's supply line. However, Grant was advancing too quickly. Pemberton switched to obeying Johnston, but it was too late. At 0700 on May 16th, Pemberton's countermarch was intercepted at Champion Hill. While his 23,000 men quickly formed a strong defensive position along the ridges overlooking Jackson Creek, it did not cover the Jackson Road on the left flank around Champion Hill. McPherson's corps was using that road, while McClernand moved towards the Confederate right along Raymond Road. At 11:30, McPherson engaged, and by 1300 he'd broken through, while McClernand was stymied. Pemberton's position crumbled, and his men fled across Baker Creek towards the Big Black River Bridge, their only remaining escape route. One division was cut off and would instead sneak around Grant to join Johnston. Pemberton retreated back to Vicksburg, leaving 2 brigades to hold the Big Black River Bridge in the hope that the missing division would arrive. Instead, McClernand arrived early on May 17th, and an artillery duel began. Scouting under the cover of cannon smoke, a Union brigade discovered that a river meander scar led right into the heart of the Confederate line. The brigade rushed into the scar, then charged into the Confederate line, which crumbled from the shock. The routing rebels burned not only the bridge, but a riverboat serving as a ferry, to unsuccessfully delay the Federal advance. As Pemberton withdrew from Haines' Bluff, Johnston knew that Vicksburg was doomed and ordered him to evacuate before being trapped. However, Pemberton chose to ignore Johnston and follow Davis's order to hold Vicksburg at all costs. By May 18th, Grant was outside Vicksburg. Unwilling to let Pemberton's men recover, he ordered an immediate storming attack, which failed on May 19th. On the 22nd, Grant ordered another assault after heavy bombardment from both his artillery and Porter's gunboats. While this more carefully planned attack took some outworks, the defences ultimately held. Accepting failure, Grant prepared to take Vicksburg by siege and began calling in all his reinforcements, including the troops he'd left north of the city to distract Pemberton. Meanwhile, Banks finally disengaged from operations along the Red River and besieged Port Hudson on May 22nd. As Grant built his siege lines, he initially couldn't completely surround Vicksburg, and Pemberton could have escaped via unguarded roads to the south. Johnston repeatedly ordered him to do so, but Pemberton instead obeyed Davis's orders to hold and wait for the relief army Davis promised Johnston was building. Johnston was assembling troops in Jackson, but he couldn't find enough artillery, ammunition, or muskets for all 32,000 soldiers, most of whom were raw conscripts. Worse, by early June, Grant was reinforced to 77,000, with Sherman guarding the Big Black River crossings with 40,000 men. Grant also found the excuse to fire McClernand after he defied orders about talking to the press on June 18th. The situation was hopeless, so Johnston called for help from other departments. On June 7th, the Trans-Mississippi Department sent a Texas brigade to break Grant's supply line at Milliken's Bend. The Louisiana Colored Brigade stationed there repelled the attack with heavy losses, ending the only serious attempt to break the encirclement. Johnston finally moved to break the siege on June 28th, but a series of probing attacks on July 1st showed that Sherman's position was too strong for his poorly trained troops, and Johnston retreated to preserve the army. On June 25th and again on July 1st, Grant's engineers detonated mines under the Confederate lines to prove the futility of further resistance. With the city out of food, Pemberton finally agreed to surrender on July 3rd. Initially, Grant offered only unconditional surrender, but he was convinced to offer parole instead to avoid having to transport 30,000 prisoners northward. Vicksburg formally surrendered on July 4th, and Port Hudson followed on July 9th. The Confederacy was split in two, and Davis was furious. He blamed Johnston for not aggressively breaking the siege, while Johnston shot back that Davis had made empty and wildly unrealistic promises about the relief army. In any case, coupled with the victory at Gettysburg, Vicksburg turned the tide of the war, and Grant was given supreme command of the Western armies as a reward. Banks's campaign against Port Hudson was far less effective than Grant's against Vicksburg. Previously only notable for one of the United States' earliest railways, connecting it to the cotton processing hub in Clinton, by mid-1862, Port Hudson was being turned into a fortress, arguably more formidable than Vicksburg, and Rear Admiral David Farragut was increasingly alarmed. He'd intended to return to Vicksburg and assist Grant once his campaign got underway, and Port Hudson's batteries increasingly thwarted such a move. As such, he'd asked the Army's Department of the Gulf to attack before it became impregnable. Benjamin Butler had flatly refused to advance further until he was satisfied with New Orleans' pacification, and wouldn't advance directly on Port Hudson without clearing out the intervening bayous. Banks replaced Butler in late 1862 and brought with him 30,000 fresh recruits, reigniting Farragut's hopes for attacking Port Hudson. While willing, attacking Port Hudson was low on Banks's to-do list. Quieting the dissent Butler had fomented in New Orleans was far more critical, followed by reoccupying Baton Rouge and supporting other naval operations along the Texas coast. However, after increasingly angry badgering from Farragut, in early March, Banks agreed to march 13,000 men to Port Hudson. However, he'd never arrive. There was no direct road from Baton Rouge to Port Hudson, so he had to take a series of backroads. After a week of meandering through bayous, Banks discovered that he'd been given deliberately misleading maps and was nowhere near Port Hudson. Running low on supplies and suffering constant attrition from disease, Banks retreated to Baton Rouge. Farragut ran out of patience and attempted to run the guns on March 13th, but only his flagship made it past Port Hudson. The Confederates had learned from 1862 and used far more powerful swivel-mounted guns instead of static batteries. As he retreated, escaping slaves told Banks that the only supply lines to Port Hudson were the single-track railway plus the river. Also, the 13,000-strong garrison had little to do but build defences, and a murderous line of lunettes, breastworks and trenches protected the 7 fortified river batteries. That sounded like too tough a nut to crack, so Banks looked for an alternative. Richard Taylor's Department of West Louisiana had been operating along Bayou Teche, threatening both New Orleans and Baton Rouge. Despite being severely outnumbered, Taylor believed that he could recover all of Louisiana. To dissuade him of the notion, secure his supply lines, and turn this debacle into a success, Banks decided to give up on Port Hudson and march against Taylor. Additionally, Bayou Teche looked passable on Banks's maps, as did several other bayous north of Alexandria. Banks hoped to blaze a route around Port Hudson, rendering the position worthless. Banks landed his troops at Berwick on April 9th. By April 20th, he'd driven Taylor out of Bayou Teche and captured Fort Burton at Butler Rose, taking control of the Atchafalaya River system, and Taylor withdrew towards Shreveport. Alexandria fell on May 9th, marking the end of a tactically successful but strategically worthless campaign. Banks couldn't hold Alexandria, and the captured territory was worthless. Bayou Teche was too narrow and overgrown to often be a viable shipping route, and the streams and bayous north of Alexandria were no better. While his New England soldiers had outfought Taylor's Texans and Louisianans handily, they were losing to the climate and subtropical diseases. Humiliatingly, he'd have to withdraw. However, Banks quickly got a face-saving excuse. Local newspapers reported that Grant had crossed the Mississippi and was en route to Vicksburg. Escaping slaves and Federal scouts reported that Davis was diverting all resources to defend his hometown, including about half the Port Hudson garrison. It was now soft enough to attack. On May 14th, Banks's 3 divisions marched out of Alexandria. 2 more were already marching from Baton Rouge to meet him at Port Hudson and envelop the fortress. The spring floods left the Red River impassably debris-choked, so Banks had to march overland rather than sail downriver, ultimately building a series of bridges to reach the Mississippi. By May 21st, Banks was across and engaged the Confederates at Plains Store Crossroads. Superior Confederate numbers routed his vanguard until Banks's main force arrived and drove the Confederates from the crossroads, trapping them in Port Hudson. Banks currently had 20,000 troops, with another 20,000 en route, opposed by 7,300 Confederates under Major General Franklin Gardner. Despite being enveloped on May 22nd, Gardner's cavalry kept Banks away from the fortifications until the 26th, when they were finally forced inside the defences. Gardner used the time to reposition the river guns to the outward fortifications and build additional works based on where Banks was positioned. Gardner knew that no relief army was coming, and instead hoped to hold out long enough for disease to force Banks to relent. Banks wanted the siege over as quickly as possible, and so ordered an assault for May 27th. He knew whichever commander subdued their target first would get all the glory, and Grant had started besieging Vicksburg a week earlier. The clock was ticking, but he'd received another 10,000 troops already. Surely 30,000 men was enough to overcome the 7,300 defenders. Banks had the Navy bombard Port Hudson's defences to soften them up the night before the attack. It didn't work. The lack of reconnaissance meant that the dawn assault charged into the strongest crossfire along the northern defences between Fort Desperate and the Bullpen Redoubt. The attackers were slaughtered. With the situation growing desperate, the 1st and 3rd Louisiana Native Guards were sent forward. These regiments had been formed from freed slaves and were only intended to serve as pioneers and engineers, freeing up white troops for the front lines. Their charge, as brave though ineffective as the others, was the first time US colored troops saw combat, beating the 54th Massachusetts by nearly 2 months. Another attack was launched against the Eastern Works at 1400 after a lengthy artillery bombardment, but it fared no better against the defences. Banks suffered 2,000 casualties for no gain and inflicted only 235. Banks was forced to begin siege operations, and between May 28th and June 13th, he brought all of his department's resources to Port Hudson, including naval guns intended to defend New Orleans. After a heavy bombardment on June 13th, Banks ordered another assault at 0330 June 14th, which became disorganized due to heavy fog and fared worse than the first assault, suffering almost 1,800 casualties to about 50 Confederates. Banks never gave up on storming Port Hudson and began training specialist assault units, though he'd never ordered the attack. Instead, the next month was spent constantly bombarding the Confederates, while the two sides engaged in continuous trench raids. The heavy Union cannons destroyed every building inside the fortifications and forced the Confederates underground, but did no appreciable damage to the defenses themselves. With no civilians to defend, the rebel garrison was content to hold out despite dwindling supplies, until word of Vicksburg's surrender arrived on July 4th. Accepting that further resistance was pointless, Gardner surrendered on July 9th. He'd suffered 1,000 casualties from enemy fire and disease, and his surviving 6,300 men were paroled. Banks had suffered 5,000 battlefield casualties, and another 5,000 were struck down by disease. With hopes for a great battlefield victory dashed, the ambitious Banks threw himself into Reconstruction politics. The native guards had impressed him enough that he became a champion of black soldiers and of educating former slaves, which ingratiated him with the radical Republicans. He also became active in cotton speculation, using the proceeds to buy additional support. He hoped to run for president one day, assuming he didn't suffer another embarrassing military defeat. President Lincoln hoped Major General William Rosecrans would follow up his victory at Stones River by quickly taking Chattanooga and finally fulfilling his dream of liberating Unionist East Tennessee. He would be sorely disappointed. The Army of the Cumberland had been badly mauled and needed considerable reorganization and reinforcement before it could advance. Even if the army was ready, winter in Middle Tennessee brought freezing rain, turning mountain roads between Murfreesboro and Tullahoma into waist-deep mudflows. Any advance had to wait for dry summer roads. Instead, Rosecrans spent the first 6 months of 1863 turning Murfreesboro into a major supply base and training center. Daily drills hardened and disciplined his soldiers, who received the latest weapons and equipment, while Rosecrans streamlined supply lines. When Rosecrans's army marched out, it would be the best trained and equipped one in North America. They would need to be both for the upcoming campaign. However, Washington only saw shades of McClellan in Rosecrans's endless preparations, which got worse every time he ignored their constant prodding to move. Politically, the Union needed more success from the Western armies to make up for the Army of the Potomac's defeats. And Lincoln needed it even more to set his increasingly anxious and depressed mind at ease. Additionally, Secretary Stanton was concerned that Bragg might leave Tennessee to reinforce Vicksburg. However, Rosecrans didn't care about political optics or the president's mental health and found Stanton's fears ridiculous. The military reality was that he couldn't do anything until the roads dried out, and unlike Grant, he refused to pretend otherwise and exhaust his infantry by slogging them through mud. Rosecrans also argued that Bragg was more likely to redeploy if attacked, so by waiting, he was pinning Bragg. Additionally, if Bragg did redeploy to Vicksburg, it would take months and leave Chattanooga exposed, which Jefferson Davis couldn't allow. The tension between Rosecrans and Lincoln grew so heated that General-in-Chief Henry Halleck contemplated dismissing Rosecrans, but instead just rebuked him for costing the War Department thousands of dollars in telegrams. The obstinate general responded that he'd already planned his operation for late June and wouldn't move beforehand. Had Lincoln and Halleck known the Confederacy's situation in Tullahoma, they would likely have applauded Rosecrans rather than rebuked him. The Army of Tennessee was starving. Tullahoma is located in the Tennessee Barrens, so named for its lack of agricultural land, meaning Braxton Bragg struggled to feed his army. Ironically, the critical Chattanooga railways he was protecting shipped tons of food to Richmond and the Army of Northern Virginia every day, but left none for him. Thus, his army suffered a very hard, hungry winter, made harder by the Martinet Bragg enforcing extreme discipline and rigorous training. However, the situation in headquarters was far worse. Bragg's top subordinates were difficult men in their own right, but Bragg's cantankerous inflexibility, coupled with a dour yet haughty personality, brought out the worst in those around him. The senior generals couldn't stop antagonizing each other. Leonidas Polk's open insubordination during the Kentucky campaign made it worse, and accusations of incompetence began flying back and forth following Perryville. In November, Jefferson Davis investigated the problem and saw how dysfunctional the generals were. Rather than acknowledge Polk's incompetence or Bragg's unpopularity, Davis simply confirmed Bragg's authority and implored them all to get along for the good of the Confederacy. Davis's problem was that he'd strongly admired Bragg since serving together in Mexico, while the fighting bishop was his old West Point crony. Rather than risk his personal relationships, Davis let the problem fester. The defeat at Stones River made it worse. His generals blamed Bragg for not continuing the attack on January 2nd, while Bragg blamed his generals for not attacking aggressively enough on December 31st. Bragg made it worse by circulating a letter that came off as asking for their opinion on his command, which set off a firestorm of criticism. Davis once again intervened, damping down the flames without putting out the fire. Unwilling to dismiss Bragg or reassign his subordinates, Davis passed the buck to Department of the West Commander Joseph Johnston, who passed it right back, utterly disgusted by Davis's cowardice. Additionally, his ability to replace Bragg was limited by the ambiguity about the Department of the West's authority. Therefore, Davis ordered Johnston to inspect the Army of Tennessee, implying that he would take over command if the army's condition were poor. However, Johnston reported that the Army of Tennessee was the best trained, equipped, and disciplined in the Confederacy. Its hunger wasn't Bragg's fault, so Johnston didn't dismiss him. Johnston's personal honor wouldn't let him profit at another's expense anyway. Johnston made it clear that replacing Bragg was Davis's responsibility, which Davis continued shirking. Johnston did soothe enough ruffled feathers for headquarters to function before leaving for the Vicksburg Campaign. Both sides spent winter and spring wasting cavalry in pointless raids. Bragg had almost 16,000 horsemen, though he only directly commanded Joseph Wheeler's troopers. Nathan Forrest and John Morgan's semi-independent commands were exceptional raiders, but poor at intelligence gathering. All the commands launched ineffective raids, and Rosecrans's 9,000 troopers ineffectively raided Bragg right back. Wheeler's attempt to retake Fort Donelson ended bloodily in February. Forrest destroyed railways throughout Tennessee in March, but didn't meaningfully disrupt Rosecrans's supply lines. Federal raids ended in disaster in March and April. The capstone was Morgan's Ohio raid. In late May, he launched a massive raid into Ohio, despite Bragg explicitly ordering him not to. Panicked Northern papers believed that Morgan was a distraction or reinforcements for Lee's Pennsylvania invasion, but the timing was entirely coincidental. Despite doing considerable physical and psychological damage, Morgan didn't disrupt the Union war effort at all, and his entire command was captured on July 26th. With the roads sufficiently dried out, Rosecrans set June 24th as his step-off date. Rather than fight Bragg for Tennessee, he'd maneuver him out. The easiest route from Murfreesboro to Tullahoma was through Shelbyville, and Polk's corps had heavily fortified the town, anticipating that Rosecrans would attack there. William Hardee's corps held War Trace to protect the main road and back up the cavalry patrolling the mountain passes. Therefore, Rosecrans ordered his reserves under Jordan Granger to feint in that direction, before sweeping east to take Bell Buckle Gap. The 20th Corps would seize Liberty Gap, while the 14th Corps slipped through Hoover's Gap. The 21st Corps would turn Bragg's right flank by marching through Bradyville to Manchester. Key to the operation was the Lightning Brigade, mounted infantry from Indiana and Illinois who'd brought their own horses, and Spencer repeating rifles. They had to capture and hold the narrow Hoover's Gap on the first day, or the entire operation would bog down and fail. They did not disappoint, as the months of planning and training paid off. The feint towards Shelbyville completely tricked Bragg, and the Lightning Brigade seized Hoover Gap from the surprised Confederate defenders before holding off an entire division's counterattack, ignoring orders to retreat. McCook pushed through the initial defenses in Liberty Gap, but reinforcements and rain prevented further Federal advances until June 26th. However, Wheeler and Forrest failed to discover Crittenden's position, or that Shelbyville was a feint, allowing the flanking movement to proceed successfully. Hardee's disdain for Bragg compounded the problem, as he rarely and only tersely communicated with him. He'd decided that the Tullahoma position was deeply flawed, but rather than make his objections known, he'd concluded that Bragg was an idiot and quietly planned to save his men from Bragg's idiocy, ignoring established defensive plans. Thus, as Thomas once again advanced, Hardee withdrew his troops to War Trace rather than to the second line of defences Bragg had prepared near Manchester. This gave Thomas an open road to the army's rear, forcing Bragg to withdraw into Tullahoma completely. Bragg intended to fight, but Polk and Hardee counselled withdrawing behind Elk River on June 30th, then to Cowan on July 2nd. However, Cowan wasn't defensible, forcing Bragg to order a full withdrawal to Chattanooga. Rosecrans expected to be lauded for his nearly bloodless achievement, but the victories at Vicksburg and Gettysburg completely overshadowed him. His only praise was a telegram from the War Department urging him to march quickly and destroy Bragg's army, after which Rosecrans morosely protested that victories shouldn't be measured in spilled blood. Rather than blindly follow Bragg through unknown terrain, Rosecrans halted for a month to study the route south and rebuild his supply lines. Meanwhile, Richmond was panicking. If Chattanooga fell, all supply and communication lines west of Atlanta would be cut. Therefore, the Army of East Tennessee was redeployed to reinforce Bragg and hold Chattanooga, and Johnston dispatched reinforcements from Mississippi, though neither arrived in time. To improve the command problems, Hardee was assigned to Mississippi, but he was replaced by the even more quarrelsome D.H. Hill. Rosecrans still had no intention of directly fighting Bragg. Instead, the Lightning Brigade was dispatched to the ridges outside Chattanooga, where Bragg expected Rosecrans to attack. Beginning August 21st, the brigade began shelling Confederate positions while causing as much ruckus as possible, causing Bragg to shift his defenses to meet the oncoming attack. Meanwhile, Rosecrans marched the bulk of his army through Alabama to cut off Chattanooga from the rear. Bragg finally discovered that he'd been tricked on September 6th and withdrew on September 8th before the trap closed. Meanwhile, Lincoln's long-hoped-for liberation was underway. Ambrose Burnside had been reassigned to the west and given the 9th and 23rd Corps to reform the Army of the Ohio. He'd planned to march on Knoxville in early June, but orders to reinforce Grant with the 9th Corps delayed him until August. He finally got underway on August 16th, outflanking Confederate defenses in the Cumberland Gap. The Confederate brigades left behind to hold Tennessee were too dispersed to oppose Burnside, who took Knoxville bloodlessly on September 3rd. He then dispersed his troops to capture the remaining Confederates and secure East Tennessee. Unlike at Tullahoma, Rosecrans didn't pause to secure Chattanooga. Convinced the Confederates were utterly demoralized after losing both cities, he assumed they'd retreat to Rome or even Atlanta. Therefore, Rosecrans overconfidently spread his forces out and advanced into Georgia. This should have been a disastrous mistake, but Confederate dysfunction saved him. Bragg had only actually retreated to Lafayette, 20 miles south of Chattanooga. There, the reinforcements finally caught up to him, and he learned that James Longstreet's corps was coming by train, though it had to travel a 900-mile-long detour due to Union control of the direct rail links. Bragg then prepared to counterattack. To encourage Rosecrans's delusion, fake deserters told him that Bragg was still retreating. Without verifying the intelligence, Rosecrans eagerly sent his cavalry to cut the rail lines, while each corps moved through a different pass, intending to link back up at Rome to trap Bragg. This was exactly what Bragg wanted, as Rosecrans's corps were too far apart to support each other. After his cavalry actually did its job and located the Federals, Bragg planned to ambush and destroy each column in detail. However, Bragg's generals failed him once again. Between September 10th to 13th, Bragg positioned overwhelming numbers against isolated Union divisions, only for the generals to find excuses not to attack, with only the highly competent Patrick Cleburne's division putting in real effort on September 11th. This snapped Rosecrans out of his delusion, and he issued orders to McCook and Thomas to rejoin Crittenden at Stevens Gap. Polk squandered another opportunity to ambush Crittenden's lead division, forcing Bragg to march north to confront Rosecrans's concentrating army, hoping that his 65,000 men, with another 12,000 on the way, could still destroy the 60,000 Federals. At 0700 on September 18th, Bragg's leading column took the wrong road and encountered Federal cavalry guarding Reed's Bridge across West Chickamauga Creek. The Federals were pushed back by noon, but no pursuit occurred, while the column figured out where it was. Further south, the Lightning Brigade held Alexander's Bridge, despite multiple attacks. At 1630, the Confederates crossed to the north at Lambert's Ford, and the Federals fell back to the Lafayette Road. Rosecrans realized what Bragg was up to shortly after first contact. Therefore, he had Thomas and McCook rapidly march to Crittenden's position and deploy along the base of Missionary Ridge after dark. Thomas became the left flank facing Reed's Bridge, Crittenden the center, and McCook strung out on the right, with reserves to the north at McAfee's Church. Unaware of these movements, Bragg planned to assault Crittenden's left flank, driving him into a river meander called McLemore's Cove and destroying him. Longstreet and his troops hadn't arrived, but several of his officers had, and Bragg happily replaced his enemies with the newcomers. The Battle of Chickamauga began by accident. Early on September 19th, Union patrols seeking to destroy Reed's Bridge and refill their canteens ran into Forrest's troopers near Jay's Mill. Forrest pushed forward to the main Union defenses before Thomas counterattacked, believing that there was only one Confederate brigade across the river. Forrest called for reinforcements and halted the attack. Realizing that Rosecrans was further north than expected, Bragg shifted his army north to force Rosecrans back towards McLemore's Cove. What followed was some of the hardest fighting of the whole war. Bragg ordered his army to attack along the entire Federal line, one division at a time, starting in the north and working their way south. Thomas's corps put up a tremendous fight, giving minimal ground despite the relentless pressure. They were aided by the terrain constantly breaking up Confederate assaults before they reached the line, and Rosecrans continually shifting units from McCook and Crittenden's corps to replace Thomas's depleted men. As night fell, the fighting petered out, but didn't fully stop. Longstreet arrived shortly before dusk with his leading 5,500 men. Bragg eagerly reorganized his army to utilize Longstreet as Lee had, placing him in command of his left wing, with Polk commanding the right. They'd launch an echelon attack at dawn, with D.H. Hill's corps leading. Longstreet was to deliver the killing blow to the Union right after Polk pulled all reinforcements to the left. However, darkness and difficult terrain meant that Bragg's staff officers got lost delivering Hill's instructions. On the Union side, the presence of Assistant Secretary of War Charles Dana ruled out a retreat. Therefore, Rosecrans and his generals restructured their line to better defend against reinforced attacks they knew were coming. Polk awoke slightly after 0500 to discover that Hill had no idea he was supposed to attack. Both men disastrously agreed to postpone the attack until after 0900, allowing the Federals to finish fortifying their line. When Bragg finally berated them into motion, their attacks fell apart against Thomas's breastworks, and by noon, Polk's wing was shattered. However, around 10:30, a Union staff officer thought he had discovered a gap on the right near Brotherton and warned Rosecrans. There wasn't one. Brannan's division was just hidden by thick brush. However, an increasingly mentally depleted Rosecrans had lost track of Brannan's location as he shuffled units around to meet attacks. Without verifying the report or consulting his subordinates, Rosecrans ordered Wood's division to move left and close the gap. Wood knew the order was wrong, but he obeyed anyway, creating a real gap from a fake one. He'd incurred Rosecrans's wrath twice already for questioning orders, and was unwilling to suffer a third. By pure coincidence, Longstreet was preparing to assault Wood's now vacant position. Bragg had grown frustrated with Polk's lack of progress, and ordered Longstreet to abandon the echelon sequence and attack with everything. Gradually realizing why the Western armies had performed so poorly, Longstreet fell back on his West Point training and prepared Napoleonic deep assault columns led by John Hood to break the Union line. At 11:10, the main column advanced, driving right through the gap. As Union units on both sides of the breakthrough began routing, Wood ordered a counterattack, which stalled the advance and cost Hood his right leg. However, panic began spreading, and soon the entire Union right was fleeing to Chattanooga. Rosecrans tried to rally the troops, but was forced to flee after narrowly avoiding capture. However, Thomas stayed and fought. He'd already pulled back towards Snodgrass Hill under Polk's relentless but uncoordinated attacks, and as the right broke, he extended the line onto Horseshoe Ridge. Retreating units quickly joined his line, and about 8,000 men stopped retreating in McFarland's Gap and began marching back to the battle. Additionally, Granger's reserves began marching towards the sound of guns, falling into Thomas's line. Around 1300, Longstreet met with Bragg to request reinforcements to finish off Thomas, only for a distraught Bragg to declare the battle lost, and Polk's troops were exhausted. At 1630, Thomas received orders to retreat to Chattanooga and made an orderly withdrawal under fire. The Battle of Chickamauga's casualty list was second only to Gettysburg. The Union suffered 16,170 casualties to 18,454 Confederates. Longstreet urged a vigorous pursuit, but Bragg refused. He was horrified at the casualties and wouldn't risk abandoning the wounded or asking exhausted soldiers to force march. Additionally, over half the army's draft animals had been killed, and they'd spent most of their ammunition. He'd reorganize and resupply from captured Federal supplies before advancing on Chattanooga. When Thomas arrived in Chattanooga, he found the normally confident and vigorous Rosecrans listless and uncommunicative. Lincoln described him as confused and stunned like a duck hit on the head. He had his men reoccupy the Confederate fortifications and resupplied them, but did nothing else, handing Bragg the initiative. Bragg's logistical problems meant his only option was to besiege Chattanooga. He didn't have the ammunition for bombardment, but could try starving them out. Beginning September 25th, Bragg shut off river, road, and rail access to Chattanooga, leaving only a single mountain trail supplying Rosecrans, which Wheeler easily raided. Storming wasn't an option, as something was wrong with his army. He didn't know it, but Confederate morale never recovered from the deep psychological scar left by Chickamauga. Hill commented after the war that the elan of the Southern soldier was never seen after Chickamauga. His generals prodded Rosecrans to do something, but all he did was languidly make plans without executing them. By mid-October, Chattanooga was nearing starvation, but the Confederates were about to explode. The recriminations between Bragg and his generals got so bad that Davis went to Tennessee personally to allow Bragg to reassign Polk and dismiss a number of more junior officers. Rosecrans's predicament had Washington panicking. Burnside sent reinforcements to Rosecrans, but they were turned back by Forrest in late September. Therefore, Washington turned to the hero of Vicksburg. U.S. Grant had been securing central Mississippi and exploring options for further campaigns when word of Chickamauga arrived. He immediately dispatched Sherman's corps, but that wasn't enough. He was ordered to take command personally on September 29th, as he was to be appointed to Supreme Command in the West shortly. Washington also reactivated Joseph Hooker and gave him the 11th and 12th Corps from the Army of the Potomac, before shipping them 1,233 miles in 11 days to Bridgeport, Alabama, arriving October 6th. Hooker immediately marched for Chattanooga. Grant's appointment came through on October 17th, and the next day he relieved Rosecrans, who didn't object. Thomas was ordered to take command and hold until Grant arrived on October 23rd. Rosecrans had been working on a plan alongside engineer Brigadier William Smith to use Brown's Ferry as a new supply line, but hadn't implemented it. Upon Grant's arrival, Thomas explained the plan and was ordered to execute it immediately. At 3 a.m. on October 27th, engineers and assault teams floated downriver on pontoons past the defences on Lookout Mountain to Brown's Ferry. There, the assault force dispersed the defenders, while the engineers built the bridge. The Confederates attempted to counterattack, but pulled back when Hooker was spotted arriving through Lookout Valley. At 2300 on October 28th, Longstreet attempted to drive Hooker off with a night attack, but was repulsed. The next day, supplies began arriving in Chattanooga again. As the first crates were full of hardtack, the route was named the Cracker Line. With Chattanooga resupplied, Bragg knew the siege had failed, but he couldn't just retreat. His only hope was to get around Grant's left flank and recut the supply routes, but that required control of the railway through Knoxville to Virginia. Therefore, on November 3rd, Longstreet was ordered to defeat Burnside and retake Knoxville. Longstreet objected to dispersing the army, but went anyway, eager to return to Lee and his functional army. Longstreet intended to destroy Burnside's forces piecemeal. However, Forrest's raiding had Burnside on alert, and when he learned that Longstreet was coming, he ordered his army to fall back to Knoxville's defences. Longstreet tried to trap Burnside at Campbell's Station, but a masterfully executed fighting withdrawal let him reach Knoxville on November 17th. Longstreet didn't have the numbers to either storm or starve out Burnside. After a surprise assault failed, Longstreet was left to ineffectively stare at Burnside. While waiting for Sherman, Grant and Thomas planned to rid themselves of Bragg. The plan called for Sherman to cross the Tennessee via a pontoon bridge before assaulting Bragg's right flank via the northern end of Missionary Ridge on November 24th. Hooker would launch a simultaneous attack on Lookout Mountain. Grant thought Thomas's troops still too dispirited after Chickamauga, and so limited them to a reconnaissance in force against the center to pin Bragg. On November 23rd, Thomas's patrol seized the Confederate position in Orchard Knob, which caused Bragg to withdraw units from his flanks to the center. The next day, Hooker's assault went off without a hitch. Using heavy fog and broken ground as cover, Hooker's 12,000 men took the 9,000 Confederate defenders by surprise and easily routed them in a fight romanticized as the Battle Above the Clouds. However, Sherman was delayed. What appeared on maps as the foot of a continuous ridge was actually a solitary hill separated from Missionary Ridge by a deep ravine. Worse, Cleburn's division was dug in across the ravine on Tunnel Hill. Therefore, Sherman halted for the day to consult with Grant. On November 25th, Sherman attacked after dawn, but got nowhere against Bragg's best division. Hooker was advancing towards Missionary Ridge, but progress was slow due to destroyed bridges and steep slopes. Grant was holding Thomas in reserve to be deployed once Sherman made the ridge, but seeing the flank's slow progress, ordered him to advance and clear the rifle pits at the base of the ridge as a distraction to help Sherman at 15:30. As the Army of the Cumberland advanced, some Confederate defenders had orders to fire 2 volleys and then fall back, but most did not. Seeing the planned withdrawal and believing it was a rout, the defenders began fleeing up the slope, and the Federals followed. No orders were given. Still, a collective desire to prove themselves to Grant and revenge drove them in a wild charge up the slope. Panic spread, and the Confederates fled rather than fight. A staunch rearguard action by Cleburne prevented pursuit. A physically, mentally, and spiritually broken Braxton Bragg tendered his resignation to Davis as he retreated to Atlanta, and was finally replaced by Johnston. Longstreet gave up on Knoxville and wintered in the Tennessee mountains before returning to Lee. So ended the Western Campaign. Richmond had effectively no communication with anything west of Atlanta. The remaining Confederate forces abandoned the interior to defend the coast and Atlanta in anticipation of the upcoming Union campaign against the city. Ulysses Simpson Grant's promotion to the Military Division of the Mississippi Command vacated command of the Army of the Tennessee. Sherman took over, but only had his 15th Corps for the Chattanooga campaign. Following the victory, he marched north to relieve Knoxville. This proved unnecessary, as Longstreet lifted the siege immediately after hearing the news from Chattanooga. Sherman finally returned to Vicksburg to formally take command of his army in January. Meanwhile, Grant intended to take the department's armies to Atlanta. While technically outside his department, Atlanta wasn't in anyone else's jurisdiction. Moreover, Lincoln never objected to vigorous prosecution of the war, and would probably be in favor of a campaign on the wealthy southern city. However, before the Union armies could march on Atlanta, their rear needed to be secured. After Jackson was destroyed during the Vicksburg Campaign, the Mississippi state government relocated to Meridian, which housed an arsenal and all the surviving regional railway links. Meridian was defended by 10,000 troops near Morton under Leonidas Polk. The incompetent Polk wasn't a threat, but Sherman needed practice commanding an army. Sherman marched from Vicksburg on February 3, 1864, with 20,000 men. He simultaneously ordered his 7,000 cavalry to advance from Memphis, chase Nathan Forrest's cavalry off, then rendezvous with Sherman in Meridian. His remaining troops feinted in several directions, while his naval transports maneuvered near Mobile to draw attention away from Meridian. These deceptions successfully convinced Polk that Sherman's target was Mobile. Rather than hold Morton, he pulled back to Meridian, intending to hit Sherman's rear once he turned towards Mobile. Consequently, he was shocked when Sherman came after him and fled into Alabama without a fight. Although Forrest's aggressive attack drove off the superior Union cavalry, attacks on the other feints failed. Consequently, Sherman occupied Meridian unopposed on February 14th. After destroying everything of military value and freeing Union prisoners, Sherman marched back to Vicksburg on February 20th, where an unexpected promotion was awaiting. Grant had been informed that he'd soon be made General-in-Chief and promoted to Lieutenant General, the US Army's first since George Washington. He'd therefore need to leave the West for the East. Accordingly, he wanted his friend to bring his army to Chattanooga, then take over the Western Department. When Grant formally received his promotion on March 9, 1864, President Lincoln was in a particularly depressive mood. Certain that he'd lose re-election, he wanted Grant to either win the war outright before November, thereby ensuring his re-election, or ensure that it could be won before a peace candidate took office in March. Grant complied with his signature strategic directness. At this late stage in the war, the only strategic unconquered Confederate territories were the cities of Mobile, Richmond, and Atlanta. If those cities were taken, then the Confederacy would eventually wither and die. However, destroying the Army of Northern Virginia and the Army of Tennessee would win the war outright. Therefore, George Meade and the Army of the Potomac would engage Robert E. Lee, using Richmond to pin him in place and destroy him. Sherman would do the same to the Army of Tennessee by launching an assault on Atlanta. Meanwhile, all other commands would launch supplemental attacks to divert and overwhelm Confederate resources. Each department had discretion for how to complete its objectives, but all movements had to begin between May 1st and 14th. Grant would finally launch the simultaneous offensive McClellan talked up back in 1861. Grant provided Sherman with his plans for capturing Atlanta, after which the two were in constant telegraph contact to coordinate their efforts. Grant took Burnside and the 9th Corps back east. Hooker and his troops, having been reorganized into the 20th Corps, would stay behind. Sherman would have 7 infantry corps and 4 cavalry divisions across 3 armies to conquer Atlanta. The only viable supply line for both sides through the mountains of northern Georgia was the Western and Atlantic Railroad. Advancing along these routes meant contending with Confederate defenses in the front, and cavalry raids against the rail network back to the supply hub in Nashville. Because of these perils, Grant had envisioned a swift confrontation with the Army of Tennessee in northern Georgia from multiple fronts as quickly as possible. However, Sherman knew that he'd have difficulty replacing losses due to his long and easily disrupted supply lines. Therefore, he decided to take a page out of Rosecrans's book. Rather than fight directly, Sherman would maneuver his enemy into defeat. While there was only one railway through the mountains, the numerous roads, of highly variable quality, meant that a route past an enemy always existed. Therefore, he'd use his 3 armies to pin down, flank, and envelop his opponent as he inexorably marched to Atlanta. The Confederate general opposing Sherman's advance was Joseph Johnston. Ever since taking direct command from Braxton Bragg in December, Johnston had been working tirelessly to put the broken Army of Tennessee back together, and had mostly succeeded. While morale never recovered to pre-Chickamauga levels, he had restored his 40,000 soldiers' will to fight, and found them the best weapons and food available. Polk joined him in late March, and another 15,000 would arrive during May from other Alabama garrisons. With these weary but able soldiers, Johnston had to find a way to halt Sherman's 120,000-strong departmental juggernaut. Richmond wanted Johnston to fight like Lee and take the offensive against Sherman, but Johnston refused. He knew his generals weren't capable of executing such deceptive, complicated, and bold offensive maneuvers. Even if they could, Sherman was too tenacious to retreat, too smart to be fooled, and had too many troops to destroy. Moreover, Johnston couldn't replace his losses, making open battle exceedingly risky. However, northern Georgia was a natural fortress, so Johnston didn't have to defeat Sherman outright to win the campaign. Johnston was aware of northern war weariness, and that the peace Democrats were gaining strength. If he could deny Sherman a significant victory before November 8th, the ballot box could save the Confederacy. Therefore, he would play for time. To that end, Johnston built a series of fortifications between Chickamauga Creek and Atlanta, planning to hold each position as long as possible before falling back. The hope was that Sherman would assault his positions, grinding his armies to death. If not, between natural attrition and constant skirmishing, he would bleed Sherman dry. To accelerate the process, Johnston identified a number of sites where Sherman's columns would naturally isolate themselves and planned ambushes. As the Union Army descended upon Georgia, Johnston's inferior Confederate defense force was bolstered by some unusual aid. The 3-year contracts of the Union Army's veteran 1861 volunteers were starting to expire. The Confederate Congress had indefinitely extended all Confederate enlistments, but the US Congress had not. This meant that Sherman's best men were trickling away. While over half would be returning after furloughs and new recruits would make up the lost numbers, Sherman's department would have problems with total manpower and soldier quality between June and September. There was also bound to be organizational chaos from units leaving and being replaced. While a major inconvenience, Johnston's manpower deficiencies prevented him from exploiting Sherman's weakness. Sherman marched from Chattanooga on May 3rd. Johnston's skirmishers and Joseph Wheeler's cavalry picked at Sherman constantly until he reached Johnston's first line, Rocky Face Ridge, on May 7th. Rather than attack, Sherman ordered Thomas and Schofield to demonstrate against Dug and Mill Creek gaps, while McPherson snuck through Snake Creek Gap to take Resaca by surprise, trapping Johnston. McPherson successfully swung around the Confederate left, only to find that Resaca was Johnston's first fallback position and was already garrisoned. Rather than assault an unknown position, McPherson pulled back into the gap and alerted Sherman, who disengaged the other armies and marched south on May 10th. Johnston detected Sherman's movement on May 11th and pulled back to Resaca the following day. He had expected Sherman to get past him, but not this quickly. Still, this is what he had prepared for, and, helped by Wheeler's delaying tactics, he was in position before Sherman arrived. To encourage Sherman to charge his fortifications, Johnston ordered the supply wagons to continue south to the Oostenaula River, as if the army was retreating. Sherman believed the ruse, but didn't act as Johnston expected. Instead, he ordered his cavalry to use pontoon bridges to get behind Johnston and cut the railroad at Rome. 2 corps would engage what Sherman thought was Johnston's right flank to pin him down, while the rest of the army moved into position and set the trap, and the cavalry cut off Johnston's escape. The operation went ahead at 1100 on May 14th, but the infantry quickly discovered they were attacking the center of Johnston's line, not the flank. The surprise encounter was followed by a determined attack, which took some forward positions, but was halted by 1500. At 1600, Johnston ordered Hood's corps to counterattack the 4th Corps' exposed left flank. The initial attack pushed through startled defenders until double canister fire and reinforcements repelled it. Limited fighting resumed mid-morning along the whole line on May 15th, with no side gaining any advantage until 1630. When the defenders of Lay's Ferry moved to attack supposedly exposed Federals, just as the Federal cavalry arrived and crossed. His supply and retreat line exposed, Johnston withdrew during the night towards Adairsville, having inflicted more casualties than he took. Constant skirmishing resumed as Johnston fell back. Sherman was advancing on too broad a front to hold Adairsville, so Johnston retreated again. The Confederate general expected Sherman to divide his forces between the Kingston and Cassville roads, so he prepared an ambush. Hardee's corps remained in Kingston, while the other corps moved to Cassville. When Sherman attacked Kingston, the units on his left flank would be isolated and exposed, letting Polk and Hood destroy them as they moved to Cassville. Sherman took the bait, sending all but 2 corps against Hardee. However, he was not punished because Hood failed Johnston. Indeed, Hood had been supposed to ambush the column while Polk pinned it on May 19th. Instead, he had panicked after receiving reports of Federals behind him. It was actually a cavalry patrol, but he still retreated to rejoin Polk. Johnston recognized that the opportunity had passed. Once Hardee rejoined him, he retreated into Allatoona Pass. Johnston's position was far too strong to assault, so Sherman looked for alternatives. The road through Dallas to Marietta looked promising, so Sherman prepared to leave his supply line and flank Johnston along that route. Taking 20 days of supplies, Sherman moved out on May 23rd. However, Wheeler was watching and alerted Johnston, who had anticipated such a move by garrisoning Dallas. Once certain this wasn't a feint, Johnston moved his whole army to block Sherman. Hardee and Polk were in position and had entrenched themselves before Hooker's corps arrived on May 25th. After spending the afternoon scouting, Hooker assaulted the Southerners at New Hope Church around 1700. He was bloodily repulsed after 3 hours of fighting in a thunderstorm. Fueled by his hatred for Hooker, Sherman unfairly chastised his subordinate for delaying the attack, not realizing Johnston had arrived the day before. With his main route blocked, Sherman tried to flank the Confederate right. Ordering Hooker to pin the Confederate center with skirmishing, he sent Howard's corps to Pickett's Mill and had McPherson's army occupy Dallas. On May 27th, Howard was supposed to send his whole corps against Cleburne's lone division, but instead only attacked with 1 brigade, which was badly mauled. Bad intelligence led Johnston to launch a failed attack on Dallas on May 28th. Skirmishing continued along the entire line until June 1st, when Sherman's cavalry found Allatoona Pass undefended. Sherman then shifted left, and by June 3rd, Thomas and Schofield's armies were through. Johnston detected the move and withdrew to the defenses around Marietta. June 9th marked the start of a month-long fencing match outside Marietta. Sherman used his numbers to extend his line and gradually force Johnston out of strong positions, while Johnston bled him in countless skirmishes. On June 14th, while inspecting his lines at Pine Mountain, Sherman spotted the senior Confederate officers making their reconnaissance. He directed artillery fire onto them, resulting in an explosive barrage which killed Polk. As Sherman gradually worked Johnston back towards Kennesaw Mountain, the aggressive Hood launched an unauthorized attack at Kolb's Farm on June 22nd. Schofield's army was trying to turn Johnston's left, but had halted and dug in after severe rainstorms. Hood suffered heavy casualties in a reckless attack against Federal earthworks, but his post-battle position blocked further Federal movement. Afterward, Sherman concluded he had become too predictable. Johnston appeared to be anticipating and preempting his flanking attempts. Besides, the side roads were nearly impassable due to heavy rain, and flanking wasn't actually an option. Therefore, he would do the opposite. Sherman noted that the ridges near Kennesaw Mountain created a natural fortress, to which Johnston had added extensive earthworks, and intended to hold for months. However, since Sherman had only used flanking maneuvers the whole campaign, he expected Johnston to have weakened his center to strengthen his wings. Therefore, McPherson and Schofield would demonstrate against the flanks, as if they were probing for a way around, while Thomas assaulted Johnston's center. At 0800 on June 27th, a 200-gun barrage pounded the Confederate lines along Kennesaw Mountain. This assault was the only thing which went according to plan. Johnston immediately determined that McPherson and Schofield were only demonstrating, and ignored them. The terrain was far more broken and thickly vegetated than expected, and what was supposed to be a concentrated push at 0830 became piecemeal assaults along the whole line between 0830 and 0930. While Federal forces managed to take the outlying rifle pits, Johnston's breastworks were too strong to breach, and the attack petered out by 1100. Sherman suffered 3,000 casualties to Johnston's 1,000. However, this tactical defeat quickly turned into a major strategic victory. Schofield's troops found an unmarked path to Ollie's Creek, and 2 infantry brigades were across and between Johnston and Atlanta by nightfall. Sherman had Schofield hide in position so as not to alert Johnston before the entire army could join him. More rain delayed the maneuver until July 2nd. Johnston detected the move and retreated behind the Chattahoochee River on July 3rd, which was the final natural barrier between Sherman and Atlanta after having held Sherman for only a week. All bridges and normal crossing points across the Chattahoochee were fortified when Sherman arrived on July 5th. A partially burned pontoon bridge was captured at Pace's Ferry, but Confederate fortifications were too strong to attempt a crossing. Sherman called up his own pontoons while looking for unguarded crossings. Despite chest-deep waters, the Chattahoochee's negligible current made it surprisingly fordable. The pontoons arrived on July 8th, and by July 11th, Sherman had established a presence at multiple points. Johnston was down to his last defensive line before Atlanta's outer fortifications. However, this was also his best planned ambush site. Regardless of approach, Union troops had to cross Peachtree Creek, where they would be isolated and vulnerable. However, the attack had to be precisely timed for when sufficient soldiers were both across and in the creek to cause an escape-thwarting traffic jam, but before enough crossed to build breastworks. If the attack were carried out too early or too late, disaster would follow. However, Johnston never sprung his ambush. Jefferson Davis hated Johnston and had no patience for Fabian tactics, while the panicked civilians of the South were demanding Sherman be driven away with a bold attack. In early July, President Davis sent his military advisor, Braxton Bragg, to report on the situation. For reasons unclear, Bragg only extensively spoke with Hood, who angled for Army command by telling Bragg everything Davis wanted to hear. Therefore, on July 17th, Davis replaced Johnston with Hood, despite objections from the Army's other generals. Lee also objected, warning Davis that Hood was too reckless for high command, but Davis didn't listen. This change in command in the enemy camp came as a relief to Sherman. Despite appearances, Johnston's strategy was working. Sherman had marched 112,000 out of Chattanooga, facing 50,000 Confederates. After 2 months of attrition, fighting, and leaving behind garrisons, Sherman had 80,000 to Johnston's replenished force of 50,000. Furthermore, Sherman knew that Johnston would happily endure a siege through November to deny him victory. Conversely, Hood would almost certainly recklessly attack, shattering his army. Victory was now a question of when, not if. Hood took command on July 18th, and decided to execute Johnston's ambush. However, he didn't understand the plan's nuances and consequently botched the assault. Thomas's troops began crossing mid-morning July 20th, and Hood intended to attack at 1300. However, the other Union Army's movements caused Hood to shift troops eastward, causing a cascading movement along the line, which delayed them by 2 hours. Hardee further held off from attacking until 1600, by which point Thomas was fully across and had fortified the positions he'd been assigned. Hardee and Stuart's corps still valiantly charged the Union lines. Hardee made no impact, while Stuart pushed back 2 brigades on the Union flank, before being repelled. They inflicted 1,900 casualties, suffering 2,500 of their own. However, it looked as if Hood had stopped Thomas, so the Confederate public cheered the victory. Hood fell back into Atlanta's fortifications on July 21st, but defending wasn't his style. Still determined to attack Sherman, he withdrew from the outer defences, hoping Sherman would rush in and be crushed in a flank attack. Instead, Sherman methodically began cutting Atlanta's railways to the east and west. Thinking that he could turn McPherson's flank, cut Sherman's supply lines and force him to retreat, Hood attacked again on July 22nd. Hood planned for Cheatham to pin the Union front, while Hardee swung around the flank, and Wheeler destroyed the supply base in Decatur. However, both flanking movements took far longer than planned, and McPherson detected the movement. After sending his reserves forward to meet the attack, McPherson rode forward to join them, only to instead ride into Confederate skirmishers, who killed him. The initial attack was easily repulsed, but Confederate persistence pushed back the Union left until it was stopped at Bald Hill. Attacks along the Georgia Railroad made a small breakthrough, but were repelled by artillery. Wheeler pushed Union infantry back into Decatur, but never threatened the supply depot, and retreated by 1700. The Confederate press celebrated Hood stopping Sherman, despite suffering 5,500 casualties to 3,722. But in reality, Sherman was already as far east as he intended to go. Sherman put Atlanta's defenders under 24-hour artillery bombardment, while gradually enveloping the city. On July 27th, Howard was redeployed from the east flank to the west to cut the last railway into Atlanta, the Macon and Western. Hood spotted the redeploying Federals and sent 2 corps to stop them. However, Howard anticipated this attack and stopped to dig in at Ezra Church by 1100 on July 28th. His men were rested and ready when the rebels arrived that afternoon. Wrongly thinking they had surprise and numbers on their side, the Confederates charged without reconnaissance or coordination. They never threatened Howard's trench line and were thusly slaughtered, suffering over 3,000 casualties while only inflicting 642. The Army of Tennessee had suffered more casualties in 10 days under Hood than it had in 2 months under Johnston. However, Howard was kept from the railroad. Sherman didn't rush the siege. Throughout August, he continued the bombardment while trying to cut Atlanta's supply lines. Cavalry was continually sent around Hood, but suffered heavy casualties for minor disruptions. Wheeler raided Sherman's lines and suffered equally. By the end of August, Sherman had concluded that it was time for immediate and dramatic action to take Atlanta. While Northern morale had soared during May and June as he and Grant marched south, it had cratered as they stalled through July and August. This slowdown in progress allowed the Peace Democrats to force an immediate ceasefire plank into the party platform. Sherman understood that he could afford no more dithering. It was time to end this. On August 25th, Sherman pulled everyone but Schofield out of position and prepared to march. His armies would shift around Hood's left flank and physically block the Macon and Western, finally isolating Atlanta. Hood detected movement on August 28th, but didn't know if Sherman was retreating or advancing on Macon, so he did nothing. Finally realizing what Sherman was doing at 1800 on August 30th, Hood rushed 2 corps under Hardee to Jonesboro with orders to swiftly attack the next day, while he brought up the rest of the army to finish what his 2 officers had been ordered to start. At 0900 on August 31st, Howard discovered Hardee's position in Jonesboro and pulled back to build fortifications, while waiting for Thomas to arrive. Hardee also waited until all his troops arrived around 1500 before following Hood's orders to attack with bayonets fixed in echelon from right to left. Half of Hardee's divisions charged into a storm of Federal lead and were repulsed before he called off further attacks, having suffered 1,700 casualties and inflicted only 179. Following this disastrous skirmish, Hood understood that Atlanta was lost. Hardee's most engaged corps was withdrawn to help prepare the evacuation, as Hardee delayed Sherman's advance. Union forces advanced the following morning, destroying the railroad until they hit Hardee's line. As the invading army gained ground, Hardee's forces engaged in confused fighting, in which the Confederates suffered 1,400 casualties versus 1,200 Union losses. That night, Hood abandoned Atlanta for Rough and Ready, burning all the military buildings and 81 boxcars filled with ammunition, which couldn't be moved. The resulting explosions caused the fire to spread rapidly. Sherman entered a smoldering Atlanta on September 2nd, telegraphing Lincoln, "Atlanta is ours and fairly won." This victory restored Union morale and ensured Lincoln's landslide re-election, dooming the Confederacy. For the next 2 weeks, Sherman consolidated his victory. Atlanta was useless to him and needed to be abandoned, so he expelled the remaining civilian population to secure his rear. Meanwhile, the Confederate President Davis visited Hood, and the two hatched an insane plan to save their seemingly doomed rebel state. Hood would swing around Sherman, liberate Chattanooga, gather supplies and fresh recruits before turning to defeat Sherman. Once that was done, Hood would continue to Nashville before turning east to link up with Lee and drive off Grant. This harebrained scheme was a manifestation of Davis's delusional optimism, but Hood was too concerned with keeping the president happy and thereby keeping his command to say anything. Whatever minuscule chance the plan had was subsequently ruined when Davis touted it during speeches upon his return to Richmond, destroying the element of surprise. Sherman smirked at the absurdity, even more so when Hood began marching on September 18th. Thomas was sent back to Nashville to organize defenses, while Sherman half-heartedly chased Hood into Alabama. He then sent 3 corps to Thomas, keeping 4 corps for his next campaign. When Sherman first proposed his plan to Grant, the latter had balked. Sherman proposed to cut loose from his supply lines and march across Georgia to Savannah, foraging for supplies along the way, and destroying anything of military value to break Southern morale. While Grant did not doubt that Sherman could scavenge enough food, he was concerned about his peer cutting himself off from reinforcements and communication. With an enemy army around, that was exceedingly dangerous. However, with Hood off on a fool's errand, Grant approved the plan. On November 15th, Sherman burned everything of military value in Atlanta and marched out with 62,000 men in 2 columns. Proceeding along a front between 10 and 50 miles wide, Sherman's troops scorched the earth of Georgia. While provost marshals were ordered to summarily hang anyone found harming civilians, all Confederate property was fair game, and the foraging bummers made sure to leave nothing in their wake. Railroads were torn up, while bridges and telegraph lines were torn down, and plantations were looted and burned. On top of this, over 22,000 head of livestock and 20 million tons of food and fodder were hauled off. The last supply base of the Confederacy was utterly destroyed. Wheeler and Hardee had remained to oppose Sherman, but could never concentrate more than 13,000 men in his path to effectively resist. As Sherman neared Savannah, Hardee pulled every able-bodied soldier out of the city and fled north. Sherman delivered the city to Lincoln as a Christmas present on December 26th. The Confederate collapse was imminent. As 1864 dawned, Grant's military division of the Mississippi didn't have anything to do. The only strategic target remaining between Kansas and the Appalachians was Mobile, Alabama, which was the responsibility of the Navy and Nathaniel Banks. Grant was still in charge of destroying the Army of Tennessee, but it had fled his jurisdiction to defend Atlanta. Grant had been in trouble for leaving his military district once before, and didn't want a repeat. He knew that President Lincoln and General-in-Chief Henry Halleck would approve his march into Georgia, but he had to present his request correctly and propose a well-structured plan first. It was here that Lincoln surprised Grant. For all his skill at military politics and administration, Henry Halleck was not a leader of men. He had never provided strategic vision or leadership and struggled to get generals to follow orders. Consequently, Lincoln was thoroughly fed up with his general-in-chief. In contrast, Grant had proven to be Halleck's opposite, and his demonstrated ability to victoriously coordinate armies through the Chattanooga Campaign sealed the deal. At the end of February, Lincoln telegraphed Grant informing him that he had been made General-in-Chief. Halleck was shunted sideways to the new position of Chief of Staff. To prevent conflicts over seniority, Grant was promoted to Lieutenant General, the first American to hold this office since George Washington. Grant arrived in DC on March 8th and accepted his promotion on the condition that Lincoln and Secretary of War Stanton agreed not to interfere with his upcoming campaigns. Grant would fully inform them of his movements and consult them on overall strategy, but once bullets started flying, they were to stay out. Grant hoped to bring the war to a swift and decisive conclusion, but knew it could get extremely bloody. He had to be allowed to fight the war his way, without political hand-wringing, no matter how severely it threatened Lincoln's re-election. Having learned his lesson, Lincoln readily agreed, but Stanton was more resistant. Grant's strategy was characteristically straightforward. Jefferson Davis's government was irrelevant. The Confederacy was actually held together by the existence of the Army of Northern Virginia and the Army of Tennessee. If those armies were destroyed, the Confederacy would end. In order to destroy them, Union armies would finally launch the simultaneous attack that McClellan had envisioned but never implemented. William T. Sherman was given command of the Mississippi Division to destroy the Army of Tennessee and capture Atlanta. Nathaniel Banks had been supposed to take Mobile, but instead went adventuring up the Red River. Smaller departments were to strike the Carolina coast and Florida, but the main focus was Virginia. Grant intended for the Army of the Potomac to quickly destroy the Army of Northern Virginia in battle south of the Wilderness. However, Robert E. Lee was unlikely to fall so easily. Therefore, Benjamin Butler's Army of the James would advance from Fort Monroe to threaten Lee's rear and take Richmond. Simultaneously, Franz Sigel's Army of the Shenandoah would cut Lee's supply base in Shenandoah Valley before swinging east onto Lee's flank. Finally, Union forces in West Virginia were to move south and destroy the railways, lead mines and salt works in western Virginia before continuing east to join Sigel. Lee couldn't be everywhere, and the pressure from nearly 200,000 Federals would eventually overwhelm the 90,000 total Confederates in Virginia. These movements couldn't be perfectly synced, so instead they were to begin within the first 2 weeks of May. At the end of 1863, Henry Halleck had a problem. While he was a general-in-chief preferable to McClellan, he'd never been what Lincoln wanted. U.S. Grant's success in the Chattanooga campaign threatened Halleck's position. To save his job, Halleck needed to prove that he could plan and launch an offensive. He opted to play into Lincoln's anxieties and obsessions, launching an ill-advised but highly desired operation using Nathaniel Banks's Department of the Gulf. Lincoln had been demanding that Banks invade and liberate East Texas for months, believing it a Unionist hotbed like East Tennessee. Rescuing isolated Unionists was its own political reward, but Lincoln was also interested in extending his successful Reconstruction policies in Tennessee, northern Arkansas, and eastern Louisiana. He believed that if Banks could reach the Texas Unionists, the surrounded Confederates would abandon western Louisiana and southwest Arkansas, allowing the Reconstruction government to control their states fully. Additionally, he wanted to intimidate and deter the French. Their invasion and occupation of Mexico was an insult to the Monroe Doctrine and a potential threat. It was possible, though unlikely, that success would embolden Napoleon III to press old French claims on the American West. More pressingly, the French were openly trading with Texas, and the Confederate Trans-Mississippi Department's commander, Edmund Kirby Smith, was in diplomatic talks with French officials. Taking control of East Texas would cut the trade and prevent Confederate resupply while scaring off the French. Banks believed that any operations in Texas were, at best, pointless. He and the Navy had been actively probing the Texas coast since 1862, finding that while taking any target was easy, holding it or moving inland was nearly impossible. The Navy easily overcame the Confederate squadron and harbor defenses at Corpus Christi, but efforts to land troops were repelled. Galveston fell when warships sailed unimpeded into the harbor, but Confederate land forces effortlessly retook the city a few months later. In November 1863, his troops had successfully taken Brownsville, but logistical problems prevented them from maintaining control of the town, and instead they turned the barrier islands into naval bases. Every attempt to march or sail inland met with disaster. Trying to invade through western Louisiana was worse. As part of the Port Hudson campaign, Banks had fought through Bayou Teche to reach the Red River near Alexandria. Richard Taylor's defending Confederates had barely slowed his advance before being driven back to Shreveport. However, the undrinkable swamp water, swarms of biting insects, impenetrably tangled vegetation, and disease almost forced Banks to withdraw, and he couldn't hold any captured territory. Banks was also aware that the Confederates had heavily suppressed the Texas Unionists. He didn't know that most had been forced to flee by 1862. But he did know about dozens of executions of Unionists who refused to join the Confederate Army. Additionally, the Brownsville operation had successfully convinced the French to back off from the Rio Grande, ending the overt trade with the rebels. Still, despite his political goals being achieved or hopeless, Lincoln remained obsessed with invading Texas, so Halleck planned to deliver it to him and keep his job. In mid-January 1864, Lincoln approved Halleck's plan. Banks's 20,000 men would be supplemented by 15,000 detached from Sherman's 16th and 17th Corps under Brigadier General Andrew Smith. The two forces would march along the Red River to Shreveport, accompanied by David Porter's gunboat fleet. There they'd rendezvous with another 8,500 men marching south through Arkansas under Major General Frederick Steele, who'd garrison Shreveport. Banks would then invade Texas using Shreveport as his base, while Smith would rejoin Sherman by the end of April. Nice and simple, on paper. However, Banks still objected. Western Louisiana and southwestern Arkansas were sparsely populated, with minimal local supplies available. The roads were, at best, poorly maintained, and were often impassable. Worse, the Red River wasn't truly navigable above Alexandria. The river's level rose and fell wildly and unpredictably over numerous boulder fields and waterfalls, only passable at very high levels. Even then, it was prone to log jams and snags, which threatened even the shallowest drafted riverboat. To get Banks moving, Halleck slyly mentioned the thousands of cotton bales stockpiled in Alexandria and hundreds of thousands rumored in Shreveport. The former Massachusetts governor, who had presidential ambitions and strong ties to the New England textile industry, was using captured cotton to buy allies. Banks consequently and swiftly dropped his objections, though not fast enough. Grant still replaced Halleck as General-in-Chief on March 8th. Halleck's plan had a critical omission. It didn't place Banks, Porter, or Steele in operational command. While they were expected to coordinate their efforts and cooperate on the campaign, they remained independent commands. This would prove a fatal oversight. The Confederate Trans-Mississippi Department wasn't blind. Increased naval activity and troop movements meant the Federals were planning a major operation. While he didn't know the operation's target, Department Commander Edmund Kirby Smith knew that he couldn't do anything about an operation against Mobile, as didn't intend to do anything more than defend the Texas coast. Therefore, the only potential target to defend was Shreveport. On paper, the Trans-Mississippi Department had 80,000 soldiers. However, between Confederate politics and the need to garrison the vast Texas coast, plus defend against Comanche raids, Kirby Smith couldn't concentrate more than 20,000 men against any threat. Taylor's 12,000-strong Army of West Louisiana were his best troops. Still, Kirby Smith could only muster reinforcements by redeploying troops from Arkansas or Texas, or calling up the state militia, both of which required negotiations with state governments. To make up for his numerical shortcomings, Kirby Smith turned to engineering. Fort DeRussy was strengthened with all its heavy cannons and additional fortifications. A broken steamboat was sunk above Loggy Bottom to block the river. At the same time, a dam was destroyed to divert the river into older channels, and artificial snags were added to the falls and rapids above Alexandria. While the zealous and bellicose Taylor wanted a direct fight, the cautious, conservative, and pragmatic Kirby Smith intended to let Louisiana's geography defeat the Federal incursion. On March 7, 1863, Banks's cavalry rode north from New Orleans to clear the roads for the infantry. On March 10th, Smith boarded transports at Vicksburg, which reached the mouth of the Red River on March 12th. Porter's fleet was waiting for him, and received a harbinger of what was to come when the heavy armored gunboat Eastport ran aground. Porter had selected his warships for their firepower, not maneuverability, which meant they had deep drafts and wide turning circles. Smith moved swiftly to open the river for Porter. While engineers cleared a log raft blocking Porter's advance, Smith's men marched through the night to Fort DeRussy. The garrison was on alert for Banks, who was still weeks away, but wasn't looking for Smith. Taylor's men were out of position, leaving the fort exposed. At 1830, 10,000 Federals charged the parapets, and by 1900, all 350 defenders were either killed, wounded, or captured. Taylor was stunned, having lost the linchpin of his defensive line with barely a fight. He was forced to abandon Alexandria and retreat deeper into the bayous. Porter arrived in Alexandria on March 15th, and Smith on the 18th, expecting Banks to come by the 20th as scheduled. However, the army's march from New Orleans had been far slower than expected, and Banks himself hadn't left New Orleans. While waiting, Smith sent Mower's division forward to deal with Taylor's cavalry, which was still operating around Alexandria. On March 21st, Mower's cavalry encountered the Confederates near Henderson's Hill. While his cavalry pinned the Confederates, Mower's infantry marched around their flank under the cover of a hailstorm. At dusk, the infantry struck, surprising and scattering the Confederates. 4 cannons and at least 200 rebels were captured, and Taylor's cavalry was temporarily crippled, leaving him blind and forcing a retreat to Natchitoches. Banks's army arrived on March 25th, and Banks arrived by steamship the next day. While later accounts claimed he brought an army of cotton speculators and barges, in reality he had less than 10 trusted agents and no specialty craft. However, Porter had already claimed Alexandria's 4,000 cotton bales, causing Banks considerable consternation. Banks also received word from Grant that Smith's troops had to return to Sherman by April 15th, far earlier than Halleck's deadline. Worse, between Kirby Smith's efforts and a dry winter, the Red River was well below normal levels. While Porter boasted openly and often that he could sail on wet sand, he didn't actually want to do that. However, Banks correctly argued that the campaign couldn't continue without naval support, so Porter reluctantly agreed to press on. Hauling Porter's ships over the falls and through the rapids north of Alexandria was a nightmare. Ironically, his lead vessel was Eastport, which spent 3 days stuck on rocks. The hospital ship Woodford sank after tearing her hull open on snags. The expedition didn't reach Natchitoches until March 31st. Taylor retreated to Pleasant Hill, then Mansfield, where reinforcements from Kirby Smith found him. Despite being outnumbered 14,500 to 35,000, Taylor intended to fight. Another 4,000 reinforcements were coming, and he knew that the terrain heavily favored defense. The Federals reached Grand Ecore on March 3rd, where Porter argued they had to pause. Water levels were fluctuating, and he wanted to thoroughly survey the river before continuing. However, Banks reminded him that Smith had to return to Sherman, and an estimated 20,000 Confederates remained between them and Shreveport. Either they pushed through now, or they abandoned the campaign. Again, Porter reluctantly agreed to continue. However, they'd have to split up. They had no reliable map, and were told there was no road parallel to the river north of Grand Ecore. Therefore, Banks had to leave Porter and enter what his men would describe as a howling wilderness, intending to link back up at Springfield Landing outside Shreveport. On April 6th, Banks assigned 2,300 infantry to protect Porter's ships, and marched the rest of his command along the Shreveport-Natchitoches stagecoach road. It was quickly apparent this was a poor choice, as the stagecoach road was barely a dirt path, frequently crossed by bramble-choked ditches and flanked by ravines. At the front of the column, 4,000 inexperienced cavalrymen under Albert Lee often clashed with 2,000 freshly arrived Texas troopers, whose mission was to slow Banks while Taylor set his trap. Early on April 8th, Lee arrived at Sabine Crossroads, southeast of Mansfield, after 2 days of heavy skirmishing. After pushing the Confederate cavalry off a ridgeline at noon, Lee realized that he'd found Taylor's battle line across a clearing in the tree line. After probing the line, Lee fell back to a hill and called for reinforcements. Taylor began shifting units to Sabine Crossroads from Mansfield, hoping the Federals would attack his prepared position. However, due to the narrow roads and hundreds of supply wagons at the front of the column rather than the rear, the Federals were slow to arrive. At 1600, Taylor ran out of patience and attacked the 4,800 Federals with the roughly 9,000 he had in position. The initial charge was repelled, but a second charge reached the Federal line, despite Taylor's best brigade commanders being killed leading their men. The Federal line was routed, as superior Confederate numbers enveloped their flanks. Half a mile behind the main line, another 1,300 Federals had a new line, which held for an hour before crumbling too. The Federals abandoned the leading supply wagons, which the Confederates paused to loot. This enabled Emory's division to form a proper line at Pleasant Grove, and once the attack continued, he easily repulsed it. Banks had been riding throughout the chaos, trying to rally his men, and initially argued to stand and fight. He'd suffered about 2,200 casualties, and inflicted at least 1,000, meaning he still held a considerable advantage. However, Smith's troops were his best troops, and they were at the rear of the column. Therefore, his officers convinced Banks to withdraw to Smith's current position on Pleasant Hill. Taylor eagerly pursued Banks the next day, though his march was less effective due to the loss of so many officers at Mansfield. He was feeling particularly confident now that he was fully reinforced, and believed the Federals were completely demoralized. Instead, Smith's troops were dug in alongside William Franklin's, but for reasons unclear, Franklin ordered most of his artillery and baggage to begin retreating to Grand Corps. As such, at 1600, Taylor used the guns he'd captured at Mansfield to suppress the remaining Union guns before charging the line at 1700. The lack of artillery support, coupled with the Confederate ferocity, overran the Union center and pushed back the line. However, Smith simply moved his men into position for a savage counterattack, which drove Taylor from the field and recaptured some cannons. Banks suffered 1,369 casualties and inflicted at least 1,600. Following the battle, Banks called a war council. Smith argued that they'd won the battle and should continue the campaign. None of the other officers disputed the victory, but all claimed that any chance to take Shreveport was now lost. While Banks agreed with Smith, it was time for Smith to return to Sherman, and there wasn't enough drinkable water left in the bayous for his army. Therefore, he ordered the army to retreat to Grand Corps. Meanwhile, on April 10th, Porter reached the mouth of Loggy Bayou unmolested, but found further passage blocked by the sunken steamer. Word arrived of Banks's retreat that night, so Porter prepared to retreat. The river was too narrow and shallow to turn around, so on April 11th, the fleet began backing down the river until they finally reached a wide spot. This let Confederate cavalry catch up and launch an ambush at Blair's Landing. While surprised by the initial burst of artillery fire, Porter's heavier guns made short work of the Confederate cannons after a direct hit decapitated their commander. Banks wanted to restart the campaign, but Porter forced a retreat to Alexandria, beginning April 19th. Taylor wanted to press the Federals, believing that he could destroy both Banks and Porter. However, Kirby Smith refused to let him try. Pleasant Hill proved that the Federals weren't as beaten as Taylor claimed, and he couldn't replace Taylor's 3,000 casualties. Supply problems meant Taylor couldn't continue feeding 16,500 men anyway. With Banks and Porter clearly giving up, Kirby Smith decided to strip Taylor's force to confront Steele, the only remaining threat. Taylor was left with only 5,200 troops to continue harassing Banks and Porter. Steele had been even less enthusiastic than Banks when informed of Halleck's plan. Where Banks had river logistics and naval support, he'd be moving overland through hostile territory utterly alone. Southwest Arkansas's terrain was less harsh, but more sparsely populated than western Louisiana. Additionally, he didn't have time to build up the supply base he wanted before he was ordered to march out of Little Rock on March 23rd. His initial target was Camden, as it sat on the only navigable river in the region. He hoped to resupply, either from local sources or to receive naval support and reinforcement there. There were about 12,000 Confederate regulars in addition to state militia available to defend Arkansas, but there wasn't anyone formally in command. Sterling Price had been in charge the previous year, but after Little Rock fell in September 1863, he'd gone without permission to Richmond to get Davis's support for a Missouri invasion, which was refused. It wasn't clear if he was still in command, which Kirby Smith was content with, as he utterly detested Price. The main force was Brigadier General John Marmaduke's 7,500-strong but under-equipped cavalry division, but Marmaduke lacked the authority or seniority to coordinate the other commands against Steele. Therefore, Kirby Smith reluctantly reminded Price of his duties and sent him back to Arkansas. Price prepared a defensive line at Prairie Dam, but Steele was moving so slowly on the rough roads to Camden that Kirby Smith assessed that he could be ignored until Banks was defeated. Therefore, he stripped Price of most of his infantry to reinforce Taylor. Steele repeatedly brushed aside Marmaduke's cavalry, then brushed through Price's defences and entered Camden on April 15th. Here, Steele learned about Banks's retreat, and that no help was coming from the Navy. His men were already on half rations, and he'd been reinforced to 12,000 for the drive on Shreveport, which made the supply problems worse. Marmaduke constantly and savagely attacked foraging parties and supply convoys, while Steele dithered about retreating or pushing on. On April 25th, he learned that Kirby Smith was bringing reinforcements from Louisiana, intending to trap him in Camden with superior numbers. Steele finally retreated on April 26th. Kirby Smith attempted to trap him at the Battle of Jenkins Ferry. Still, a combination of poor intelligence, bad communication, Kirby Smith's arrogance, and Price's incompetence led to a series of ineffective and easily repulsed attacks on Steele's rearguard. Steele successfully returned to Little Rock on May 3rd, having suffered around 3,000 casualties and inflicted at least 2,000 for no gain. Back in Louisiana, Banks scattered Taylor's cavalry at Monnett's Ferry and reached Alexandria on April 23rd to find Porter missing. Unable to stop Banks's retreat with his severely reduced command, Taylor refocused on Porter, constantly harassing the fleet with sharpshooters and artillery ambushes. However, more ships were damaged by rocks and snags exposed by the falling water than by Taylor's actions. As the fleet struggled downstream, Eastport ran aground again, was refloated, struck a mine, and was refloated once again. On April 26th, Eastport got stuck in a logjam again. The Confederates took the opportunity to ambush the recovery teams, and Porter decided to rid himself of a headache and blew up Eastport. Porter finally reached the falls north of Alexandria on April 28th to find less than 3 feet of water remaining. His heaviest ships needed 7 feet of water to cross the falls, effectively trapping him, and by extension Banks, who couldn't reach Mississippi without naval transports. Smith couldn't return before the Atlanta campaign's start date, so Sherman left him behind. Porter and Banks blamed each other for the campaign's failure. At the same time, various Union generals brought reinforcements and orders to withdraw, while reporting on Banks and Porter's conduct to Lincoln and Grant. Then the 19th Corps' chief engineer, Lieutenant Colonel Joseph Bailey, suggested building wing dams, which he and his fellow Wisconsin lumbermen often constructed to raise the water level before moving timber to free the fleet. Banks eagerly agreed, and Bailey's dam increased the water level to 5 feet by May 8th, letting most of the smaller support ships escape. A partial collapse the next day forced Bailey to build additional dams upstream, but all of Porter's surviving ships finally escaped on May 13th. Taylor continued his harassment campaign, but suffered heavy casualties for no gain, and the Federals left the Red River system on May 22nd. The Red River Campaign was a disastrous waste of resources and a strategic distraction. None of the primary actors benefited from the adventure. Banks's presidential aspirations were ruined, and Grant replaced him as field commander with Edward Canby, though Banks would remain as Louisiana's military governor until May 1865. Porter never commanded a river fleet again, and was reassigned to the North Atlantic blockading squadron. The loss of men and equipment prevented Canby from taking the city of Mobile, a strategic priority, until April 1865. Meanwhile, the victory irreparably damaged the Trans-Mississippi Department. The 6,000 casualties suffered in Louisiana and Arkansas couldn't be replaced, particularly the quality of officers killed at Mansfield. Captured Union supplies barely made up for the resources spent repelling the invasion. Worse, Kirby Smith and Taylor's personalities had always clashed, but transferring his troops to Arkansas was Taylor's final straw. He claimed Kirby Smith had deliberately prevented him from winning a complete victory and demanded to be transferred to Alabama, costing the Trans-Mississippi its best general. To his dying day, Taylor refused to believe that he couldn't capture Banks and destroy Porter's fleet, despite considerable evidence to the contrary. For Edmund Kirby Smith, the campaign confirmed what he'd known since taking over command. The department was no longer relevant to the war. George Meade had expected to be relieved of command of the Army of the Potomac, but Grant retained him. Believing it would be irresponsible of himself to oversee the entire war and the day-to-day running of an army, Grant attached his headquarters to Meade's and directed the army's strategic movements, but allowed Meade to remain in charge of tactical decisions and army administration. Grant respected Meade's abilities and never undermined his chain of command, always delivering orders to Meade's headquarters instead of unit commanders. Grant's orders were, "Wherever Lee goes, there you will also go." As soon as the roads were dry, Meade was to move out and destroy Lee with superior numbers. Meade agreed to this task, but there were problems. The Orange and Alexandria Railroad was exposed to Jeb Stuart's cavalry raids, making it a questionable supply line. Additionally, he'd have to pass through the wilderness and risk another Chancellorsville. Grant addressed the former by claiming that they would plan around river logistics, and the latter by admitting that such a possibility was unavoidable. Union forces would simply have to move quickly enough to clear the forest before Lee noticed. Finally, the army needed reorganization. Most veteran units were now well below half strength and would muster out by September. They would eventually be replaced, but with so many individual units, command would become unwieldy. Therefore, Grant combined the veteran regiments and consolidated the army into 3 infantry and 1 cavalry corps. Ambrose Burnside's 9th Corps would accompany Meade, but remain outside his command. Grant and Meade further agreed that the campaign should be finished before the personnel changeover peaked in July. To help ease the manpower crunch, Grant converted the unused heavy artillery regiments in DC's fortifications to infantry. By May 3rd, the roads were dry. The following day, Grant's 120,000 troops crossed the Rapidan at Germanna and Ellie's Fords, his cavalry driving away Confederate pickets and screening the infantry's advance. Wilson's 3rd Division continued on to Wilderness Tavern, while Gregg's 2nd Division first secured Chancellorsville, then moved on to occupy Aldrich. Grant hoped to be through the wilderness by evening, but the army's size and narrow roads caused it to string out and slow down. To make matters worse, Lee had anticipated the movement. In response, the Southern general positioned A.P. Hill and Richard Ewell's corps to intercept any move through the wilderness, and spread out to intercept Grant wherever he crossed. Longstreet was south at Gordonsville, in case of a sweeping move through Shenandoah or an amphibious landing. Lee saw Meade's movement early on March 4th, and ordered Longstreet to rejoin him, while Hill and Ewell moved to engage. Lee hoped to fight another Chancellorsville, or at the very least, hold Meade in the wilderness. Lee's army was back to 65,000 soldiers after absorbing a number of smaller commands, but he knew no more recruits were coming. This was his only chance to nullify the numerical disparity between his Confederate forces and the Union expedition force, but he needed Longstreet to close the trap. Meade expected Lee to fight behind Mine Run. Erroneous reports about Stuart's activities caused him to send most of his cavalry to Fredericksburg. When the 3rd Division encountered Hill's vanguard south of Parker's Store, the dense vegetation made them think it was only pickets. The armies camped 2 miles apart, largely unaware of each other. At 0500, 500 Union cavalrymen began patrolling down Orange Plank Road. Dismounting due to overhanging trees, they quickly discovered Hill's advancing corps. The troopers raised the alarm while using their Spencer repeating carbines to slow Hill's advance. Meade directed the 5th Corps to engage via the Orange Turnpike, believing it only faced a division. In fact, Ewell was holding back per Lee's orders to wait for Longstreet, and had dug in behind Saunders Field. Concerned about moving through the forest, Governor Warren tried to delay the attack, but Meade ordered him forward at 1300. As Warren feared, the attack was repulsed with bloodshed as his brigades became disjointed and isolated in the trees. The Confederates unleashed a storm of lead, emerging from the trees as individual brigades, rather than launching a unified attack. The Union left fell apart as it advanced through a swamp, and Confederates advanced into gaps in the line. In the center, the Iron Brigade successfully broke through the front line, but became isolated and routed once attacked on 3 sides. The heavy fighting set Saunders Field on fire, which began spreading into the forest. Hundreds of trapped wounded men were burned to death as their comrades fought to a stalemate. The 6th Corps arrived at 1530, stabilizing the Union front as both sides traded attacks until nightfall. To the south, the Union cavalry patrol was pushed back to the critical Orange Plank and Brock Road intersection. If Hill could take that intersection, he would drive a wedge between the 2nd and 5th Corps. The 2nd Corps had to navigate a long, winding wagon road to get there, so Meade dispatched Getty's division from the 6th Corps to hold the crossroads at 10:30. Hill attacked at noon, but failed to make any headway. The 2nd Corps finally arrived at 15:30 and counterattacked, forcing Hill to move into defensive positions as a stalemate ensued at nightfall. During the night, soldiers desperately raced against the spreading fires to rescue thousands of trapped wounded. Uniform color no longer mattered, only escaping the flames mattered. The following day, Grant ordered Meade to attack at 0500, as their strategy depended on forcing Lee to fight. However, Ewell attacked first to keep Grant pinned until Longstreet arrived, and bitter but inconclusive fighting rocked the Union's right flank. On the left, Meade had positioned the reserves against Hill's left flank. The attack at 0500 pushed Hill back, and the Confederate artillery fired through their retreating troops to slow the Federal advance. As Hill began to crumble, Longstreet arrived at the head of the Texas Brigade. Despite marching since 0100, the Texans surged forward, only to halt when a relieved and excited Lee rode forward as if to lead them. The Texans refused to advance until Lee agreed to withdraw from danger to the rear. This delay allowed more northern brigades to arrive, prompting Longstreet to order a counterattack. The Texans stormed the Federal line in front of Widow Tapp's farm. Of 800 Texans who charged, only 250 returned, but the Confederate front stabilized. The morning mists, combined with wood and gun smoke, created an impenetrable haze that limited visibility to barely 10 feet, and the lines were increasingly intermixed. At 1000, Longstreet's engineers discovered the Union left was exposed due to miscommunication. Using newly arrived brigades, Longstreet assaulted the left, and the Union line was pressed back to Brock Road. As victory appeared imminent, Longstreet rode forward to discern what was happening in the haze. However, the confusion caused his units to start firing on each other, and the general was caught in the friendly crossfire. Longstreet was wounded, and several of his staff were killed. Burnside arrived and counterattacked Longstreet's flank. Wildfires surged towards Brock Road, allowing the Confederates to claim the burning breastworks before being driven back again, and the fighting became another confused stalemate. At 17:30, a final attack against the Union right pushed the line back a mile, until darkness and approaching wildfires forced an end to the fighting. During the night, both armies built fortifications, while again trying to save the wounded from the fires. That night, Grant concluded that attacking in the burning wilderness was stupid, but the route south towards Richmond was still open. Resultingly, he decided to hold his position to let Lee attack. However, if Lee did not attack, then Meade was to disengage and flank Lee via Spotsylvania Courthouse. Lee came to the same conclusion once he realized that Grant wasn't attacking. Both generals ordered their cavalry to capture Todd's Tavern, which was the shortest route to Spotsylvania. Jeb Stuart and Philip Sheridan's troopers had been skirmishing in the area for days already, and clashed in earnest on May 7th. The swirling mounted duel was inconclusive, and resumed the next day. Sheridan's superior numbers began to tell, just as Hill's corps began to arrive, forcing Sheridan to retire. Lee consequently won the race to Spotsylvania, but only just, with Sheridan keeping him from taking the best positions. Morale was low in the Army of the Potomac on May 7th. The veterans had been here before, literally and figuratively. They had clashed with Lee, been bloodied, and now figured they would retreat behind a river to regroup. The orders to disengage confirmed it, until they were supplemented with orders to march south. They weren't beaten, and the campaign was continuing. Morale soared so high that they sang on the march. As the main cavalry forces clashed at Todd's Tavern, Wesley Merritt and Fitzhugh Lee's troopers were trying to break the impasse by flanking towards Spotsylvania. At dawn on May 8th, Merritt assaulted Lee's barricades on Brock Road, and was repulsed until the 5th Corps' lead division arrived to smash through and press on towards Confederate trenches on a low ridge past Spindle Farm. Thinking he faced only dismounted cavalry, Warren ordered a full assault. In truth, Longstreet's corps had arrived, and the attacks were bloodily repulsed. As more troops began arriving, Union cavalry flanked the Confederate line to occupy Spotsylvania Courthouse, but no infantry support arrived. With Confederate infantry approaching, they were forced to retreat. Meade was frustrated with all his officers' recent performances, and the cavalry's failure to secure Spotsylvania meant Sheridan received a chewing out that turned into a firestorm, as Sheridan's temper equaled Meade's. Meade roared about Sheridan's mediocre results, while Sheridan roared back about Meade's refusal to unleash his corps, declaring that he could whip Stuart if allowed. Realizing that the two generals would tear the army apart, Grant intervened and convinced Meade to let Sheridan prove that he could walk the walk after talking the talk. As night fell, both armies trickled in and began extending their trench lines. By the morning of May 9th, the Confederates had built 4 miles of trenches between the Po and Knee rivers, with a prominent salient called the Mule Shoe. The Federals built their own parallel lines. At 0900, General Sedgwick fatally taunted fate while personally placing the 6th Corps' batteries. The lines were roughly 1,000 yards apart, and cannon and sharpshooters were trading shots, causing both the soldiers and their staff to cringe for cover. Boldly striding around to reassure them, he declared they couldn't hit an elephant at this range. He was shot in the face moments later. As the lines took shape, Grant correctly guessed that Lee was shifting his lines eastward. This left their left flank exposed, and he ordered Hancock's 2nd Corps to cross the Po and attack. However, fearing the defences at Blockhouse Bridge, Hancock ordered a halt to bring up his artillery for a morning attack. Unfortunately, this alerted Lee, who moved 2 divisions to block Hancock. Meanwhile, Sheridan's 10,000 troopers and 32 cannons had launched their raid to defeat Stuart, disrupt Lee's supply lines, and distract Lee by threatening Richmond. Stuart's 5,000 troopers pursued, as Sheridan moved towards Lee's supply base at Beaver Dam Station. As dawn broke on May 10th, Grant realized that Lee had fixed his positions, and Hancock was now exposed. He was ordered to fall back, then redeploy so that the whole army could attack at 1700. Hancock withdrew successfully, but for reasons unknown, Meade authorized Warren to attack early, which ultimately failed. This botched assault delayed the general attack until 1800. Despite heavy artillery support, the attacks proceeded and were repulsed, with one exception. Colonel Emory Upton had convinced Warren to let him try the innovative tactic of running across the field and not firing until they were in the opposing trenches. Upton's assault succeeded in breaching the defences, but the supporting troops fled, and a determined counterattack drove Upton back. Impressed by Upton's results, Grant ordered Meade to adopt the same tactic on May 11th. While Hancock assaulted the Mule Shoe, the remaining corps would launch supporting attacks along the rest of the line to pin down Confederate reserves. Lee misinterpreted Grant's preparations as a preparation for a withdrawal and pulled his artillery out of the Mule Shoe to get ready to pursue Grant. Meanwhile, Sheridan had reached Beaver Dam Station to find the supplies already removed or destroyed, but did rescue 400 Union prisoners. Continuing on towards Richmond, he found Stuart waiting for him at Yellow Tavern. Despite the Union's artillery and superior Spencer repeating carbines, Stuart's troops tenaciously resisted from a low ridge. At about 1500, Stuart personally led the 1st Virginia Cavalry in a mounted charge, which forced advancing dismounted Federals to retreat. Still, Private John Huff turned and mortally wounded Stuart with his pistol. The Confederates withdrew an hour later. Sheridan's raid continued away from Richmond, where he reached Butler's army on May 14th. Hancock attacked the Mule Shoe's Peak on May 12th at 0435, proceeding through thick mist, while Burnside launched his supporting attack on its right flank. Hancock's troops smashed through, annihilating the defending division. Confederate reinforcements rushed in, and hand-to-hand fighting ensued. In a scene eerily prescient of the Western Front 50 years later, the fighting devolved into a bloody brawl. Attacks along the Confederate left accomplished nothing, forcing all the focus onto a section of trenches remembered as Bloody Angle. For the next 24 hours, Grant and Lee fed troops into Bloody Angle, until both sides were fighting atop layers of dead men. Bullets flew so thickly that rifle fire cut trees down. Rain began falling, turning the trenches into a quagmire of mud and blood, as men struggled against each other in close quarters. By the morning, the Union stood triumphant on the parapets, only to find that Lee's engineers had built a second line behind Mule Shoe. Before long, both sides had grown too exhausted to keep fighting, and everyone pulled back. While Grant remained undeterred, he recognized that his men had reached their limit. He wired Washington, "The enemy are obstinate and seemed to have found the last ditch." Worse still, the rains continued, making further action impossible. Over the next week, Grant avoided direct confrontation with Lee. Instead, he continually shifted the trenches eastward, hoping to force his opponent into unfavorable positions. Lee wasn't fooled and continued improving his lines, while extending his right flank to counter Grant. Hoping that Lee had thinned his line, Grant attacked Muleshoe again on May 18th, but got nowhere. This convinced Grant to give up the fight and pull out to flank Lee's right, this time aiming to get behind him via Hanover Junction. Lee sensed something was up, but instead of sending out a cavalry patrol, he had Ewell make a reconnaissance in force against Hancock on May 19th, which gained nothing but more casualties. Grant disengaged during the night of May 20th. As Grant turned south, news arrived that was not so good. Sigel had been defeated and fled from an inferior force. Moreover, the Western Virginia raid was destroying tracks and disrupting salt production, but hadn't received the explosives to destroy the railway bridges or collapse the mines completely. After Sigel's retreat, the raiders were left isolated and forced to withdraw into West Virginia. Butler had easily taken Bermuda Hundred, but moved too slowly against Richmond. His 33,000 troops should have easily overwhelmed Richmond's 5,000 defenders, but he'd overcautiously, though successfully, probed forward. This advance allowed PGT Beauregard to arrive from South Carolina with 18,000 troops to block his advance. The geography of Bermuda Hundred meant that Butler couldn't be attacked, but neither could he attack. In fact, defense was so strongly favored that Beauregard sent 10,000 unneeded troops to reinforce Lee. A frustrated Grant described Butler as being corked in a wine bottle. Cleverness was failing him again, so it was time for brute force. Grant had kept attrition as his backup strategy, and now it was time to put it into action. He informed Meade that the prospects for a decisive battle appeared remote, so rather than constantly seeking an advantage, they would simply fight Lee wherever he chose to fight. That fight came on May 23rd. Meade left Hancock behind as bait to keep Lee from disengaging, but Lee didn't bite. Instead, he marched right past Warren's unaware corps and seized the North Anna crossings before Grant arrived. However, the seizure of that town did not stop Warren and Hancock from successfully crossing and defending their bridgeheads at Jericho Mills and Chesterfield Bridge against counterattacks. Lee adopted a V-shaped fortified line, which he intended to use to execute a reverse of the Gettysburg strategy. He would concentrate his forces against whichever Union wing struck first, crush it, and then crush the other. However, Lee had heart disease, which caused diarrhea that incapacitated him for the next week. With Longstreet wounded and A.P. Hill sick, there was no general able to execute the plan, and 3 days of ineffective skirmishing ensued. Grant interpreted Lee's lack of initiative as proof that the Confederate army was almost spent. With the current position too unfavorable, he again ordered Meade to disengage and swing around Lee's left flank. Sheridan had just returned, having accomplished only one of his tasks. Grant immediately had Sheridan probe Lee's left flank, successfully convincing him that Grant was moving west. Instead, he moved south again, aiming for the Cold Harbor crossroads. When he realized that Grant had slipped away in the night, Lee force marched to Tattapotami Creek, just beating Grant on May 28th. On May 30th, Hill's corps ineffectually assaulted Warren's exposed position. Grant realized that another stalemate was beginning, and again flanked towards Cold Harbor. The cavalry had been brawling near Old Cold Harbor, and on May 31st, Sheridan's troopers seized the crossroads. Lee attempted to push him out on June 1st, only for Meade's corps to arrive from the north, while Union reinforcements arrived from the south. At 1830, Grant ordered a general attack that was able to push Lee back slightly. On June 2nd, the army's exhaustion precluded any attack, but Grant still believed that Lee was on his last legs. Therefore, the whole army was to attack at dawn on June 3rd, but Grant did not give specific orders to launch the assault. Instead, the corps commanders were expected to use their judgment about the enemy in front of them. However, none of them did adequate reconnaissance before the attack. At 0430, the advance began, and by 0700 they were finished. Overconfidence and complacency led the corps commanders to attack into the teeth of Lee's defences, suffering 7,000 casualties and inflicting only 1,500. The attacks were simply cut down by Confederate crossfire, though a few units pierced the Confederate right's front line. Meade's attempt to exploit the breaches failed, and 9 days of grinding trench warfare ensued. The Northern press shredded Lincoln for supporting Grant, demonizing Grant as a butcher. Consequently, Union morale hit its nadir. After these events, Lincoln assumed his re-election was already a lost cause. Only Grant was undeterred. The Shenandoah Campaign was now successfully proceeding under new leadership, and another opportunity had presented itself. Hoping to redeem himself, Butler observed Confederates leaving their fortifications at Petersburg to reinforce Lee. An assault on Petersburg via the James could flank all manned defences. Petersburg's 5 railways were Richmond's lifeline. Take Petersburg and Richmond would starve. To help him, Grant sent Sheridan off on another raid on June 7th. Butler successfully dispatched forces to Petersburg, but timid subordinates engaged rather than stormed the defences as Butler ordered on June 9th. Sheridan fought another inconclusive battle at Trevilian Station on June 11th, which drew Lee's attention away from Grant. The night of June 14th, Meade's engineers built the longest pontoon bridge of the war over the James, and on June 15th, the Siege of Petersburg began. The Overland Campaign was brutal. Historians have found numerous instances of over- and undercounting casualties on both sides, which were exacerbated by the wilderness fires. Grant suffered between 38,691 and 65,000 casualties, representing between 32 and 52% of his starting strength. Lee suffered 20 to 40,000 casualties, comprising 31 to 61% of his initial army. Grant had sent an additional 50,000 men home, but as he entered the siege lines, his army swelled back towards 120,000 and kept growing. A new recruit replaced every soldier Grant lost. He'd wanted to avoid a war of attrition, but now that it had arrived, he was certain to win, despite the political danger to Lincoln. Lee's army was back to 60,000 troops, but only because he'd pulled troops from other fronts. The endgame had arrived, and to Lee's horror, it would be down to attrition, a fight he couldn't win. With Lee confined to siege lines, the Confederacy tilted towards collapse. Had the Army of the James boldly attacked, as ordered on June 9th, the thinly held Petersburg defences would have crumbled. P.G.T. Beauregard's reputation as a siege engineer was well deserved, and his fortifications were murderous, but he had too few troops to hold the line against a determined foe. Grant ordered another attack on June 15th, which successfully breached the defences. But the Army of the James's timid officers allowed the attack to wither and withdrew. Grant sent in the better-led Army of the Potomac, but it was too late. Lee arrived with reinforcements and repelled every attack, until Grant reluctantly gave up on June 18th and settled in for a siege. Despite the press characterizing him as a butcher, Grant cared deeply for his soldiers' well-being. He simply understood that fighting a war meant killing soldiers, and camp diseases were far, far deadlier than bullets. Consequently, Grant would rather have risked his men in battle trying to win than let them waste away from dysentery in camp. Siege camps were especially deadly, but Grant saw no alternative. Across the lines, Lee feared siege warfare even more than his opponent. The Army of Northern Virginia's ethos was fast maneuvers and bold attacks. The static fighting during the Overland Campaign had already degraded morale, and being forced into siege trenches made it crater. Worse, Lee knew a battle of attrition was unwinnable. There was no relief army coming, and he would have to break the siege himself, but a direct breakout was impossible given Grant's entrenchments and superior numbers. Worse, Lee had another front to worry about. After humiliating Franz Sigel, the Shenandoah Valley's defenders believed the threat was gone, and mostly left to reinforce Lee. However, Sigel's replacement, David Hunter, restarted the campaign. By early June, he'd defeated the valley's remaining defenders and pushed south, ransacking Confederate farmland. Shenandoah was Virginia's breadbasket, and with supply lines to the Carolinas and Georgia stretched or cut, it was Richmond's last reliable food source. Lee was therefore compelled to dispatch 8,000 men under Jubal Early to stop Hunter. However, this provided an unexpected opportunity. Hunter's supply lines had been effectively severed by John Mosby's cavalry. He expected resupply and reinforcement from Philip Sheridan's cavalry, but Sheridan failed to arrive following the Battle of Trevilian Station. Hunter unsuccessfully probed Early's defences around Lynchburg for 2 days. Almost out of ammunition and with no hope of resupply, Hunter withdrew. Since he couldn't fight Early, Hunter made the tactically reasonable but strategically disastrous decision to march into West Virginia rather than back up the valley to Harper's Ferry. The shorter distance meant he'd be back in action sooner, but also meant that only the Harper's Ferry garrison stood between Early and Washington. Lee swiftly ordered Early to invade Maryland to force Grant to dispatch troops to man Washington's defenses, weakening the siege. Lee vainly hoped that panicked politicians would force Grant's whole army to leave Virginia to defend them. Early's 16,000 troops bypassed Harper's Ferry and were in Maryland by July 5th. Early decided to march directly for Washington, his precise intentions unclear. The alert was raised on June 29th, when the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad reported disruptions along its line, and Grant dispatched James Ricketts's division from the 6th Corps to reinforce Harper's Ferry, but he wasn't worried. The 3 Union departments in Maryland and southern Pennsylvania should be enough to deal with Early. However, only one department actually responded. Lew Wallace was charged with defending Baltimore with the 8th Corps, which consisted of 2,500 volunteers and temporarily activated militia. After the B&O alert, Wallace realized that Early might be moving against Washington or Baltimore. The logical route to either city required the bridges at Monocacy Junction, so he moved out to block Early on July 3rd. Knowing he couldn't stop Early, Wallace built blockhouses to protect the crossings and delay him long enough for Grant to respond. His scouts found Early on July 7th, and Wallace passed their warning to Grant, who dispatched the rest of the 6th and part of the 19th Corps to reoccupy Washington's defenses, including the heavy artillery regiments he'd converted into infantry. This achieved Lee's strategic goal, but the situation at Petersburg remained unchanged. Unable to reach Harper's Ferry, Ricketts agreed to join Wallace on July 8th, bringing the force up to 5,800. Between 0900 and 1000, Early unsuccessfully attacked the defences at the Baltimore Turnpike and the B&O Railway Bridge. Believing that he faced the entire 6th Corps and further frontal attacks were pointless, Early sent his cavalry south to find a ford and flank the Union line. Ricketts could clearly see the movement from the heights, while the Confederates couldn't see the Federal position. Consequently, after successfully fording, the Confederates were surprised by Ricketts's veterans hiding along a fence line behind rolling hills and were repulsed by a single volley. Early sent an infantry division to reinforce the cavalry, and superior numbers caused Ricketts's line to collapse. Under heavy artillery fire, the overwhelmed Federals withdrew towards the National Road, then back towards Baltimore. Early attempted but missed engaging the Union rearguard at 1800, having won the ground but lost an entire day's marching. Early reached the outskirts of Washington midday on July 11th, just as Federal troops were reoccupying the defenses. Wallace's goal was achieved, helped by the intense summer heat, which caused Early's column to string out. As both forces concentrated, the Union heavy artillery in Fort Stevens destroyed any outbuilding the Confederates could use for cover. At 1500, Early began probing Fort Stevens's outlying trenches to little effect. At some point, President Lincoln arrived to observe the fighting from the ramparts, becoming the only US president to be fired upon by enemy soldiers while in office. The rest of the Federal troops arrived during the night. Morning skirmishes made clear that Early couldn't break through, but he didn't withdraw until the Federals successfully counterattacked at 1700. Early retreated into Virginia the next day, and was ineffectively pursued. Jurisdictional disputes impeded Union command, and Early was able to escape back into Shenandoah, where he first shook and then counterattacked his pursuers before reinvading Pennsylvania and burning Chambersburg. This proved to be a fatal mistake. Grant was already irritated by the various commands' failure to defeat Early, and allowing him into Pennsylvania was the final straw. Grant combined all local departments into the Army of Shenandoah under Philip Sheridan to prevent further disputes. Grant wanted Sheridan's aggression and needed to separate Sheridan and Meade's tempers. Grant's orders were simple: destroy Early and burn the Shenandoah Valley. Nothing useful was to survive, whether the owners were Unionist or secessionist. Depending on your definition, Winchester had changed hands 11 to 75 times during this war, and Grant wanted the next time to be the final. He was over Shenandoah Valley. Sheridan happily complied. Early was expected to easily defeat Sheridan by emulating his mentor Stonewall Jackson's 1862 rapid maneuvers and surprise attacks along internal lines. However, this was 1864, and he wasn't facing green soldiers and unqualified generals. Sheridan aggressively drove his 40,000 veterans south in mid-August, burning everything he didn't carry off. Early repeatedly attacked, using the valley's geography to hide his movements, but neither Sheridan nor his men flinched. Sheridan then counterattacked and drove Early aside before continuing south, scorching the valley. Early tried one last surprise attack at Cedar Creek on October 19th. His pre-dawn assault successfully routed Sheridan's forces, but rather than pursue as ordered, his starving troops fell out to desperately plunder supplies. This allowed Sheridan to rally his men and counterattack at 1600, shattering Early's army and bolstering Lincoln's re-election. Sheridan completed his mission in mid-November and rejoined Grant. Early's army drifted apart due to desertion, and Lee draining units to shore up the Petersburg defenses. By March 1865, he only had 1,500 soldiers left, who were annihilated by George Custer at Waynesboro. Lee always defended Early's conduct, but Richmond scapegoated him. Early never held another command. Far to the west, another hopeless invasion sputtered out. Even before Vicksburg fell, the Trans-Mississippi Department was strategically irrelevant, and its commander, Edmund Kirby Smith, knew it. His 30,000 soldiers were insufficient to challenge federal control over most of his department. Missouri had been lost after Pea Ridge, while West Texas was abandoned, and all of the important parts of Arkansas and Louisiana fell during 1862. Smith's only communication with Richmond was occasional messages smuggled past the Union Navy's Mississippi gunboats, always containing unrealistic orders. He was effectively the only Confederate authority west of Mississippi, and many called his department the Kingdom of Smith, or Kirby Smithdom. Smith embraced the role, engaging in diplomacy with both Mexican and French officials, while encouraging smuggling across the Rio Grande. Smith primarily used the smuggled supplies to support the Missouri bushwhackers and stand Whitey's forces in Indian Territory, allowing his men to safely wait out the war. Nathaniel Banks's Red River Campaign forced Smith into action. Defeating Banks and pushing another Federal army back across the Arkansas River drained his supplies and infantry reserves. Worse, lack of other generals meant he'd had to appoint Sterling Price to command in Arkansas. Price remained in Confederate service, though his state guards were long depleted, and he kept insisting that he could reconquer Missouri. Smith openly believed Price couldn't lead a horse to water. The Missouri government in exile was worse. It was continually insisting that Missouri yearned to throw off the federal yoke, if only Confederate troops would come to their rescue. They also claimed that Jefferson Davis fully supported their plan, and were sending Smith orders to reclaim Missouri. Smith knew neither was true. Price launched raids into the state every fall, without provoking additional uprisings or attracting recruits. Davis barely acknowledged Missouri before it was lost, and all Davis ever wanted from Smith was reinforcements. However, he was under increasing pressure from both other state governments and his subordinates to more actively participate in the war, making the Missourians' calls for a liberation campaign unignorable. During July, Joseph Shelby's cavalry crossed the Arkansas River to capture Federal supplies and disrupt communications. Shelby reported that Federal forces were minimal outside of Little Rock and Fort Smith. The route into Missouri was open if Smith wanted to launch a raid. This gave Smith a win-win idea. He didn't believe that Missouri was actually recoverable, but he could use the Missourians' belief that it was so to his advantage. A raid into Missouri, utilizing Price's informant networks, could disrupt the upcoming elections, potentially preventing Missouri from voting for Lincoln, whose defeat was the only remaining hope for a Southern victory. At the very least, it was an opportunity to gather supplies. Missouri might also rise, though Smith was certain it wouldn't. However, Smith would finally be rid of his Missouri headaches. He'd be using all of Price's remaining allies and moving deeper into Missouri than any previous raid. If this didn't cause the mass uprising the government claimed was imminent, it'd prove they were lying. and could be ignored henceforth. Price would be going along too, though he wasn't supposed to command. If Price didn't die, he'd either stay in Missouri or return defeated and disgraced. The 4,000 available cavalry and mounted infantry were insufficient for the operation, so Smith told Price to rally the bushwhackers to his cause once inside Missouri. Shelby was directed to recruit more soldiers in northern Arkansas and arm them with captured Federal weapons. The plan immediately went awry. Political optics meant that Price received command of the raid. His perceived incompetence was bad, but his political rivalries and constant bickering with several of his sub-commanders were worse. The government in exile was also going, convincing Smith that the operation was doomed. Price shared Smith's disdain for them and intended to hold elections to replace them. They were coming along to thwart him. Smith wanted to launch the raid in mid-August, but supply problems and political infighting meant Price didn't cross the shallow Arkansas River until September 6th. Shelby joined Price at Pocahontas on September 14th, bringing another 8,000 soldiers, mostly deserters he'd rounded up and forced back into service. 4,000 of them were unarmed, and 1,000 lacked horses. Still, Price's 12,000 raiders moved north on September 19th. The Department of Missouri was aware of Price's activities. However, it was a shadow of its 1862 self. The 4,000 to 8,000 active bushwhackers were a nuisance, but small federal garrisons and 10,000 state militia had proved sufficient to minimize their damage, and their combat troops were reassigned to active theaters. It was the perfect backwater for William Rosecrans to command, while recovering from his mental collapse in Chattanooga. When he learned of Price's advance, Rosecrans raised new volunteer regiments and requested that the 16th Corps be forwarded to St. Louis from across the Mississippi Theater. A general alert was raised and additional reinforcements began marching to Missouri. The Federal response was helped by Price having no sense of urgency. Rather than swiftly marching north to St. Louis as planned, Price decided to attack the 1,456-strong garrison at Pilot Knob, thinking it an easy morale-building victory. Price's vanguard encountered Federal scouts on September 26th, and the alerted Federals retreated into Fort Davidson. Price didn't have artillery capable of breaching the walls, so the next day he ordered a series of attacks to overwhelm the fort. Despite overwhelming numbers, his men failed to cross the moat and suffered heavy casualties. Some Federals holding outbuildings were captured and subsequently executed. The heavily outnumbered Federals slipped away in the dark. Price remained near Pilot Knob until September 29th. He had learned that St. Louis was reinforced and no longer a plausible target, so instead he marched for Jefferson City. Approximately 6,000 bushwhackers joined his army, who pillaged the countryside indiscriminately. Price had given orders against looting, but everyone ignored him, and soon a 5,000-strong wagon train followed his army, primarily laden with miscellaneous loot rather than useful military supplies. Rosecrans correctly guessed Price's intentions and reinforced and refortified Jefferson City. Price reached its outskirts on October 7th and realized that taking it was impossible. He began meandering vaguely westward toward Fort Leavenworth, skirmishing with Federal patrols and overwhelming garrisons. However, his nemesis from Pea Ridge was waiting for him. Samuel Curtis commanded the Kansas Department, and when the alert was raised, he mobilized 20,000 volunteers and militia before marching to Kansas City. He and Rosecrans discussed trapping Price between their armies via telegraph, but bushwhackers kept intercepting their messages, making actual coordination impossible. Rosecrans had Alfred Pleasonton's 10,000 cavalry chasing Price, hoping Curtis was ready to block his escape. Curtis fortified Westport to block Price, hoping Rosecrans's troops were still coming. Curtis sent James Blunt's division towards Lexington to suppress bushwhacker activity and locate Price on October 15th. Price was still moving slowly and reached Blunt's position on October 19th. Superior numbers let Price push through, but he finally realized that the Federals were closing in. Blunt decided to hold at Little Blue River, though Curtis couldn't send reinforcements. Price attacked on October 21st, pushing Blunt back from the crossings, then through the streets of Independence. However, Blunt's stand let Pleasonton catch Price. Hoping to defeat his enemies in detail, Price split his army. Shelby's division followed Blunt to Byram's Ford, while Price's rearguard engaged Pleasanton in Independence. The rest headed for Curtis in Westport. Finding Blunt's defences at the main ford too strong, Shelby instead crossed an unguarded ford to the north, forcing Blunt to retreat to Westport. Pleasanton shattered the rearguard and pursued it toward Byram's Ford. Refusing to flee, Price engaged Curtis on October 23rd so the wagon train could escape capture. Shelby withstood a probing attack from Blunt before counterattacking and nearly taking Westport. However, he ran out of ammunition and was pushed back to heights outside the town. Pleasanton charged the rearguard again and broke through at Byram's Ford. Curtis personally directed a flanking attack through a dry gully, which pushed Price away from Westport toward Pleasanton. Threatened from three sides, Price tried to hold Forest Hill, but a general attack routed his raiders. To escape, Price set the prairie on fire, which prevented immediate pursuit. Blunt and Pleasanton pursued Price first into Kansas, then into Missouri, as he tried to avoid federal garrisons and reach Indian territory. Pleasanton attacked Price 3 times on October 25th, and Blunt hit him again on the 28th, repeatedly devastating his rearguard but failing to stop the retreat. Price returned to Arkansas on December 2nd with less than 6,000 men and fewer supplies than he'd started with. Price claimed the expedition was successful, but Smith knew better and sidelined him, having achieved his strategic objective. Significantly, Price's expedition ended Missouri's guerrilla war. The bushwhacker companies fell apart once Price was beaten. It was now obvious that Missouri was never really a Confederate state. The final confirmation was that Missouri voted overwhelmingly for Lincoln. Vengeful Federal cavalry divisions swiftly hunted down those who tried to keep fighting. There were no further significant engagements in the Trans-Mississippi Department. Across the Mississippi, another foolhardy plan reached its logical conclusion. To recap, Jefferson Davis's delusional optimism was that John Bell Hood's 40,000-strong Army of Tennessee could liberate Tennessee and Kentucky before breaking the Siege of Petersburg. It had already gone wrong. Hood did minimal damage to Sherman's supply lines before being chased into Georgia. Sherman sent George Thomas, James Schofield, and 3 corps to Tennessee before returning to Atlanta. Thomas and Schofield were to follow Hood once he returned to Georgia to pursue Sherman, like a sane commander would. If Hood were stupid and/or reckless enough to follow Davis's plans, they'd destroy him. Beauregard was nominally Hood's department commander and knew the plan was doomed. Unable to stop Hood, Beauregard tried to limit the damage and ordered him to leave Joseph Wheeler and William Hardee in Georgia to oppose Sherman and instead used Nathan Forrest's cavalry. However, on October 16th, Forrest launched another grand raid against Sherman's supply lines, which did considerable physical damage without causing any meaningful supply disruptions. The Federals weren't threatened by Forrest anymore. Hood spent October failing to find adequate supplies for his invasion while waiting for Forrest. What little could be found was difficult to move on worn-out rails and unmaintained roads. The Confederacy's infrastructure had crumbled. He impulsively tried to cross the Tennessee River at Decatur, only to be defeated by the Federal garrison. He then moved to Tuscumbia to wait for Forrest. On November 16th, Hood crossed the river. Forrest arrived on the 20th, and the invasion began. Thomas and Schofield had been watching Hood closely, expecting him to chase after Sherman once the march to the sea began. Neither believed Hood would invade Tennessee, despite intelligence stating he would. Nobody was that reckless. Hood's river crossing proved that he was, and Thomas ordered Schofield to consolidate his forces at Columbia. Forrest so effectively screened Hood that Schofield didn't know where Hood was until his breastworks were attacked on November 24th. Schofield realized that this was a pinning attack, enabling Hood to seize the Duck River crossings and isolate him from Thomas, but heavy rains prevented withdrawal until November 29th. Forrest was ahead of Schofield, but he neglected to take the crossroad at Spring Hill, which Federal infantry and cavalry held by noon. Forrest probed but didn't strongly attack their position, instead waiting for infantry support to arrive. Schofield finished withdrawing from Columbia under fire at 1500. Schofield's dispersed army was vulnerable to a coordinated attack, but Hood's subordinates weren't communicating with each other. Hood made it worse by issuing new orders that contradicted their previous orders without consulting or informing them. The confusion prevented any meaningful attack, as Schofield continued his march to Franklin through Hood's lines. Rebel pickets repeatedly tried to raise an alarm, but all the generals were asleep, thinking Schofield trapped. Instead, Schofield was refortifying Franklin by dawn. When Hood discovered Schofield's escape, he furiously blamed everyone but himself and began pursuing. Schofield's baggage train finished crossing the Harpeth River by early afternoon, but since Hood was finally arriving after a forced march, Schofield decided to fight. Confused orders left an isolated division hastily digging trenches in front of the main line. Stating that he'd rather fight against Schofield's trenches than Nashville's defenses, Hood ordered a frontal attack at 1300. His generals desperately tried to talk him out of it, or at least convince him to wait for more artillery to arrive, but Hood wouldn't budge. Sunset was at 1630, and there was no time for anything else. At 1600, Hood's 20,000 men, supported by 2 batteries of artillery, attacked Schofield's 27,000-strong and overwhelmingly artillery-supported Army of the Ohio. The isolated division was quickly overwhelmed, which disorganized the defenses they fled through. This allowed the assault to pierce the Union center, but a swift counterattack repulsed the Confederates in vicious hand-to-hand fighting. All other attacks were ineffective. Schofield pulled out at 2300 to rejoin Thomas per orders, but he didn't need to. The Army of Tennessee was broken. 6 of Hood's generals, including his best division commander, Patrick Cleburne, were dead, and 8 more were wounded. 55 regimental commanders became casualties. He'd suffered at least 4,500 casualties while inflicting only 2,326, which shattered his men's morale. Rather than retreat and risk mass desertion, Hood continued to Nashville. Thomas was securely inside Nashville's extensive fortifications, with 55,000 men supported by Federal gunboats when Hood arrived on December 2nd. Unable to credibly besiege Thomas with 25,000 men, but having nothing else to do, Hood dug trenches south of Nashville. Hoping to draw Thomas out, Forrest was sent off on another raid towards Murfreesboro, where he was defeated on December 7th. Grant ordered Thomas to attack and finish off Hood. When nothing happened for 2 weeks, Grant ordered Major General John Logan to relieve Thomas if he didn't attack by December 13th, though Logan got stuck in Louisville. On December 16th, Grant was boarding a train to travel to Nashville personally when news arrived that Thomas had successfully attacked. Thomas knew that Franklin had irreparably broken the Army of Tennessee. However, he expected reinforcements, and his cavalry had performed so poorly thus far that it required retraining to effectively pursue and finish off Hood's army once he attacked. Thomas also wanted hunger and cold to weaken the rebels further, so he waited. On December 15th, Thomas was finally ready. At 1430, Thomas launched a diversionary attack against Hood's right, while the rest of the army stormed 5 redoubts on Hood's left. The rebels were overwhelmed, and Hood retreated into a more compact line on higher ground behind the original line. Thomas repeated the attack the next day, rolling up Hood's left flank and permanently shattering the Army of Tennessee. Thomas pursued Hood, but heavy rain and a determined rearguard, consisting of Hood's only combat-capable units, plus the returned Forrest, let the rebels escape into Alabama. Hood's casualties are disputed, but on January 20th, he reported 18,742 men ready for duty, though other reports claim there were actually fewer than 15,000. The Army of Tennessee was finished as a fighting force. Hood blamed everyone but himself for the disaster before he resigned. The failed 1864 offensives expended the Confederacy's last reserves of men and materiel. Lincoln's re-election, secured in part thanks to Early and Price's defeats, meant there was now no chance for a negotiated peace. There was nothing left to delay the war's endgame. The only question was when, not if, Grant would break Lee at Petersburg, ending the Southern Rebellion for good. Both the Army of Northern Virginia and the Army of the Potomac dreaded a prolonged siege at Petersburg after enduring miserable trench fighting at Spotsylvania and Cold Harbor. However, Ambrose Burnside's 9th Corps veterans had been at Vicksburg and dreaded living in the trenches far more. Therefore, one regiment decided to break the siege. The former coal miners of the 48th Pennsylvania Infantry believed they could dig a mineshaft under Confederate lines. Their commander and mining engineer, Lieutenant Colonel Henry Pleasants, conducted a formal survey and concluded it was possible. He proposed digging the mineshaft from his position to the Confederate fort at Elliott's Salient, then detonating a mine to Burnside, who eagerly took it to U.S. Grant and George Meade. Grant thought Pleasant's plan was undoable, but there was no harm in letting him dig to stay busy. It was over 500 feet from the 48th's position to their target. Even if the Confederates didn't hear the mineshaft coming and dig their own countermines, engineering doctrine required easily detectable air vents in any shaft longer than 400 feet. Grant approved the plan, then forgot about it without allocating any resources. He was too occupied with operations to cut the Weldon Railroad and Early's Maryland Campaign. Consequently, Grant was extremely surprised when Pleasants reported the mine was completed in late July. His men had dug a 511-foot-long tunnel under Confederate lines with a 75-foot-wide galley for the explosives, using improvised tools and timber stolen from a disused bridge. They'd solved the ventilation problem by building an air exchanger using the chimney effect. The Confederates were slow to react, despite quickly detecting the digging, and their countermines had missed, partially due to Pleasants rerouting the tunnel away from danger. Now only the explosives were missing. Burnside had chosen Edward Ferrero's division of United States colored troops to lead the assault. Burnside was proud of his colored troops, but left them in the rear during the Overland Campaign on Grant's orders. Eager to demonstrate their combat abilities, Burnside spent weeks training them to lead the assault. After engineers cleared a path, the lead regiments would charge around the sides of the crater before penetrating deeply into the Confederate lines. The following regiments would sweep into the trenches beside the crater to open the gap, while engineers guided reinforcements around the crater. The Confederate center would be broken, and if things went perfectly, Petersburg would be taken. Grant was impressed by Burnside's preparations and approved the plan before appropriating the gunpowder for the mine. To improve the chances of a breakthrough, he ordered Hancock's corps to cross the James and attack the trenches at Newmarket and Glendale. Grant didn't expect a breakthrough, having instead hoped that Lee would extend his lines, thinning the defenses around Petersburg. Moreover, Sheridan's cavalry was ordered to raid Richmond if the opportunity presented itself. The July 27th attack achieved its strategic objective, as Lee redeployed all his reserves to contain Hancock and Sheridan. Grant ordered the mine blown at dawn on July 30th. However, Meade believed that no matter how big a hole was blown in the rebel lines, Lee would just plug the gap and annihilate the assault force with flanking artillery. He also doubted the colored troops' fighting ability and willingness, but lacked the authority to cancel the operation. Meade instead hoped Pleasants would quietly fail and be forgotten. When he instead succeeded, Meade argued against attacking, but Grant wouldn't budge. They had a perfectly good tunnel. It would be wasteful not to use it when the plan could succeed. Out of time, Meade ordered Burnside to use a White division instead on July 29th, hoping the last-second change would force a cancellation. Burnside bitterly protested to Grant, who reluctantly sided with Meade. The Peace Democrats had made race a major campaign issue, while radical Republicans accused Lincoln of thinking black lives didn't matter. Lincoln couldn't risk political blowback from black soldiers dying like white soldiers, and had asked Grant to limit their role until after the election. Grant caved to these fears, but didn't cancel the assault, to Meade's dismay. His heart broken, Burnside morosely had his other division commanders draw straws, and disastrously, James Ledlie won. Ledlie was an incompetent drunk, and his division was thoroughly worn out from combat. Burnside carefully explained the plan to Ledlie, with orders to thoroughly brief his troops that night. Instead, Ledlie just told them to attack after the mine detonated without any details. At 03:30 on July 30th, Pleasants lit the fuse. After a false start, the mine finally detonated at 04:44. 278 Confederates died instantly, and survivors fled from the surrounding trenches. It took 15 minutes for officers to reorganize the panicked troops and begin moving back towards the trenches. Disastrously, Ledlie's demoralized and uninformed troops were equally panicked and didn't advance for 10 minutes. Worse, Ledlie hadn't sent the engineers to place footbridges over the trenches or clear debris as instructed, further slowing and disorganizing the assault. By the time they finally reached the crater, the Confederates were ready. Grant called what followed the saddest affair I have witnessed in this war. Ledley's men marched at the Confederate positions rather than assault them and were cut down. Many dove for cover in the crater, discovering too late that the sides were too steep to escape. Grant and Meade ordered the attack cancelled, just as Burnside ordered Ferrero's division forward to save the situation. The colored troops heroically tried to execute the original plan, but were repelled and many were pushed into, then trapped in, the crater. While white soldiers were taken prisoner, the Confederates summarily executed most of the blacks. Ferrero and Ledley were found miles behind the line, drinking rum in a bunker instead of leading their troops. Union casualties stood at 3,798 to 1,491 Confederates. Burnside was scapegoated for the failure and lost his command, while Ledley and Ferrero were castigated in a court of inquiry, causing Ledley to resign in disgrace. However, post-war inquiries and Grant's own reports placed the blame squarely on Meade's interference. Still, the strategic situation at Petersburg remained unchanged. The Battle of the Crater was Grant's best and last chance to break through, so he simply continued the siege. For the rest of the summer and fall, Grant repeatedly extended his siege lines, stretching Lee's army to its limits. By the time the November rains halted operations, Grant's lines stretched from Mechanicsville, north of Richmond, to Boynton Plank Road, southwest of Petersburg. Only 2 railways connected Richmond to the outside world, and supplies began to dry up entirely. Meanwhile, in Georgia, William T. Sherman completed his march to the sea by capturing Savannah on December 21st. Grant congratulated him, then ordered his friends to come north via the Navy to complete Lee's encirclement. However, Sherman didn't want to join that quagmire, and instead proposed to march north through the Carolinas to destroy Richmond's last supply sources. Lee's army was the only thing keeping the Confederacy alive, but Sherman believed that Lee would fight to the last. However, starving troops can't fight, and therefore victory would come faster if he destroyed Lee's food source. Additionally, Sherman wanted there to be no doubt in Southern minds that they had lost the war, so every inch of the South had to feel the Union's wrath. To that end, he ordered George Thomas to lead a massive cavalry raid into Alabama once the weather allowed. Grant approved Sherman's plan on Christmas Eve. The remaining 10,000 Confederate soldiers in South Carolina couldn't stop Sherman's 60,000 veterans. However, they believed that the border roads being underwater would keep Sherman in Georgia until May. Sherman knew about that problem and surprised everyone. Tens of thousands of slaves had followed the march to the sea, and some were experienced swamp construction workers. Sherman formed the best of them into pioneer detachments under Union engineers to build corduroy roads and bridges, while cutting new roads through the wilderness ahead of the marching columns. The pioneers got to work on December 30th, and by mid-January, Sherman was inside South Carolina. As with the march to the sea, Sherman cut his supply lines to speed his march. His men filled their packs with ammunition and little else, intending to live off the land, and not resupply until they reached Fayetteville, North Carolina. Sherman gave very strict and clear orders to requisition only the food they needed. Property destruction was only to take place under their corps commander's orders, in retaliation for enemy harassment. However, South Carolina was the secessionists' hotbed and the birthplace of the rebellion. The men thirsted for revenge. Many officers creatively interpreted Sherman's orders to allow wanton pillaging and destruction. Sherman's strategic surprise was aided by speed and deception, and he faced no meaningful opposition. Despite the flooded roads and rough wilderness, Sherman's veterans advanced far too quickly for the dispersed and uncoordinated Confederates to oppose. PGT Beauregard was so confused that he tried defending everything, and ultimately defended nothing. Sherman was marching in 3 columns, with one feinting towards Augusta, another towards Charleston, and the third at his real target. The residents and defenders of Charleston self-importantly feared that they were the primary target of Sherman's wrath. However, Sherman considered Charleston worthless, and was instead marching to Columbia. The symbolic value of taking the state capital where the first secession vote was held was far greater than taking the city that fired the first shot. Columbia was also the last manufacturing and rail hub in the Confederacy. Lee dispatched Wade Hampton's South Carolina cavalry to defend their home state, but there was nothing he could do. Hampton abandoned Columbia on February 16th. Sherman occupied Columbia the next day, and that night, fire annihilated the business district. Lost causes long claimed that Sherman ordered Columbia burned in deliberate revenge, but Sherman gave no such order. Rather, as an 1874 newspaper column stated, the war burned Columbia. Hampton's troopers burned several cotton stockpiles as they withdrew, and civilians threw more burning cotton into the streets as Sherman arrived. High winds carried burning sparks into buildings, quickly overwhelming Columbia's fire brigades. Additionally, citizens seeking to curry Union favor ladled out liquor to arriving troops. By nightfall, drunken soldiers were interfering with firefighting efforts and setting new fires. Worse, civilians looking to loot joined them, and rioting engulfed Columbia. Not a single business survived, and a third of Columbia was destroyed before the winds died down. As Richmond suffered through the hungry winter of 1864–65, Jefferson Davis continued to bluster about the war being winnable through Southern elan and honor. However, he couldn't obscure reality anymore. Fort Fisher's fall on January 15, 1865, cut the Confederacy's final contact with the outside world. In early February, Lee reported losing 100 men per night to desertion, with 8% of his army deserting in January alone. Union soldiers had betting pools on how many rebels would flee to their lines every night. As Sherman advanced, the Confederate garrisons in South Carolina fled into North Carolina rather than fight. While it was far too late to matter, the Confederate Congress finally took the war out of Davis's hands and voted to make Lee General-in-Chief and return Joseph Johnston to Western Command. Davis reluctantly appointed Lee on February 6th, but adamantly refused to appoint Johnston as he would rather lose the war than admit he had been wrong. Nevertheless, Lee forced the issue, and Johnston returned to command on February 25th. Congress also considered but rejected recruiting slaves in exchange for freedom. Regardless of their manpower crisis, Southerners preferred losing the war to surrendering their slaves. Lee knew Richmond was doomed. He understood that his 40,000 regulars and 10,000 Virginia militia could not resist Grant's spring offensive, and he had to escape before then. Johnston suggested linking up. Together, they had the numbers to defeat Sherman, and then to try to wait out Grant in the North Carolina mountains. Lee initially declined, but in March he realized it was the only hope remaining. He further believed that defeating Sherman would restore morale enough for them to turn back and then defeat Grant, as they had in 1862. Thus, he began preparations to evacuate the trenches and flee south as soon as the weather allowed. Johnston wasn't as sanguine. Sherman's 60,000 men were rapidly advancing. The 15,000-man Army of the Ohio had been redeployed to take Wilmington and was marching inland to link up with Sherman at Greensboro, opposed by 9,000 men under Braxton Bragg. Johnston had William Hardee's 10,000 men from South Carolina, about 8,000 cavalry, and the 6,600 Army of Tennessee diehards who hadn't deserted after Nashville. To have a chance, he needed Sherman to make a mistake. Sherman's scorch marks ended sharply at the North Carolina border. This state had been a reluctant rebel, and tens of thousands of Tar Heels had joined the Union Army, which meant that Sherman's men weren't interested in revenge when they entered on March 8th. Sherman was moving in 2 columns to make his rendezvous with Schofield, and wasn't expecting any resistance. All the evidence indicated that the remaining Southern soldiers' morale was too poor to fight anymore. However, Johnston had again worked tirelessly to restore his men to fighting form. After absorbing Bragg's force, Johnston's new Army of the South had just enough soldiers to take on one of Sherman's columns, if and only if they were too far apart to support each other. He couldn't destroy Sherman, but if he damaged one wing enough, or destroyed its supply wagons, Sherman would have to fall back to the coast to reorganize, buying Lee enough time to escape Grant. On March 15th, Sherman's cavalry found Hardee's men guarding Everysborough. The left column moved into position and attacked, overwhelming 2 lines of breastworks before being halted by a third. Overwhelming Union numbers forced Hardee to retreat, but while the left was delayed, Sherman's right column continued advancing. This was the opportunity Johnston was looking for, as it appeared that the columns were more than a day's march apart. As Slocum's men marched up the Goldsboro Road, they encountered Johnston's army south of Bentonville. Thinking it was only a cavalry screen backed by artillery, Slocum attacked with a single division. After it was strongly repulsed, he fell back and called for help, though he didn't order breastworks built. At 1500, the Army of Tennessee attacked the Union left. Not expecting the Confederates to show their old fighting spirit, the flank collapsed. Only one division held, thanks to its commander's insistence on fortifying his position, preventing Johnston from getting to Slocum's rear. Reinforcements began arriving and Johnston pulled back. Rather than retreat, he fortified his position, hoping Sherman would repeat Kennesaw Mountain. Instead, they spent the 20th lightly skirmishing. Sherman was weary of war and wanted all his men to survive to celebrate the victory he knew was close, so he didn't attack. A reconnaissance in force nearly turned Johnston's flank on the 21st, but poor communication led Sherman to recall the force, a decision he later admitted was wrong. That night, Johnston wired Lee that he could not stop Sherman without help. Meanwhile, the cavalry raid that Sherman had ordered back in January was underway. The war had largely bypassed Alabama, and that needed to be fixed. Behind Lincoln's back, Grant and Sherman worried that the rebels wouldn't accept defeat, and would either fight a guerrilla war or rebuild their strength and rise again. Therefore, the South's capacity to wage war had to be destroyed. Selma was home to the Confederate Naval Ordnance Foundry and a gunpowder factory, so it was the primary target. To Sherman's dismay, Thomas wouldn't launch the raid until he was certain that all of Brigadier General James Wilson's 14,000 troopers were adequately trained. However, constant torrential rains prevented the launch of the raid anyway. This proved fortunate. A separate operation against Mobile was simultaneously underway, conveniently and unexpectedly splitting Confederate attention. Grant had wanted the Department of the Gulf to take Mobile while Sherman marched for Atlanta, but the failed Red River Campaign drained its men and materiel. Admiral Farragut seized Mobile Bay because he was tired of waiting for the army to take the city. Farragut only cared about ending blockade running, and only brought one army division to occupy the bay's defenses. That division probed Mobile's defenses in December 1864, but couldn't attack the city. Shoals and rocks meant the Navy couldn't sail up the Dog River to Mobile, and the fortifications defending the narrow road through the swamp were too strong for 5,000 men to take. Therefore, Edward Canby decided to concentrate all the Gulf Department's resources against Mobile. On March 17th, he debarked 30,000 troops in Mobile Bay and began marching to Mobile, while Frederick Steele brought another 15,000 from Fort Barrancas to join him. To oppose the incoming 59,000 Federals, Richard Taylor's Department of East Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama had about 15,000 Confederate regulars plus state militia. Nathan Forrest's cavalry formed the department's fighting corps, now a shadow of its glory days. Forrest's 1864 daring though ineffective campaign against Sherman's supply lines has depleted his raiders, many of whom had served with him since Fort Donelson. After receiving reinforcements, the victory at Bryce's Crossroads and defeat at Tupelo left him combat ineffective. Forrest then commanded the Army of Tennessee's cavalry during the disastrous Franklin-Nashville Campaign, and despite Forrest's efforts, it was still severely depleted. Of the 9,000 men under his command, only 7,000 were still mounted and adequately equipped, and only 5,000 were in Alabama, spread out in patrols from Mobile to the Tennessee border. There were barely 1,500 positions to defend Selma. Almost all of the department's infantry had been dispatched to defend Atlanta in 1864. Taylor had hoped the remnants of the Army of Tennessee's infantry and artillery would remain under his command after Nashville, but they too were sent east. He had about 6,000 infantry left in Alabama, most of whom were near Mobile. As Canby landed in Mobile Bay, Taylor visited Forrest's headquarters to discuss the grim situation. Of the two incoming invasions, Forrest believed Wilson was the main threat, but he didn't know Wilson's strength. The Federal cavalry was now as skilled or better than the Confederates, and Forrest's scouts had failed to break through Union patrols. Lacking resources to defend Mobile and Selma, Taylor chose to trust Forrest's fighting reputation, and sent all the infantry, reserves, and one of Forrest's divisions against Canby, the more specific threat. Forrest wasn't happy, but Taylor reminded him that regardless of Wilson's strength, the rugged mountains of the Cumberland Plateau would negate his numbers, and let Forrest fight on equal terms. Forrest agreed that engaging Wilson early was the only way to defend Selma. the weather finally relented, and on March 22nd, Wilson rode out of Gravely Springs. Scouting reports warned that there'd be little forage until they reached Selma, and the roads were pretty narrow, so Wilson divided his command into 3 columns to move faster and reduce the supply pressure. Highlighting the degradation of the Confederate cavalry, Forrest's patrols didn't discover Wilson's departure until March 25th, as they were leaving the Cumberland Plateau. The division in Alabama was near Montgomery, too far south to prevent Wilson from reducing Selma. Forrest resolved to fight anyway, though he had no hope of victory. He ordered Jackson's division to ride from Mississippi to Tuscaloosa, while Chalmers's division was ordered to ride for Selma as fast as possible and engage Wilson. Forrest led the reserve brigades directly to Selma. Certain he was outnumbered, Forrest gambled that he could trap Wilson in a pincer north of Selma, using himself and Chalmers as the anvil and Jackson as the hammer. Taylor couldn't help. Canby besieged Spanish Fort on March 27th, and Steele was closing on Fort Blakely. Everything Taylor had was trying to slow down Steele and break Canby's supply line before he stormed the forts and Mobile fell. Even if reinforcements were available, none could arrive in time to make a difference. Wilson arrived near modern Birmingham on March 29th, days ahead of schedule. Numerous small foundries, mills, and factories had sprung up in the area due to the war, and Wilson destroyed them all. Forrest's advanced brigade of 1,000 troopers had been bitterly but ineffectively skirmishing with him. But Forrest finally had actionable intelligence. Realizing how outnumbered he was and how quickly Wilson was moving, he gave up on the pincer movement. He ordered Jackson to instead ride for the Cahaba bridges near Centerville to regroup with him in Selma. Chalmers was ordered to hurry up, but wet roads stymied him, while Alabama called up militia to help. Meanwhile, Wilson dispatched John Croxton's 2,000 men to destroy the railway junction and manufacturing plants in Tuscaloosa. On March 31st, Wilson arrived at Montevallo, where Forrest's vanguard was making a stand on a ridgeline south of town. Wilson ordered his men to dismount and engage, but the 5th Iowa instead launched a mounted charge, which shattered the line. The Confederates fell back to 6 Mile Creek, where reinforcements were waiting. This force repelled the initial probe, but Federal numbers were too great, and the forces fought a running battle until nightfall, as the Confederates retreated to Randolph, where Forrest was preparing to fight. Meanwhile, Croxton had accidentally ridden between Jackson's cavalry and his artillery train. Jackson wheeled around and surprised the Federals, who were driven to the northwest. Jackson didn't pursue, as he had to reach Forrest quickly. However, Forrest's orders to Jackson were captured in Montevallo, and Wilson sent another 2,000 troops to seize the Cahaba bridges to keep Jackson from Forrest. The Federals reached Centerville first, but Jackson's desperate counterattack drove them back. However, the Federals burned the bridges as they retreated, and destroyed every boat on the river. Jackson would not join Forrest until after Selma fell. Meanwhile, Croxton's men regrouped and continued to Tuscaloosa, destroying all military targets, including the University of Alabama, before moving on to attack more targets of opportunity. Croxton wouldn't rejoin Wilson until the war was over. Forrest was waiting for the Federals north of Selma with at least 1,500 regulars and an indeterminate number of Alabama state troops. The Lightning Brigade made contact with Forrest scouts south of Randolph and began a running battle with the rebels before reaching the main line at Ebenezer Church. Here, Forrest's dismounted troopers and artillery repelled the initial Federal attack. However, the Federals quickly reorganized and re-engaged. Forrest's men were primarily armed with muskets, while by now all Federal cavalry had Spencer repeating carbines, and this superior firepower suppressed the Confederates. More Federals arrived and launched a mounted charge, which Forrest and his bodyguards rode forward to counter. In the ensuing melee, Captain James Taylor engaged Forrest in personal combat, wounding him with a saber cut before Forrest shot him, reportedly his 33rd kill in personal combat. However, Forrest's heroics couldn't overcome the Federal numbers. Another charge against the Confederate right shattered the state troops, and the line disintegrated. Wilson suffered 50 casualties and captured over 300 Confederates, though nobody counted the Confederate dead and wounded. A blood-covered Forrest arrived in Selma early on April 2nd to find Taylor waiting for him with more Alabama State troops. After reporting his defeat at Ebenezer Church, Forrest advised Taylor to evacuate as quickly as possible. He couldn't stop Wilson, just barely slow him down. Taylor did so after formally transferring command to Forrest, and left to warn Montgomery. Selma was heavily fortified, but Forrest's 2,000 regulars and 3,000 militia were too few to garrison them properly. Various reports say that Forrest's men were spread 5 to 10 feet apart to hold the entire line. Most of Chalmers's troops were still to the south, wading through flooded swampland, and Jackson was still on the wrong side of the Cahaba. Forrest's maxim, "get there first with the most," had been fully turned against him. Federal scouts began surveying the defences around 1400. Rather than assault the breastworks with his 9,000 troopers, Wilson decided to wait until nightfall, then infiltrate the Confederate trenches and roll up the line from right to left. However, at 1630, several Confederate patrols that had been left behind at Ebenezer Church, as well as scouts from Chalmers's approaching division, arrived in the Union rear and attacked the camp guards, prompting the Union troops to assault the trenches. As artillery bombarded the defenders, Long's dismounted division moved forward, suppressing the defenders with its superior firepower. By 1500, they'd taken the center of the fortifications, prompting Upton's division to attack along Summerfield Road. As the defenses crumbled, Wilson led a mounted charge down Range Line Road to rout the Confederates. However, Forrest's men were already in the inner works and repelled the attack. The Union troopers continued their dismounted attack, and continually outflanked the remaining defenders' strongpoints, and were inside Selma by 1700. Forrest escaped with what he could. Still, Wilson captured 2,700 Confederates, while suffering 359 killed or wounded. Again, nobody counted the Confederate dead. Before the fighting was over, Selma's citizens had turned out to loot the town, and were soon joined by jubilant Union troopers. It took until morning to restore order and begin properly destroying Selma's 50 acres of Confederate industry. While his men were systematically razing the city, Wilson met with Forrest under a flag of truce to negotiate a prisoner exchange. Forrest acknowledged being beaten, the first time he'd ever admitted it, and stated Captain Taylor would have killed him if he'd been experienced enough to stab him rather than slash at him. Forrest then finally linked up with Jackson and Chalmers and retreated to Montgomery. Wilson moved out on April 9th after destroying every industrial building and rail line in and around Selma. Canby had fully enveloped Spanish Fort by April 1st, and Steele invested Fort Blakely on April 2nd. Canby assaulted the fort on April 8th, discovering that most of the garrison had slipped out on April 7th. He then joined Steele at Fort Blakely, which fell on April 9th. Taylor evacuated Mobile on April 12th, the same day Wilson reached and abandoned Montgomery. Several politicians attempted to pressure Forrest and Taylor to retreat to Texas and continue the fight alongside the Trans-Mississippi Department, but they refused. Forrest bluntly stated that continuing the battle once victory was impossible was pointless and cruel. He'd lost all his artillery fighting Wilson. With Selma burned, there was no way to replenish their ammunition or make more weapons. They were just fighting for honor at this point, and that was stupid. Taylor and Forrest got out of Wilson and Canby's way and waited for word that the war was over. Wilson continued his raid into Georgia to scatter the few remaining Confederate garrisons and destroy several arsenals and railway centers that had survived Sherman's march. Lee knew that he had to leave, but conditions were terrible. As hungry and exhausted as his men were, the army's draft animals were worse and weren't capable of hauling wagons or artillery on wet roads. However, Lee knew time was running out. Federal cavalry, once again under Philip Sheridan, was stepping up raids against his supply lines. Lee was unaware that Grant had set March 29th as the start date of his final campaign. Hoping to forestall Grant and force him to contract his lines, Lee authorized an attack on Fort Stedman. At 04:15 on March 25th, sharpshooters and engineers, disguised as the nightly deserter run, moved into no man's land. The Union forces were caught by surprise, their pickets quickly killed, and the Confederates cleared the physical obstructions. 3 100-man assault teams infiltrated and captured batteries 10 to 12, plus Fort Stedman. They were then supposed to continue into the Union rear to disrupt counterattacks, while the main force moved up. but instead, the starving soldiers fell out to feast on abandoned Union breakfasts. The alert was quickly raised, and by 0730, Union reinforcements contained the breakthrough. At 0745, a punishing counterattack drove the Confederates back to their lines after losing over 4,000 men and only inflicting 1,000 casualties. By the time Grant learned of the attack, it was already over, and he went about his day as normal, which included a formal parade for the visiting President Lincoln. However, Lee knew he had wasted his last offensive potential. His fate was sealed. On March 27th, Lincoln met with Grant and Sherman to discuss the war's end. Lincoln told both men to give generous terms. No political concessions were to be made, but both should let the defeated rebels go home. The war had been hard enough, and Lincoln wanted a soft, reconciliatory peace. Sheridan's cavalry and Warren's 5th Corps moved against Lee's right flank on March 29th. After probing Lee's defenses on March 31st, they broke through at Five Forks. George Pickett's division had been ordered to hold at all costs. Still, not expecting a late afternoon assault after receiving no scouting reports, the senior officers had left to attend a shadbake. Acoustic shadows prevented them from returning until it was too late, but overwhelming Federal numbers most likely doomed the defenders even if they had been led. This effectively cut the South Side Railroad, Lee's main supply line. He informed Davis that the fall of Richmond was imminent. The next day, Grant attacked along the entire Petersburg line. Longstreet's corps successfully defended the Petersburg trenches, but A.P. Hill's corps broke along the Boyston Plank Road. Hill rode out to try and rescue the situation, only to ride upon Union stragglers who ignored his order to surrender and shot him. Learning of the breakthrough, Lee knew Petersburg and Richmond were lost. He informed Davis that he would be evacuating that night. Davis's government took the remaining treasury bullion and their important documents and fled to Danville. Everything else was burned, and soon Richmond was put to the torch so that the Yankees couldn't claim it as a prize. About 40,000 troops slipped away in the dark and marched for Amelia Courthouse. Lee had ordered all remaining food stores to be waiting for them there. He'd feed his troops, then look for a way around Grant to reach Johnston. Grant expected Lee to fight to the death in Richmond, and his men attacked empty trenches on April 3rd. Sheridan was immediately ordered to find Lee, while the infantry cleared the cities. Lincoln came to observe the smoldering Confederate capital on April 4th, and was mobbed by a large gathering of grateful former slaves. Sheridan discovered the Confederates moving west late on April 3rd. Grant didn't know where Lee was headed, but if he escaped Virginia, it would be disastrous. Sheridan was ordered to keep Lee north of the South Side Railroad. Every Union unit was in pursuit. While Lee's troops successfully rendezvoused at Amelia Courthouse, the food had been mistakenly sent to Danville. Starving soldiers fell out to forage, and Lee lost his head start. While waiting for them to return, Lee abandoned about a third of his wagons and artillery, as the horses were too tired to go on. Sheridan's main force caught up that night. As Lee began fleeing west on April 5th, Sheridan hounded his column, slowing Lee's march and letting the infantry catch up. He also managed to get a division into position to block Lee's road to Danville, leaving Lynchburg as his only escape route. To reach it, he'd have to cross Sailor's Creek via 2 narrow bridges. This choke point allowed the infantry to catch and assault the rearguard, along with Sheridan's cavalry. Attacked from 3 sides, 7,700 Confederates were killed or captured, including their commander Richard Ewell. Watching the disaster unfold, Lee despaired but chose to press on. Lee continued marching for Lynchburg, trying and failing to stall his pursuers through cavalry actions and destroying bridges. Grant doggedly kept the infantry after him, while Sheridan constantly found routes around obstructions. On April 8th, George Custer's cavalry division got ahead of Lee's army and seized Appomattox Station, capturing or destroying all the supplies waiting for Lee. Custer then dispersed the artillery train guarding the station, and Sheridan brought reinforcements to block the road to Lynchburg. Lee was finally trapped at Appomattox Courthouse. That night, Lee sent a note to Grant, who had a debilitating migraine, stating that while he was not ready to surrender, he was ready to discuss terms. At dawn on April 9, 1865, the Confederates attempted to break through the cavalry blockade on the ridges outside Appomattox Courthouse. Their desperate charge managed to take the ridge, but then they saw 3 corps of Union infantry drawn up for battle and advancing. The fight went out of the exhausted soldiers, and Lee's officers concluded that surrender was the only option left. Wearing his finest dress uniform, Lee sent a surrender message to Grant at 0800. Grant was riding to meet Sheridan when he received Lee's message, which melted his migraine away. Since he was far from the battlefield, Grant asked Lee to choose the meeting place. By pure coincidence, the house chosen was Wilmer McLean's, whose home had been Beauregard's headquarters 4 years earlier at Bull Run. McLean had relocated to Appomattox to escape the war, only for it to find him again. He'd later say, "The war began in my front yard and ended in my front parlor." A mud-splattered Grant arrived around 1500. After some extremely awkward small talk, Grant laid out the terms. Lee's men would be paroled and allowed to keep their personal items and horses. Officers would keep their sidearms too, and rations would be distributed. Lee agreed and formally surrendered at 1600. As the news broke, jubilation spread throughout the North and despair through the South. The dominoes began to fall, but unfortunately Lincoln wouldn't live to see it. Seeking revenge, Confederate sympathizers, led by John Wilkes Booth, plotted to decapitate the government. On April 14th, Booth successfully assassinated Lincoln in Ford's Theatre. William Seward was attacked but survived. The conspirators were rounded up and ultimately hanged, while Booth was shot in a burning barn on April 26th. In North Carolina, Sherman was discussing surrendering the state with Governor Zebulon Vance's representatives when the news arrived, followed by Davis's government, attempting to flee into exile. However, only Judah Benjamin escaped to London, where he worked as a lawyer until his death. On April 18th, Sherman and Johnston met at Bennett Place and agreed to terms, only to have to redo them because Sherman included unauthorized political concessions to the Confederate state governments. Johnston essentially agreed to the same terms as Lee and surrendered all 89,000 soldiers east of the Appalachians on April 26th. The remaining Confederates east of the Mississippi surrendered by May 4th. Davis formally dissolved his government on May 5th and was captured on May 10th. However, the Trans-Mississippi Department did not learn about Lee's surrender until mid-May. As word spread, its soldiers chose to desert rather than wait for their officers to decide their fate. Edmund Kirby Smith formally surrendered the handful of holdouts on June 2nd, before slipping over the Mexican border. The Cherokee chieftain Stand Watie was the final Confederate general to surrender on June 23rd, formally ending hostilities. The American Civil War remains the deadliest in the history of the United States. Over 655,000 soldiers died from battle or disease, and tens of thousands of Southern civilians died from disease or starvation. This total is only rivaled by the 405,399 American dead in World War II, but that total also accounted for only 0.39% of the total population. In contrast, the Civil War killed 2.1% of the 1860 national population. While the North would look to the post-war period with hope and optimism, the South turned to mourning and resentment. They'd wanted to keep their slaves at all costs, and had paid all costs. The South had lost 18% of its pre-war population. What wealth was not tied up in now emancipated slaves had been spent to fund the war, or destroyed by the Union. What infrastructure had survived was so worn out from the war as to be nearly unusable. The South dominated pre-war national politics, but after the war, it was rendered irrelevant until the late 20th century. It would mollify itself by spinning a web of obfuscations, which became the lost cause myth. But the truth was never in doubt. The 11 seceding states had destroyed themselves to protect the privileged slaveholding class. Ironically, the war led to increased cotton production in Egypt, Brazil, and India. Even if the South somehow won the war, its control of cotton production was gone for good, dooming the plantation economy and culture. The war to preserve slavery was truly launched in vain. Europe was fascinated by the American Civil War. During the 19th century, most people in Europe knew little about the United States, beyond its role in spreading the ideals that had led to the French Revolution in 1789 and the European revolutions of 1848, as well as whatever insights made it back from immigrant communities. While publicly most governments supported the Union and rejected the Confederacy over slavery, Europe's aristocrats privately hoped for a southern victory. This was partially because they were more comfortable with the South's planted gentry than the northern bourgeoisie. The main reason, however, was that if America's democracy failed, it would dampen their own democratic movements, protecting the conservative order. Additionally, the war came at an opportune time for Europe's militaries. The Crimean War and the Italian War of 1859 clearly showed that new technology was changing warfare, but it wasn't clear how. The Industrial Revolution hadn't reached all the nations in those conflicts, muting its impact. However, the American North was more industrialized than most of Europe, so surely they'd answer Europe's questions about industrialization's impact on war. Finally, this was the first opportunity for most of Europe to see how the Americans fought. Only the French, British and Spanish actually saw them during their revolution, with the rest of Europe receiving second- or third-hand accounts of the war at best. When the United States fought Britain again in the War of 1812 and convincingly defeated Mexico in 1848, Europe had been too distracted by the Napoleonic Wars and domestic instability, respectively, to take notice. This was their first opportunity to learn the capabilities of a democratic army. While Abraham Lincoln was quick to welcome European observers to the north, he only begrudgingly allowed them to access the south. However, official observers enjoyed special diplomatic privileges, which forced his hand. Given Europe's fascination with the South, it could have caused a major diplomatic incident had he refused to allow observers to cross the battle lines or come through the blockade. Thus, they were allowed to travel freely. That said, not every European power cared about the American Civil War. The Kingdom of Italy had only been unified less than a month before the war began, and was too busy forming itself to care about a distant war. Managing the fallout from absorbing the Kingdom of Naples and the ongoing tension with the Pope were far higher priorities. Meanwhile, Austria's observers' reports weren't taken seriously. The United States and Austria had always had limited official contact, and the deeply conservative Austrian military was highly resistant to reform. Austria only reluctantly began modernizing its weaponry following its defeat in 1859, and the initial reports from its observers confirmed the conclusions reached from that war. The emperor and his leading generals consequently lost interest. To them, the American war was just a minor curiosity. Later reports raised serious questions about the readiness of the Austrian army for modern war. It would take a later defeat to force stronger reforms. Similarly, the Ottoman Empire sent formal observers to the United States, but it's not clear what, if any, lessons were learned. The Ottoman army had just gone through a very difficult period of modernization prior to the Crimean War. That war found the army still lacking, but there was little desire for more reform in the 1860s. As such, the Sublime Porte filed away and largely forgot the reports. Meanwhile, the Russians officially showed minimal interest in the war, but it wasn't from a lack of desire to learn from it. Russia had been shocked and humiliated by its defeat in the Crimean War, and was already undergoing military modernization, which wasn't going smoothly. All the Tsar's resources and energy were being spent pushing through the current round of martial and domestic reforms, which the deeply conservative Russian military and aristocracy were pushing back against. Incorporating new lessons from the Americans was officially unacceptable and out of the question. Unofficially, Russia was actively watching the war. In September 1863, Russian naval squadrons unexpectedly arrived in San Francisco and New York. While interpreted at the time as a show of support for the Union, in reality they were hiding from the British and French. Russia was afraid that France and/or Britain would intervene in the Polish January uprising, and didn't want its fleet trapped in port again. While not an official mission, the Russians spent much of their time in the United States learning everything they could about coastal bombardment, maintaining and running blockades, and building ironclads. The Russian Navy became enamored by the USS Monitor, as it was exactly the ship they'd wanted against the British and French Baltic fleets. Post-war, Russia bought a number of Passaic-class monitors directly from John Ericsson. While the army was modernizing along French and Prussian lines, some American influence snuck in. Russia's first modern breech-loading rifles were American designs. During the 1870s, the Russian cavalry would be reformed, and a prolonged battle developed between those who wanted American-style independent cavalry divisions and those who wanted to maintain the traditional shock cavalry regiments. Ultimately, some units became carbine-armed deep penetration raiders and scouts, while others retained their sabers and lances, leading to considerable confusion about cavalry's role in the Russian military. There was no evidence that Helmut von Moltke called the American Civil War two armed mobs chasing each other around the country, from which nothing can be learned, and it would have been deeply out of character. Moltke knew that complacency had led Prussia to disaster during the Napoleonic Wars, and cultivated curiosity within the Prussian General Staff to ensure it never missed military advancements again. Consequently, he made sure to send an official mission and encouraged junior officers to take leave and observe the conflict themselves. France felt similarly, and early on sent numerous officers to observe the war, many of which served on George McClellan's staff during the Peninsular Campaign. In 1864, an official mission was dispatched to study the Army of the Potomac's logistical system, though it was more limited than most due to rising tensions over France's invasion of Mexico. France and Prussia would ultimately come to the same conclusion. While both North and South had a remarkable ability to rapidly build armies, their conflict was so unlike anything that could happen in Europe that the lessons didn't apply to Europe. The most widely read reports came from Prussian Captain Justus Scheibert, though his military conclusions were shared by all the French and Prussian observers. Scheibert praised Southern officers effusively, to the point of hero-worshipping Robert E. Lee. However, he tempered his bias by noting that the North's industrial capacity ensured its long-term victory, and praised the inter-service cooperation between the US Army and Navy. He and the French were also impressed by the professionalism and efficiency of American artillery crews, and admired the enthusiasm, determination, and endurance of the American soldier. That said, the core of all the observers' works was about the differences between Europe and America. Both delegations agreed that the United States' lack of a standing army and a large professional officer corps ensured a long and bloody war. Scheibert was impressed by the volunteer soldiers and officers' ability to learn on the job, but argued that they shouldn't have had to. Europe's highly trained and disciplined conscripts, led by professionals, would have won the war quickly through a few decisive field battles. As the war dragged on, and battles increasingly revolved around field fortifications and siegecraft, he said that it was a natural result of insufficiently trained officers being unable to adapt to changing battlefield conditions. The French noted that America's geography was far larger and more rugged than Europe's, which made European tactics and strategy impossible. France, Sardinia, and Austria had concentrated 350,000 soldiers in Lombardy during the 1859 war, a province roughly the same size as the state of New Hampshire. It was considered dangerously unwise to separate individual armies by more than 50 kilometers in Europe, yet the Union's armies fought independently along a front over 1,500 kilometers long. This was necessary, but it dispersed the armies too much to win any battle decisively. European armies fought using concentrated artillery to disrupt formations, followed by infantry using fire and advance tactics, before finishing with a decisive bayonet charge. Shock cavalry would then rout the enemy, while light cavalry pursued to finish them off, conclusively winning the battle. These tactics worked because European battles took place in open fields and meadows, with long sightlines. But America was primarily hilly woodlands. It was rare for the enemy to be visible beyond 100 meters, limiting artillery's ability to disrupt formations. Infantry was forced to fight prolonged slugfests, unthinkable in Europe. And even if the Americans had heavy cavalry, it would have been wasted on broken terrain. Therefore, they concluded that the American Civil War didn't model European wars and offered few insights. As the only European power with extensive holdings in North America, Great Britain had a more urgent interest in the American Civil War. The two nations had already fought 2 wars and nearly came to blows over a border dispute in 1859. As future conflict was still highly possible, the British observed the war closely. 2 official military missions studied Union industry, fortifications, and artillery, while quietly assessing the prowess of their potential enemy. Additionally, numerous journalists and officers arrived to observe and report on the war. Their extensive reports produced mixed results. While the British public was strongly pro-Union, the pro-Southern aristocracy was far more interested in the South. Both the journalists and some officers responded, with many of the widest read reports being human interest pieces on Southern culture. Most famously, Lieutenant Colonel Arthur Fremantle wrote extensively while traveling through 9 of the 11 Confederate states and observing the Battle of Gettysburg. His best-selling book, 3 Months in the Southern States, strongly praised the Southern people and reads like a travelogue rather than a war report. The more militarily useful results both reassured and disquieted London. On the one hand, the reports on industrialized logistics, modern weaponry, and command developments all confirmed lessons learned from the British Army's poor showing in the Crimean War. Consequently, new urgency was placed on ongoing reforms and the modernization program. Of course, the Army's program was largely eclipsed by the Royal Navy's rush to replace its wooden ships following the Battle of Hampton Roads. On the other hand, many observers were shocked at how quickly the United States went from barely any military to one comparable to the Continental Standing Armies. They warned that the United States could raise, train and equip an army capable of conquering British North America before London could respond. This reinforced London's existing policy of avoiding confrontation with the United States. Colonel Henry Fletcher further warned in his reports and book, History of the American War, that this American army was far more dangerous than it appeared. While it appeared undisciplined and amateurish by European standards, it was adapting and learning from its mistakes far more quickly than a European army could. Europe's officer corps was drawn from the aristocracy, while the rank and file was largely filled from the poorest of the poor. The middle classes largely shunned and were shunned by the military establishment. All decision-making came from the top down, and despite their professionalism, European armies remained rigidly rooted in tradition. The Union Army was egalitarian, drawing from all classes into all ranks. The average American soldier had far more education than his British counterpart, and this meant that the army was learning from both the top down and the bottom up. Consequently, this democratic army recognized that battlefield conditions and improved artillery made rigid formations useless, and adopted looser and more mobile formations. Their preference for fighting from natural cover and prepared fortifications was the logical adaptation to the deadlier modern weapons. This had, in turn, placed more decision-making responsibility on American junior officers, sergeants, and individual soldiers, yet they rose to the challenge. There had been no formal decision to adopt these tactics, but it had naturally spread throughout both armies. This would never be allowed to happen in a European army, and Fletcher argued this was a major weakness on Europe's part. 19th century European wars were fought for fairly limited political ends, while America's war was a fight to the death between nations. Britain's all-volunteer professional army was perfect for limited conflicts and colonial wars. However, if it had to fight a total war like the Americans did, this army would be rapidly depleted. Britain would have to form a new army from new volunteers and conscripts, just like the Americans were. Therefore, Fletcher argued that mandatory military service should be implemented for all classes, to prepare the currently unmilitary British public for future wars. He also advocated for raising public education and physical fitness standards to match what he saw in America, with a particular need for West Point-style comprehensive officer training. When the total war finally arrived, Britain would need a much larger pool of trained and capable recruits. Unlike many reform-minded observers, something came from Fletcher's observations, as the Royal Military College of Canada was explicitly established thanks to his writings. However, for the most part, Europe continued on as if it had learned nothing from the American Civil War. The idea that Europe should have done so barely existed until scholars in the 1930s sought to explain why Europe destroyed itself during the Great War. Basil Liddell Hart and J.F.C. Fuller led the charge, arguing that Britain should have realized that future wars would follow the American Civil War's example. However, this wouldn't have made sense at the time. That the American Civil War foreshadowed World War I is obvious in retrospect, but at the time, the American conflict was completely overshadowed by the German unification wars. In 1864, Prussia easily won the Second Schleswig War. Then, in 1866, it resoundingly defeated Austria in a month. In 1870, Prussia humiliated France and the German Empire was born. The subsequent 1877 Russo-Turkish War further reinforced the idea that European wars were won quickly and decisively, through large standing armies, superior technology, strategy and railways, and could be kept limited through diplomatic means. Thus, in the short run, the Franco-Prussian conclusion was proven correct. The American Civil War didn't apply to Europe. Unlike that long and grinding war, European wars actually were quick and decisive. It wasn't until Europe finally fought a true total war that anyone asked if it could have learned from the Americans a half-century earlier. By then, of course, it was too late. More videos on the American Civil War are on the way, so make sure you are subscribed and have pressed the bell button to see them. Please consider liking, subscribing, commenting and sharing, it helps immensely. Our patrons and YouTube members can watch more than 200 exclusive videos. Join their ranks via the link in the description or by pressing the join button under the video to watch these weekly videos, learn about our schedule, get early access to our videos, access our private Discord, and much more. This is the Kings and Generals channel, and we will catch you on the next one.